Today we are going to talk about the nature of our realm, how it works, how it ties in with Santos Bonacci's knowledge and teachings, and how Walter Russell's work explains it brilliantly. I first met Santos on a panel with the Sun and Moon group, where I give him a private presentation of the beginnings of my research into how our world truly works, after discovering the Earth is level and stationary a few years ago. The research I presented was some of my Nazca Line decodings and the avenue my research was taking me after realizing what the Nazca Lines truly represent and portray, the technical blueprints to the realm. I knew I would find the correct world map when I overlaid the lines, glyphs and the Nazca Mandala. When I presented this to Santos, there was a good silence for about 20 seconds. I knew his mind was already processing all of what I had shown him, and Santos, being the very sharp person he is, was stunned by this presentation. Of course he recovered and immediately started expanding upon some of the things he had seen in the presentation. His knowledge and explanations are second to none. It was what Santos explained to me that gave me the direction I needed to be looking into. Of course I met one conscience and we teamed up, and here we are today, a few years later, still decoding the realm from within a small team of excellent researchers and friends. I have kept in touch with Santos since those days, sharing links to videos on Skype and little updates on progression. He only had to give me a few tips and I was there decoding what I found into the APM model, our model of how this realm truly works. Santos told me to look into Walter Russell's work one day, and wow, did that speed up our research once I started decoding what Walter Russell's work was teaching me. Now I'm no genius, so don't be getting that impression, but I can see and decode what all this is telling me very easily. So today I'm going to show you how all this connects together and explains a lot of what Santos is teaching you, what Walter Russell's work is teaching you, and how this realm truly works. Now what you are going to see and hear may not be to your liking. It may shock you, surprise you, even make your brain melt. But that's okay, it is what it is, and I make no excuses for it. I'm here to present to you our findings, as is the rest of this team. I'm a flat earther, and I came here to see how our realm truly works. And what we have found is that everything is being misrepresented to hide this realm and how it truly works. And when I say everything, I mean everything. Thus, we have to decode everything we look into to get to the truths. First, I want you to listen to this video from Santos Bonacci and Lily Rose Day, as I'm going to decode and demonstrate some of it and how it fits into the APM model.
Right, so I like my red shift, blue shift markers.
Nice.
And black. So the best way to do it would just do a simple graphic. Okay, so here we go. So there's a point in counter space. Right, that point there, that's energy, consciousness, life, soul, everything projects from the monad.
Okay.
And these monads are little stars. We call them atoms. This is an atom. It's a point in counter space. It's not spatial.
Okay.
So it's everywhere, but locatable with your physical senses in a topos or a locus in spatial in space, but it's in counter space. It's like this computer here, say for instance, okay, this computer has a hard drive which is full of information, and yet it doesn't weigh any more when it's full of data than when it's not. It's the same way. So that information is really not spatial. It's in counter space.
Okay.
But it's very powerful information. Okay? It's full of great information. You know, remember Zoolander? When he smashed the computer, he was trying to get the information out of the computer looking for it. Okay. So that's what these stars are. That's what atoms are.
Okay.
Conventional science will tell you that atoms are empty. So they're just points of energy. They're light beings. Yeah? But these light beings, the monad cannot do anything in a physical material construct without projecting the energy out of it.
Oh, okay.
Right? And it's always projected as a point line. So you never get just lines in space like that. The energy will not project out of this point in counter space only in one direction. It will always do redshift first in a spiral, in a helix. That's not a spiral. Well, that's a spiral, two-dimensionally,
Right.
but we call these, it's like DNA. It's DNA.
Right.
And you know what? Dang, I should have put blue on top. I need to be more accurate.
Because blue shift goes first. It's always blue first, right?
Well, I always use man is the measure of the universe.
Right.
So look at your woman, and have a look at your subtle body. You've got red chakra at the bottom of your torso, Taurus, and you've got blue chakra at the top of your torso, Taurus. See, so, and the center is the solar plexus. It's actually in the heart because it's the middle chakra, okay? But the center of blue shift, red shift, is here. Yeah, that yellow chakra is really like more akin to white. So this point here is white light, because only white light is magnetic. No other light is magnetic. Red shift, blue shift is electromagnetic. Dielectricity is black light. So that white light, it's known to scientists, does not vibrate. It's radiating.
Okay.
It's a pulse, and it's magnetic. And that pulse always perturbates out radially, radiation, on a longitudinal wave. So that pulse goes like this. There's a plane of inertia here, and it ripples out. And that ripple generates a wave, and this is the wave. So as the energy goes, always energy goes like this, in two directions. Always. So the monad becomes the dyad, becomes the triad, and then jumps to the tetrad, which is, yeah. So you'll notice I did redshift a lot bigger because this is radiation. This vibration is called radiation, and this is gravitation, because this is left turning and going, converging and centripetal. So before, I should have, when I did red first, I should have done it below, because the torso man is the measure of the universe, teaches you that redshift is below, hell is down, blue sky, heaven is up. Okay? So, when white light decides to create a toroidal field and give form in the material world, projects outward of itself, immediately becomes a dyad. But the first light that comes from white light is redshift, red.
Okay.
And then immediately, instantly, blue follows. And then these make a green. So, did I get a green? Let's have a look. Yep. So there's your heart chakra with 12 petals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Because why did I go back to the heart chakra? Well, because we need to include what's beyond blue shift, which is indigo and violet. So let's make this all pretty, shall we? Great whiteboard I've got here. So this is makeshift because, you know.
It's the whiteboard of requirement.
Yeah. All right, so let's go slow. So this is pulsating. And this is the plane of inertia of a toroidal field. Now you see here, this takes the shape of an hourglass. I'm going to make it wider at the bottom because blue light is a higher frequency. Sorry, that's not a very good wave. And red light, this will be better, is a longer wave.
Okay.
All right. So, and this part of the torus field will always be 0.618 times bigger than this. So this will be 1, and this will be 1.618. The ratio.
Oh, okay.
It's the phi ratio.
Right.
Phi. Okay, or phi. Okay.
Okay.
Good. And then what happens now is you have a toroidal field. No particles. And that's an atom.
Okay.
So, neutron, the block wall, the plane of inertia. Because as the red light comes out centrifugally diverging, and then it comes back around to this point here, then it turns blue. The proton becomes an electron. You see, so when scientists are looking at the electron, and they say, oh, so many electrons, they are only looking at half of the toroidal field.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'll tell you that a carbon atom supposedly has 6 neutrons, right? 6 protons and 6 electrons.
Okay.
Well, yeah, because the field is expressing itself in the number of 6, right?
Okay.
Yeah, because of how much power it has and what the frequency is. Because all the elements, thank you, Walter Russell, are frequencies. High frequency, low frequency. Right?
Right.
Good. Let me not jump ahead of myself because it's important to do this step by step. So, Walter Russell also taught that. He was teaching this model primarily, the blue vortex and the red vortex, right? But what you can see here is clearly you can see an hourglass. This is an hourglass because this is time. It's pulsating from here. Every atom does this, right? So you can see this is chronos. This is temporal. Tempo, time, chronos, Saturn, Satan, the world of Satan.
Mm-hmm.
Satan rules the earth. Satan rules the air. Okay? And this is Satan in here, old man time. And this is his partner, his wife, space, Chronos and Rhea, area.
Oh, yeah.
Freya, Maria, it's space. She is spatial, she's magnetic and expands. Magnetism, the female white light. You see the black and white yin and yang? That's masculine. Yeah? This is feminine. This is yes. White light is feminine. It moves. Mag means to move. Magnetism, magnitude. See, white light generates this red shift, blue shift. So it knows how to make space. Dielectricity, black light, that's resting light. It doesn't move. Rest, motion. Inertia, force.
Force is feminine.
Yes. It's not masculine.
Huh.
It's not. Masculine energy is resting. It's the black light. That's in the ultimate, in its highest archetypal
It's like the Einstein.
principal position. Yes.
So
the Ein Sof.
Okay.
This is the Ein Sof.
Okay.
Yeah, but they are a partnership. This is Krishna, black. This is Radharani, golden white light.
Huh. Okay.
It's always, Krishna is dielectricity. Krishna means to rest, and black. And that's why you see Christ black and Madonna black, because it's talking about black resting light.
Okay, because that's what I was just about to ask. Do we see the feminine personified as that black light? Because I was thinking about the black Madonna and the dark goddess, and so I was thinking about that. So that's what's confusing me. But of course, the white light gives birth to the twins. The female gives birth to the twins. Mm-hmm.
Good.
Okay. Yeah.
So you will see the black feminine. You'll see it, but ultimately the highest archetype is white. The pure virgin of white light, Mary, means magnetism. Okay? And Joseph's not a word for Saturn. Maria is Rhea.
Okay.
So whether you take the Christian or the Greeks have Saturn and Rhea, time and space. That's what it is. And then in the Christian scripture, or Christian Greek scriptures, you've got Joseph and Mary are the mothers of the Lord. Well, Seth is Set, is Sat, is Saturn, is Satan. Time and space create a child, the Saviour, Jesus, which is this, the form, the Word made flesh. This is it.
Right.
This is how the Word is made flesh. Okay, so
Still though, so do you think that there are some systems where they personify the whole thing as feminine, like the goddess cultures and religions? Because I'm thinking like about Hecate, and that's all that blackness, like Troma, Troma Nagmo, she's real black, Sati and Kali. So
the black goddess. It's just flipping this over, because through creation, everything expands and dilutes. The source is always pure and unchanging. And that's it. Masculine, feminine. Krishna means rest, so does Christ. Christ, crest, rest.
And that's why the feminine would be evil too, like taking the apple and doing the thing, because she's trying to make the world, trying to make the illusion by birthing the twins. Whereas if you get it into the phi ratio, you get it like balanced on the chariot, then you're doing the longitudinal and you're resting in that magnet.
Yes.
Okay, I get it. Different than that's I learned. Thank you.
Yeah. So really, this is dielectricity and this is magnetism.
Okay.
Because magnetism is force and motion. Inertia and acceleration is dielectricity. And when these two create abrasion against each other and they start agitating to make a wave, redshift, blueshift is born. Radiation, gravitation, fission, fusion,
Okay.
proton, electron, divergence, convergence, force and motion, inertia and acceleration. This is accelerating back into the black hole. This is going back into black light to rest, and then it's being forced out as white light. But white light cannot do anything or go anywhere in the physical world. It has to start vibrating. And that is that polarization of light, redshift, blueshift. That's this. So that's this hourglass. That see, this is the hyperbola. So the Greek word hyperbola Baal. This is Bel, the god Bel, Baal, Baal, because this is where everything begins. The sun, the moon, the stars, atoms in your body, you, everyone has this Baal in them. The Greek word hyperbola means the hourglass. It means hyperbolistic, projecting, thrusting out. That's why when you exaggerate, you're speaking in hyperbole. Hyperbole. I told you 1,000 times, Louis, don't write on this book. And I only told you, what, twice. And you think, well, that's a hyper. Stop hyperbolizing with me, or stop speaking bull. Because bull, like a papal bull or anything, it's the word of God. So that word is actually sonoluminescence. It's sound and light. See? Sound is going to be rippling in waves from that outward. That's magnetism. It radiates. It doesn't vibrate. It just goes. If you throw a pebble in a pond, you'll see this circle, and then it gets bigger. That's magnetism. Its radial wave does never diminish. It always travels outwardly forever. And as it does that, propagating through the medium, air, ether, fire, whatever, it's going to encounter resistance. And that resistance will go like this. Redshift, blueshift.
Right.
But that wave there, it's temporal. It's not real, it's empty. It makes form, but it diminishes, it decays. It's a wave that decays. So this radial wave, radiation, propagating along this plane of inertia, the block wall, in every torus field, is now generating this redshift blue shift. So you see, this is the quadrad. So monad, dyad, tetrad, including the neutron and the block wall. Now that's the trinity because we've got neutron, proton, and electron. But space projects out in 4 directions, or 6, but 4 as the tetrad, or the tetragrammaton, or the tetrahedron. Fire, the polyhedra of fire. It's got tetra in it. It's about 4, and that's and that fire is this, right? Because how do we know? Well, proton. So what I said was this is the neutron, dielectricity, black light, really, black hole. That's a black hole and a white hole. It's a black sun and a white sun. All atoms are like this. They're black and white. Black is the light going out back into counter space. White is the light coming out to make your torso torus. And redshift, blue shift is the form that you have. So this veil becomes phal, and it's the phallus. That's the phallus, the obelisk. And this is the torus, is the uterus. Uterus. And that's feminine, space, male phallic, time. So here you have, why do they have maypoles? Why do they have the Holy Cross in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit? Why? Because your body is the cross. Yeah? That's the tomb. There you go. That's the letter T for your anatomy, because the light is entombed in the body. You come from a womb, and then you end up in a tomb. Right? And this is the tomb. It's anatom. Atom. All is a tomb. All is a tomb. This is the tomb. Tomb, you can say atom or Adam. Same thing. So, Tom, without the A, Tom means twin. You see, because all atoms are twins. The dyad, duality, the demiurge. See, this is the source God creator. This is the demiurge who's red Satan and blue Krishna, good and evil, cold and hot, feminine, masculine, or vice versa. They've got boys. No, it's true. Girls are pink and boys are blue. There you go, got it right. Roses are red.
This is I've had a problem, and you just syncretized it. It's like my brain's going. Yeah.
This does everything for you, Brian. This brings you into direct knowledge.
But why is the blue pillar the moon? And I would associate the moon with the goddess. So when you look at Jacques and Boaz, the moon is above the blue pillar.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, that's what threw me off with that. I mean, I think it's just conflations of sleep. I think you can look at it both ways. And that when you cross the hemispheres with the red and blue, there's a lot of confusion in the occult world on this.
I know. See, blue shift is also here. It's also here. So there's not just blue here and red here. There's also red coming out at the same time. Yes.
Right.
But if that were so, you wouldn't be having legs at the ground all the time. You'd be, upside down as well. You'd be you'd be like you have to have that direction. So a magnet, rather than having poles, right? They've got redshift, blue shift. It's obvious what's going on with magnets. If you look at the work of Ken Wheeler, he puts magnets under a ferro cell. Okay, a ferro cell. So it's a magnetic viewing film, basically, with liquid, metallic liquid in it. So brings out the light. So it's got LED lights all around the ferrocell, and he just puts it on all these magnets, and what you do is you see these torch fields.
Mm-hmm. I saw life springing out from it with the pig nose. It was amazing. It was like all of a sudden you actually saw it become to animate life, animating the holograph. Or,
Yes.
Yeah, it's amazing work.
Yes. And so, I found you sick. So, okay, where were we going with that? I was going to say something about what were you just talking about?
I'm still thinking about masculine being blue.
Yes.
So I'm still trying to wrap my mind around
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, so from source, that's the principal archetype.
Mm-hmm.
But they do flip over. So,
Right.
and the same with redshift, blue shift. You see, this is red is right turning energy. It's right turning proton. Oh, that's what I was going to do. Okay, proton. Yeah, this is a proton. Let's call this a proton. I'm going to put the R right over here because we're going to insert a letter in here to understand what exactly is a proton. Proton, red, electron, blue. Let's do it like this, eh? L is liquid. R is radiation or fire. Because once you put a Y in here, you begin to understand what a proton is. It's fire and water, the two agents of creation. It's a pyroton, shortened to proton. Redshift, right turning energy, and this is left turning because it has an L in it. L and R, right? And this is left turning. And Pierluigi Enoch teaches this. He's an Italian genius who was a colleague of Marconi. He was also teaching that the Earth is stationary, and he proved that the Earth is stationary. And he was teaching that there's two energies, there's solar and Earth. And the sun is moving through the ether, perturbating the field above our heads on the stationary Earth, and the energy is right turning. He studied the sun for 30 years. Then he says that the Earth receives that right turning light and then sends it back left turning, blue shift, going back up to heaven. The sun is bringing red, and he says that the theatre, the Earth, in between these two fields is where all creation manifests. Between the sun, Uranus, in other words, it can be Uranus, and Gaia, the Earth, and they are husband and wife. Now, Uranus is the firmament, the eighth sphere, above terra firma. So Gaia is terra firma, and Uranus is firmament. You see, both of those terra firma, firmament, are what keep the 7 planets underneath spinning and creating all the destiny of all humans in the world. And this is how it works. It's so simple. There's 3 things you need to remember. The neutron, proton, and electron, in that order. Okay? Like this. Dielectricity. That's the neutron. Magnetism, its partner, because these are, whoops, I did it again. Mag, to move. It's feminine, white, pure goddess. Rest and motion. And when they move, they create their only begotten Son, the Word that was made flesh. L. See, the real name of Jesus, was that the camera? No. So the real name of Jesus is Emmanuel.
Oh, right.
And his girlie, she is Magdalene. Magnetism and electricity. Okay?
It's a good story.
Yeah. Because all the
I
stories...
read it. Okay, so we had a little camera mishap and we lost the end of our conversation. So we're going to try to recreate that and put some of the things that are on the board, kind of explain those a little bit more.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
yeah.
So since I don't remember what exactly I covered, I know I haven't covered this, and I guess this and this. So the bowl being the most important central figure here is actually the arbol or arbor. So you see, here you see how this is the same word for tree in Spanish and Latin, but it's always this tree here, R and L being interchangeable. Remember, right turning, red shift, left turning, blue shift. And then we put this up. Okay.
Right, because I think I was having cognitive dissonance still, trying to understand how the blue and the moon, you know, like the blue column of Joachim and Boaz, and how the blue went with the moon. And so I was still like trying to connect blue to water and feeling that was feminine, and you were going to go and you put this up here to kind of try to talk about it a little bit more from another angle. Do you remember that?
Right.
Okay.
That's why up here, the interchangeableness of these two co-principles, co-eternal principles, is more natural. Here, and more distinct. It's usually at the highest level before its emanations and expansions. It's always feminine magnetism and masculine dielectricity, and always the Christ or Krishna is black, and his girl she's white and virginal and pure magnetism, Magdalene. So you've got Jesus' real name is Emmanuel, and his lady is Mary Magdalene. I think we covered that, but
right.
It's always going back to this Trinity. So why you'd have cognitive dissonance when you see why is blue loving and red harsh, or vice versa, Krishna's blue, Satan is red. Well, this yin-yang here, this is the material one.
Mm-hmm.
This one here, this is the supernal one. Infernal, supernal. So this is the world of the demiurge, the dyad. This is the monad world.
Okay.
Here. But this happens here, after it expands, you see.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is the South Korean flag. They have this, red, yeah. And they have the 4 I Ching, which represent the 4 elements. So if you look at it as this is masculine and this is feminine, because fire is, in astrology, is masculine, and water, being blue, is feminine, well then when you go to the other 2 elements, earth and air, well, then you see how they flip, because now air is masculine, it's blue sky,
Mm-hmm.
and the earth is red, Adama, in Hebrew, meaning red earth. So we have now, they're flipped over. You see, so in this world of 4 elements, there's not 4 elements here.
Now, so this is different than what we talked about before, but now I just caught something. So the fire and water are the spiritual elements. That's why we take initiation by fire and by water, right? And those 2 are reflecting it one way. And the more earthly elements, air, when we take our first breath, and earth, are seeing it the other way. So I think it's just the mirror image, you know, and so I think that I was trying to ask you, why do they put the moon above the blue pillar? And I think we talked about how like different mystical traditions have gone different ways with this. When you cross the hemispheres, it gets confusing and people understand it different ways. But there's also the idea that the stars looking down, or the planets looking down, are embodying it in mirror image from us.
Yes, yes.
You know, like that hermetic symbol.
It has to flip. For instance, hydrogen, what's water made of? Water is feminine. Hydrogen and oxygen. Now, both of those are very flammable.
Okay.
But see, when they combine, they flip polarity and become non-flammable and feminine.
Uh-huh.
You see?
Uh-huh.
So this is what's going on here. Fire and water are the 2 active agents, or the 2 active humours in astrology, because they are hot and cold. But earth and water, earth and air, they are passive, patients. They're not agents of creation. So fire and earth fire and water, they get everything done. They are the agents and they are active. Whereas the air element and the earth element are passive, so they enable the creation. They let the fire and water pass through them. You see?
I see.
So it flips over.
Yeah.
Everything flips over when it expands.
Would you still put the moon above the blue pillar? Or would you switch it?
I would. Red moon, blue moon. You got red blood moon, you've got a blue moon.
That's
the sun is always depicted as blue and red as well. Red shift, blue shift. Mars is red, Venus is green, blue. It's always...
It goes either way. And I think that's when Molly came in and said about how the sun was, the moon was receiving the sun's light. And so there's even a confluence and a unity between that. And that was her point, which was a beautiful point. So,
yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then I think I asked you after this point about, I asked you if a sine wave if it would be a full sine wave this way around and a full sine wave this way, or if half would be going this way and half this way.
Both are true. Half going out that way, and then so one would be going this way, and the other one would be going that way. But then it has to contract again. It has to come back. Whatever went out has to come back. So it can never be a half a wave. You see what I mean?
Okay, so it's the whole wave this way because this is.
If you look at the Stan Tenen Dance of the Hebrew Alphabet on YouTube, Stan Tenen, Hebrew scholar, he shows how around the torus field, which he uses as a model of an apple, there are 12 segments. And that's it, and that's what I teach. And he shows how you do it with an apple model of the torus field, and then he shows that the sine wave goes around here. It goes once around the donut. So, Dance of the Hebrew Alphabet. That would be another way of looking at it and understanding it. But the point about this is that either way you look at it, whether you look at it, the bull or the tor, see, I call this the Taurus bulls, because both words mean bulls and cows and cattle and ovine. But if you look at it as a torus field, then it's a Tauri. So this could be a Tauri as well, with the word Taurus in it. But it's also the bowl or the ball. But, this is boring through matter. So it's a ball. You see what I mean? There's so many words that come from here. It's just astounding. I've done many presentations on it.
And it's like, imagine a donut like that. It's cut down that way. It's like, we're looking into like those big arrows.
Yes.
It's like
That's
looking
right.
into the donut.
Yep.
And the other part's invisible to us. And that's kind of how it is in the reflection world. I think you can't see the flip side. And right there, if you look into it, you can see the donut center. The perpetrator field is, and then like, boom, donuts are coming. You took a big bite out of half of it.
Yep.
So it goes that way also.
Well, that's right. Well, these are reciprocating and processing.
Yeah.
So not only are they doing this, they're
Yeah.
also going around.
In and through. And
It's called the lunar frequency, or electromagnetic retardation.
And then Dan Winter teaches that if we get these motions in phase conjugated, synchronous, like if we get them synced up in a phase conjugated ratio, that we create a longitudinal wave. So this is why I'm so interested in the backwards motion, because I think that it's an untapped potential.
Right, let's do that. So remember we discussed how all of this is going back to God's source. So we've got the source and the force. When they say let the force be with you, that's magnetism. And that's what those source, what are they called? Lightsabers, yeah. That's magnetism, that's the force.
Oh, right.
But the ones who are tapped into this energy don't have the force, the electricity, because it's resting. It's still. It's not moving. It's still. This is power that you can use. That is used. This is the usable. So one is power. One is powerful. One is attractive. One is attraction. One is. I'm trying to think of all the analogies of how this works, but what happens is when you incarnate, you come out into the world and you have through a U-torus and you get a torus torso. So this is how you come out into the world and then everything goes back. This is where you reach virtually at your middle age, and then you start going back to source. You know how people when they get older, they're doing things to get back to heaven.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
to the grandchildren, and then, right? So, but this is power. This is force. This is going to be your source. So when you meditate, you go into your heart, and you still these other waves, and you do this radiation wave, and you connect with everything in the universe, right? You're drawing from that force. And that's what you're talking about, because whatever wave goes out, there's always one coming in, and then going out in the opposite direction as well. But it's that coming in energy, which Schellberger calls the implosion cold energy, that is really most representative of this standing wave. It's this, because it's going back into it. This is coming away from it. That's why this is all to do with red, rage, radiation, radioactivity. This is radioactivity, rebel, all these very harsh R words. Now, the reason being is because these two letters are called the two liquids. You see, and they are interchangeable. This is the lateral liquid. This is the rotic. So basically, this redshift energy is like this, pulsating. This is the only letter in the alphabet which actually restores and goes back to that radiation wave, pulsating. That's why the letter R pulsates. Whereas this one, it's a flat line, yeah? And that's they are the two sounds of electricity. You listen to electricity and you you'll hear the pulse in it, and you'll hear it flat line. And this is what's going on. These are the two halves of creation: fire, proton, pyroton. The proton is nothing other than the pyroton, and this is liquid. L.
Right. And we were talking about how if you can, the idea that our mind is very well traveled around this right path, around moving the sine wave directly in the right way. Like we all, that's like a lot of people are right-handed. Like our minds are pretty solid on that, but this backwards moving motion, not so much. It's sort of haven't explored it as much. And then I was talking about how, like, if you had a birth imprint that was a sine wave going this way, then you would also have a sine wave going the other way at the moment of birth, right?
That's right.
And that hasn't been explored a lot in scholarship and astrology, but it's an interesting concept that theoretically makes sense, right?
Yes.
And I think we were also talking about just the idea of that the left moving is like the astral body, because it's the moon one with the tower, and the right moving is like the etheric body, the sun one, and that there's something to be said for getting those wheels moving at a phi ratio in the heart space. I think we talked about this at the party that one night.
Yep.
And I asked you guys, what do you think you do? I asked the group, and that people had great answers, and they said, I think it's spontaneous. Like, I don't think you have to, like, meticulously be like, I'm going to spend this one 30 and this one 20 or whatever. Like, I think you just come into the heart and it naturally happens.
Yes, that's right. So that's where you will find your power when you meditate and you go into stillness. You'll find this black light, that's why you close your eyes, everything's black, and it's still, Whereas white light, you want to see things. It's moving. It makes you want to see things. Dark light puts your eyes to rest. Therefore, you use your third eye. So, and that's the eye of the bull. The eye of the bull. The bull's eye. Yeah? And so when you go into the heart, the core, right here, then you can draw from this energy. This is the future. This is the past. And this is the now. So that's where the now is, along that plane. You won't find it in the brain. You won't find it in the generative system. You won't find it in the power center. You won't find it in the liver and kidneys doing all these vibrations. But you will find it right here on this plane. And heart, this is the plane of heart, heart, earth, theatre. It is, oh, that doesn't really work as nice. Anyway, you can see that that's
Right.
TH, E, throw in another T, and heart becomes theatre. So it's here, along that plane. Once you understand that longitudinal plane and radiation is coming from your heart, then you can be centered. And you can draw from this energy, which is really the past. Because remember, this wave is going into the future. It has to be, because it's making the future. It has to be redshift.
Okay.
Yeah. And past, and this is past because it's going back to cause. You know, and where it's timeless. Here is time. Hence, you see all the sand is pouring through the centre of here, and then it's falling down to the bottom. Then you turn the hourglass around, etc.
Mm-hmm.
So there's your time-space continuum.
Right.
And this is the form that every atom, every sun, moon, every human, every animal, it's all this. They've all got an anatomy. There you go.
All right. I think that was a good recap of where we were at. Thank you. Thank you for recapping
Thank
that
you.
so we could finish. Yes.
Thanks, sister.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone.
Thank
Bye,
you.
guys.
Bye-bye.
Okay, for this part I'm going to decode the Walter Russell optical motor to show you how it works. Notice the second law of thermodynamics is invalid in a repetitive cyclic universe of equally interchanging effect. Also take note of the direction of flow and how this relates to Walter's motor. To explain this optical motor, take note of the A and B cores and poles. This is our equatorial line, and through this pipeline water is pumped into the reactor at the centre and back out the other side of the west pole, recycled around the design and back towards the centre. Now with this design the pipe narrows at key points going to and from the centre. This in effect creates a Higgs boson. This allows a pressure zone to be created at these points. Now if you remember Walter Russell's explanation of the parts of the colour spectrum colliding from the green, yellow and orange yellow parts of the colour spectrum, which collide with white, it is basically a short circuit. This creates the circumstances that are needed to cause chain reactions. The equatorial line is the compression poles and cycle. Notice in the north and south we have the electrical harness points at the desired distances at the boson locations where this energy pressure wave is created. These are our expansion zones which nature divides and multiplies the sex pairs. What this means is that when the electrical energy is created there are two forces that are in opposition, going separate ways from one another. Positive electricity and magnetism effectively. Thus, one side takes the positives and the other side takes the negatives. As this expands, of course, it multiplies, which is what you see with the numbers increasing to a maximum of 4. And that's it. This is all that you need to generate free electricity. This motor actually generated enough power to run a 52-room university. That's all the lighting, heating, and any electrical needs a university could need. This model occupied around 6 foot of floor space. The universal mathematics are there for you to understand how the ratios work. Okay, now let me show you what Santos was teaching and what Walter Russell's motor just demonstrated in the APM model. Today you are going to learn how this realm really works. Now we will add in our trumpeters. Yes, I decoded what the trumpeters represent in scriptures. Let's add in our equatorial compression zones and our north and south expansion zones. This, ladies and gentlemen, is how our realm divides and multiplies the sex pairs. It is the exact same principle, although on a creator-sized scale. You will understand that hot flow across the equator now, hopefully. You can see now what is very special with the golden ratio. It is basically telling you that the Higgs boson zones are where the golden ratio lies, the golden parts of the colour spectrum where the short circuit will take place. They are all harnessing energy within their cubed spheres at the golden ratio. Pretty cool, isn't it? This image by Walter Russell contains some very interesting information. The gravity cycle is the motivative force of the universal heartbeat. Notice how Walter correctly uses the bar magnet as a pressure recorder, because this is what gravity truly is. A pressure system that is created by the halos we have been highlighting for some time now. We realized you do not need a container to create a pressure system. The projected halos create this system perfectly, and we have shown this in our End Times 2 video with the decodings of what Noah really is and how it works, and with references to the receding oceans events and how it was designed to contain water. Another thing that really surprised me when I overlaid this on our grid and decoded more parts of the realm, as this helped me to see how the flow was matching real world data. This is another layer of the APM model, and One Conscience is going to explain how.
When I look at this, it's truly exciting to see everything I've been attempting to express for the last few years, shown in such vivid detail. So let's discuss it and relate it to our Earth energy flow, from the perspective of earthquakes and volcanoes. From our east and west gates, we have simultaneous energy coming in, running down the equator. As it hits each cross point of expansion areas, it will split and flow the grid up and down, releasing along the way, always in the same spots. This is repeatable data that can be easily tracked. From the east and west simultaneously, the energy will flow to the pre-designed path, moving towards the center of the grid. All of the crisscross points are volcanic fields as well. Some are dormant and some are active. Depending on the cycle of the micro scale of the world determines if these volcanic fields are active. The two large S's that we see are very special points. These areas are where the energy has multiplied and expanded out the most it can be in our realm, so the power generated back in to become compressed at the center is very great. We see the effects of these areas in the form of constant earthquake activity and major volcanic eruptions. These two major spots give the power its push to continue the push that makes the journey. We see most of our major activity on the spots that are compressing inwards towards the center. All around, we do have activity, but it's the main compression areas that have the most powerful effects. As we hit the center of the grid, from both sides, the energy will make its way north, as we have shown in past presentations. We have referred to this as a reset spot. However, what occurs is the energy heads north up the meridian, and it spreads out at the northern point. It then wraps around and heads east and west to return again to the gates. Then the process begins again. This effect is what we call torus energy. This is the energy we have been following across the grid for over 2 years now. This is one more layer that allows us to show you the flow in more understandable terms. This is the cause of our Earth events that science says can't be predicted. However, with the blueprints like this, and the rest of the knowledge we alone have shared, we can know our Earth and the repeatable, predictable processes.
This design and layout perfectly explains the quake areas as One Conscience just demonstrated, which we have always stated this is technology switching on. And we can see from the design the anode and cathode array setup, the positive and negatives the energy paths and grid creates, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs. You can see how these energies are distributed around this grid easily. This layer appears to be on a different level to the previous layer one Conscience just talked about, another layer in the underworld. To decode the realm, we just need to decode the best minds in the world, as they all have to stay and operate within the laws of the construct. You can make your own minds up on how Walter decoded this knowledge, but as you can see here, this fits our grid perfectly and everything is exactly where it needs to be to work on a realm scale model. This of course adds another layer to the APM model, more parts of the construct decoded. The shapes of these two large areas also appear to have a 4-tier pyramidal design. Again, the Walter Russell explanation of gravity and pressure apply, which we know now relates to expansion and compression cycles that generate huge amounts of energy within the light spectrum. Also notice we now have an idea what would be at the east gate, another layer or area we can contemplate and work out its design. The design does appear to be recycling energy back into the grid. This is amazing information and certainly helps explain how this realm is working. The scriptural trumpets represent the torus field created by the tornado vortex the accelerators create. Two counter-rotating coils basically working together to create that environment. As we have mentioned previously, tornadoes and winds are created by the projected halos, of which we have been documenting and explaining now for years. The lunar waves I decoded in previous videos reveal the halos, as do many people's recordings, whom have been kind enough to share them. You can see various decodings of these videos here on my channel. We can now see a layer coming into view, which would represent a part of the east gates. Another addition to the APM model. Now we can see how the energy gets recycled back into the realm. Isn't that amazing, people? More blueprints that actually make sense when overlaid with the Nazca Line overlays we call our grid. What are the chances of that? We can now duplicate that and demonstrate what it would look and behave like from all of the gates. And isn't that amazing? It makes perfect sense and completes the circuit. This is mind-blowing and very revealing information and helps explain a great many things. Okay, the next layer is our spiders, the tidal nodes as they are called. We call them power distribution centers. Their configurations is more in line with the transfer of energies to power other things. As they alternate, this is what creates our tides, the seawater of course being attracted to their activations and thus constantly on the move. Some are permanently on and others switch on and off. You can see by this animation the spiraling effect of this technology. We consider many character personifications such as Perseus to be one of these mechanisms. The cutting off of Medusa's head is really decoding into a rerouting of power. Now the red parts represent high tides and the blue parts represent low tides, and you can see how this technology is manipulating the water to create these tides. Just study it, people, and watch the flow. You'll see it circling round and round. Distributing water, some things will switch on and the water's then forced that direction and then it's rerouted another direction. The whole water table is being manipulated by this technology.
Let's take a moment and look at Perseus holding Medusa's head as seen in all the depictions. So, can we place this in our world? Yes, we absolutely can. When I outlined Perseus and placed him in the world, we come to the western United States, as seen here. He is on the west coast of North America holding Medusa's head, which is a giant in the topography of Western America, and going up into Canada. Also, if we pay close attention, we can see that Medusa is looking directly at Yellowstone. So this tells us that Perseus holding her head to look at Yellowstone is the way the power is turned off for that point, and he is directing it towards the northwestern direction instead. And to add to that, the direction that he is pointing There are the islands coming off of Alaska where the volcanoes that erupt actually blow up the entire island and reform the topography all the time. So that tells us that there's great power being put into that area.
Now this image needs no introduction. This is Walter Russell's cosmic pendulum. This is how Walter demonstrates how the spiraling pressure waves create harvestable energy. This fantastic animation with sounds demonstrating it perfectly. You can see where the centripetal and centrifugal forces play their parts in generating energy as they spiral outwards. The inside and outside of the torus field basically. The zero represents the equatorial line, and the left and right sides the division of the sex pairs. The division and multiplication of the harvested energies are perfectly demonstrated below. You can see now how the design of the spiral the ancients depicted everywhere is so very important and tells us they already knew this information. Notice how different parts of the colour spectrum give different amounts of energy. A big thanks go out here to P900 Coolpix for helping bring this image to life. What a fantastic, beautiful piece of work. Here is some more magnetic data from Ceres that perfectly matches what our research is showing. It reveals the spiraling flows of energy from the three key sites on our grid. You can see how the left-hand rule and right-hand rule spirals play their parts. The spiraling pressure waves are what create light. Remember, light does not move, it divides and multiplies, which gives the appearance of movement. Understand and follow these laws and you will create light. Compression, expansion, division and multiplication is the key. Okay, taking all the above into account, we can demonstrate now how the realm works in the APM model. We have our heat at the equator, which heats our reactor at the centre of the grid, the heart of the machine, Satan, Baphomet, or whichever name you wish to associate with this reactor. It then gives power to our first halo, which distributes the energy to start up various installations on the centre plate. The primary 8 for example. This then doubles in power as the second halo is now generating power and distributing it across the grid. Now she comes to life, and with all the larger halos operating within the golden ratio of their cube spheres, we are harvesting huge amounts of energy and transferring it around the grid. The spiders doing the same processes of distributing power where it is needed. The red and blue areas highlight the compression and expansion zones, and the Walter Russell overlay shows how the division and multiplication works on the realm scale model. We fade in and out our various overlays to see and connect these processes and introduce the gates in the north, south, east and west. Isn't that amazing, people? What a sight to behold. The overlays, the spiders, the power distribution, the reactor, the anodes and cathodes. Wow, this really is the power and the glory. Okay, now we come down to look north towards Polaris and the north gates, and we can see how the spiraling and illuminated light is what is creating our star trails. Stars are accelerated light from various parts of the visible spectrum, and their focus is Polaris, which is obviously feeding the energy back into the grid. We are basically in the eye of a storm, the inside of the spiraling vortexes that are compressing east to west and expanding north to south. This is how the APM model currently works from our understandings and decodings of everything that we have researched. This is a work in progress.
So let's talk about crystals and grasp an understanding of how much crystals play a part in our world and our luminary workings. A crystal or crystalline solid is a solid material whose atoms, molecules, or ions are arranged in a highly ordered microscopic structure, forming a lattice that extends in all directions. We can reference Enoch chapter 14, verses 10 through 16 for a fantastic description of this. They elevated me aloft to heaven. I proceeded until I arrived at a wall built with stones of crystal. A vibrating flame surrounded it, which began to strike me with terror. Into this vibrating flame I entered, and drew nigh to a spacious habitation built also with stones of crystal. Its walls, too, as well as the pavement, were formed with stones of crystal, and crystal likewise was the ground. Its roof had the appearance of agitated stars and flashes of lightning, and among them were cherubim of fire in a stormy sky. A flame burned around its walls, and its portal blazed with fire. When I entered into this dwelling, it was hot as fire and cold as ice. No trace of delight or life was there. Terror overwhelmed me, and a fearful shaking seized me. Violently agitated and trembling, I fell upon vision. I looked, and behold, there was another habitation more spacious than the former, every entrance to which was open before me, erected in the midst of a vibrating flame. And so greatly did it excel in all points, in glory, in magnificence, and in magnitude, that it is impossible to describe to you either the splendor or the extent of it. Its floor was on fire, above were lightnings and agitated stars, while its roof exhibited a blazing fire. Macroscopic single crystals are usually identifiable by their geometric shape. Some examples of large crystals include snowflakes, diamonds, and table salt. A little fact is, if the world oceans were to evaporate, we would be left with 4.5 million cubic miles of salt. This would be a cube measuring 165 miles on each side. Salt in water carries an electrical charge. Also, water-based ice in the form of snow, sea ice, and glaciers is a very common form of crystals and polycrystals. Let's look at some verses that may relate to this. Revelations 22:1, and he shewed me a pure river of water of life, clear as crystal, proceeding out of the throne of God and of the Lamb. Revelations 4:6, and before the throne there was a sea of glass like unto crystal, and in the midst of the throne and round about the throne were 4 beasts, full of eyes before and behind. Most inorganic solids are not crystals, but they are polycrystals. Some examples of these metals are rocks, ceramics, and ice. By volume and weight, we find the largest concentration of crystals in the Earth's bedrock. Rock, such as granite, have cooled very slowly and under great pressures have completely crystallized, but with many kinds of lava were poured out onto our surface and cooled rapidly. And in this group we find amorphous crystals or glassy matter. In these, the atoms have no periodic structure whatsoever. Examples of amorphous solids include glass, wax, and many plastics. Other crystalline rocks. The metamorphic rocks such as marbles, mica, and quartzites are recrystallized. This means that they were fragmental rock like limestone, shale, and sandstone, and have never been in a molten condition. Instead, high temps and pressure of metamorphism have acted on them by erasing them to their original structures and have induced recrystallization in the solid state. Now that we have an idea of what all is crystalline, let's shift to how crystals relate to electrical currents. This is due to the motion of ions and light particles. Ions move by hopping from site to site through the lattice. All solids can conduct electricity this way in crystals. The ion hops are induced by thermal fluctuations. As I said, they move within the lattice, vibrating around these points. Temperature is defined as the average energy of this vibrational motion. The more the ion move, the higher the temperature. Research shows that the higher the temperature, the more frequent are these thermal fluctuations. Ions therefore hop more often at higher temperatures. Ions are created in nature by sunlight. As the sun hits the compression point, it heats up greatly, so this switching and hopping occurs regularly during this time. As the sun hits the expansion point, the heat decreases and the ion's vibratory rate is decreasing. The light and heat begin to decrease for our sunsets. The same occurs at sunrise. Crystals such as quartz can be tapped for electricity using the piezoelectric method. By securing the crystal and subjecting it to a direct force with a permanent magnet, a detectable amount of electricity is released. We see this technology in cigarette lighters and gas grill ignition buttons. Continuously rapping on the crystal will produce usable electrical current. Although artificial, pyroelectric materials have been engineered. The effect was first discovered in minerals, such as tourmaline. The pyroelectric effect is also present in bone and tendon. Pyroelectricity is a property of certain crystals in which there is a natural polarization and as a result contain large electric fields. Pyroelectricity can be described as the ability of certain materials to generate a temporary voltage when they are heated or cooled. The change in temperature modifies the position of the atom slightly within the crystal structure, such that the polarization of the material changes. This polarization change gives rise to a voltage across the crystal. A pyroelectric can be repeatedly heated and cooled to generate usable electrical power. This is the switching from positive to negative and expansion and compression points we see in our sun luminary. Now, if the temperature stays constant at its new value, the pyroelectric voltage gradually disappears due to the leakage current. The leakage can be due to the light particles moving through the crystal or ions moving through the air. Another example is gallium nitride, which is a semiconductor. The large electric fields in this material are detrimental in light-emitting diodes, but useful for the production of power transistors. Now let's look at crystals and light. So most people would say the fastest thing known is the speed of light, and it can't be stopped or trapped, right? Well, to stop or trap light is a technique called electromagnetically induced transparency. Researchers have done experiments. They start with a cryogenically cooled opaque crystal of yttrium silicate, which is an optical crystal material used as a host for various rare earth dopants. Doped with praseodymium, which is a soft silvery, malleable and ductile metal, valued for its magnetic, electrical, chemical, and optical properties. It is too reactive to be found in native form, and pure praseodymium metal slowly develops a green oxide coating when exposed to air. A control laser is fired at the crystal, triggering a complex quantum level reaction that turns it transparent. A second light source, the data image source, is then beamed into the now transparent crystal. The control laser is then turned off, turning the crystal opaque. Not only does this leave the light trapped inside, but the opacity means the light inside can no longer bounce around. With nowhere to go, the energy from the photon is picked up by atoms within the crystal, and the data carried by the photon is converted into an atomic spin. To get the light back out of the crystal, the control laser is turned back on, and the spin excitations are emitted at photons. These atomic spins can maintain coherence for around a minute, after which the light pulse image fizzles. In essence, this entire setup allows for the storage and retrieval of data from light memory. It should be possible to store data for longer periods too, using other crystals, such as europium doped yttrium silicate, and by using specially tailored magnetic fields. Now we will look at one last bit and then explain why we are speaking about all this information. How can light be solid? Let's see how Ezekiel describes this. Ezekiel 1:6. The appearance of the wheels and their workmanship was like sparkling beryl, and all four of them had the same form, their appearance and workmanship being as if one wheel was within another wheel. Ezekiel 10:9. Then I looked, and behold, 4 wheels beside the cherubim, 1 wheel beside each cherubim, and the appearance of the wheel was like the gleam of a tarnished stone. Locking individual photons together so they become like a solid object. Researchers constructed what they call an artificial atom, made of 100 billion atoms engineered to act like a single unit. They then brought this closer to the superconducting wire carrying photons. In one of the almost incomprehensible behaviors unique to the quantum world, the atom and photons became entangled so that their properties passed between the atom and the photons in the wire. The photons started to behave like atoms correlating with each other to produce one single oscillating system. Now, what I'm going to suggest that this is the process probably how the luminaries below occur. As it happens below, we see the lights above in our heavens, electricity being moved along our lattice grid and being stopped and trapped inside crystals to show us our luminaries. This is science reverse engineering to recreate our sun. This is what the ancients showed us, and this is what is in our faces with the royals and popes, etc., carrying their scepters with precious crystalline stones and gems. This is depicted all over for us in ancient glyphs and texts. Just take a moment with APM eyes and imagine what is in the layers below. Magnificent perfection of massive magnetic lines carrying electricity leading to crystals as described by Ezekiel in chapter 1, verse 22. And the likeness of the firmament upon the heads of the living creatures was as the color of terrible crystal, stretched forth over their heads above. So let's define living creatures: full of vigor in active operation, or use in its natural state or place, having natural force and motion. It's easy to see how we are deceived about the living creatures and how the language has been messed with, and we believe the words to have meaning relating only to humans. However, if we know the language of the angels and understand it, we can see this is how our luminaries are working. What is that language? It's the language of frequency, magnetics, and light. To understand the original language, we need to look into etymology and understand what the words actually means. We covered a lot of this in our sigil series on how to understand the language of the angels. So let's look at what Walter Russell has to say about crystals. The science of crystallography is today without the basic foundation of a fundamental law. It is today but an organized collation of known facts of unknown causes. It is today beyond the power of man to determine in advance the exact crystallization of any element, compound, mixture, or alloy. Nor can cleavage, twining, or other effects of crystallization be determined in advance of experiment or observation. The base principle: it will be no longer necessary for the chemist or metallurgist to waste precious effort in experimentation. The application of these simple laws, all effects can be worked out on paper, even to those amorphous effects which cannot be determined by experimentation. An application of his series of drawings to the following series, which ties crystallography to chemistry and electricity as a higher chemistry or electrochemistry, will be greatly simplified in the labors of the research chemists.
This is the current model I have been recreating of our Sun's halo system. Its technological configuration, which we have been privileged to see being revealed in the heavens. Remember, revelations simply means the construct reveals itself in the end times, the end of a cycle we have covered in our End Times Decoded videos. What we are seeing are various parts of the Sun's actual projector system being highlighted. Many parts of the solar boat's technological workings being projected, as well as the Sun's image. The Sun is attached to, or is a part of, the large horizontal halo. It is this that epicycles across our sky. Of course, its physical model is doing the same movements below. The scarab beetle represents this vehicle below, which is why the scarab beetle was considered sacred. It has very special meaning, and we can see why now. The scarab beetle decoded. It represents the solar boat, the Sun's vehicle that is projecting our Sun's halo system and image. Although I use the word projection, it is more than that. It can physically interact with the environment around it, converting elements to matter as it goes. They all operate on this same principle. The Moon also has this same halo configuration, but appears to be doing a reverse role. Watch them in the sky, people. You will see and capture these very special reveals sooner or later. This is what they are trying to hide, the true nature of our realm and how it really works. So we have a large horizontal halo which contains 8 nodal points, which we have previously referenced in many decodings, of which doing different functions. We have a smaller horizontal halo at node 1, which is where the Sun's image seems to be originating from. At the front is a vertical halo, which is obviously involved in producing a vortex which is used to start the Sun generating its solar image. This one connects to the large horizontal halo at nodes 2 and 8. The two nodes we usually see either side of the Sun, and is working in conjunction with the larger vertical halo we see at nodes 3 and 7. This larger vertical halo is usually noticed by its show of colours produced in the visible spectrum, which reveals its electromagnetic nature. You can view various captures of the Sun's halos on our Sun Halo Focus videos here on my channel. A big thank you go out to all those people who have sent in their very special captures of this amazing revelation. There is much more to see yet. Eyes to the skies, people. Okay, now we are going to decode the sacred geometry of the Rome Colosseum. We are told it was filled with water so they could practice navy games. Oh, really? Do you want to see what I see? Of course you do. Buckle up, we're going in. I hope you all enjoyed that little tour of this 3D model of the Colosseum. Now let's take a look at this configuration. Let's remove the platform on the right so we can see and complete this circuit. Next we will add in our poles, the equatorial poles of course taking care of the compression cycle, and the north and south poles taking care of the expansion cycle, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs. All of which are operating well within the golden ratio of their cube spheres. Pretty cool, huh? Also take note of the pyramidal patterns of the cubes, or as Santos Bonacci would call it, the pyramid, the fire in the centre. This is the heart of the machine. You can see now how the symmetry is important in the construction and what it truly means. So, the Rome Colosseum, ladies and gentlemen, is a very large power generation station, consider Walter Russell's 6-foot in scale footprint model that could run a 52-room university to what something the scale of this Colosseum could run. This could run an entire city with ease. Simply add hot water. So, we can now consider the Rome Colosseum decoded. I hope you enjoyed this presentation and that you can see how easy this really is. So what you have seen is how we have decoded Santos Bonacci's work into the APM model and how it explains the toroidal field and effects, which is what generates electricity. You have seen how we decode Walter Russell's work into the APM model and cross-reference it easily to the grid, worldly workings, the design and production of power generation, including a demonstration of how the realm is producing its own power and where these principles originate from. You have seen how the magnetic data provided by Ceres confirms the anode-cathode array setup either side of the reactor at the center of the grid, how it distributes the energy, and how stars are created and are in a constant vortex spiraling north and south, the ones in the east and west being drawn in and made visible as they cross our skies. One Conscience has more than adequately given you the science hiding behind this technology and explained how it affects and interacts with our world around us. You have seen how the geometry of the Rome Colosseum was decoded easily using these principles. I have also decoded pyramids and ancient temples the same way. These will be out in our next video. From the macro to the micro, these laws apply. Power generation is simply compression and expansion, harnessing from the Higgs boson region of the equipment in use. The left and right hand rules being applied to water pressure and narrowings in the pipework to accelerate water and thus create the toroidal effect at the narrowings and widenings, as this would be the harnessing points. The toroidal pressure wave causing the circumstances needed to generate and harness electricity. The short circuit in the colour spectrum Walter Russell explained in his diagrams. All of mankind's works is designed and derived from and around this construct's workings. All the laws that Walter Russell states apply. There are a few things I disagree with from Walter Russell's work, and one is the fact that this is a technological construct which now reveals a very intelligent creator, of unknown size, as the magnitude of this construct is vast, hence the ancients finding it hard to explain and express. Also take into account etymology. Much has changed in the way words are now perceived. There have been lots of language changes and the flipping of words to hide their true meanings. The constant changes in languages may also relate to the pole shift event that we have covered in the End Times Decoded videos. There is a chance this polarity flip may cause issues with memory. As I have mentioned previously, the data does state by 2050 68% of the world's population will have dementia. Why is no one even talking about this? This may of course be compounded by the chemtrails they use to try and hide the sun's halo system when it shows, which you can see in the sun halo focus videos. Again, a big thank you to those observant people sharing their very special captures. This is the true nature of our realm, a technological construct of unknown scale. We basically work with a strip of data we call a map, of which Ceres' magnetic data has shown is a much larger realm than mainstream's maps portray. But we can easily decode and explain the effects of the realm we have encountered for years now. This of course reveals and proves the creator. Their glory is a technological glory. They were teaching science and knowledge, not worship and religions. When you decode the realm with the understanding that the scriptural angels, the Anunnaki, cherubim, seraphim, etc. are just different names for the same technologies by different cultures, you realise they are all referencing the exact same thing. They're explanations for the technologies that create and move luminaries and are responsible for pretty much most of nature's processes. The seal of the 144,000 decodes easily as 144,000 sealed rooms below, Remember, Scripture tells us the underworld is their prison. These are the personified characters you have all seen in geo, petro and hieroglyphs from every culture's history. This would be the reason that we can see that they would lie about the shape of the world, because when you arrive at flat Earth you are left with two very important questions. What is creating and moving the luminaries, and who created the mechanisms that are doing it? You are here. We are here, right now. Welcome to the angelic particle matrix. Let there be light. Solomon's Key Decoded. I made this to help you understand how this really works. So a big thank you go to the creator, Walter Russell and Santos Bonacci. This decodes sacred geometry in all its forms and is the path to 0 point energy. It is based on the same principles as our realm uses. Oh, before we go, this should help you remember. The Ankh, the cross plate, represents the east to west compression zones, and the north and south the expansion zones, the loop at the top representing the torus field. The Celtic cross, east to west compression zones and north to south expansion zones, the circle representing the cubing of the sphere around the reactor. A beautiful Native American one, the eagle's wings represent the east to west compression zones. Note the lovely use of red and blue shift colours. Right hand rule in, left hand rule out. The north and south representing the expansion zones. The halo is the cube sphere. A lovely Japanese example, east to west compression, north to south expansion. Note the use of a deity representing the reactor, and the halo with directional flow arrows. Another fine example, east to west compression, north to south expansion. Excellent use of the red and blue parts of the spectrum, and a very ornate piece. A lovely gold example, notice the spirals indicating the flow, east to west compression, north to south expansion. The reactor represented by the dot in the centre. A Maltese cross type example, east to west compression, north to south expansion. Lovely use of a ruby for the reactor at the centre, and the gates in the north, south, east and west represented by the circles. The common theme here is that everyone knew what it all represented, and now so do you. We knew this, you will remember. Hello everyone, this is FPV Angel. Today is the 13th of September 2K19 2019. This is a capture of the vertical halo. This is the smaller of the halos that you see on the sun, or rather around the sun. You can see it makes a perfect circle around the sun, and at the sides of it, in line with the sun, you will see where nodes 2 and 8 actually connect to it, and this is where the larger horizontal halo connects, right there, that location there. You can just see a part of the horizontal trying to show in that area there. You can also see a chem plane in the background. See the chem plane? Usually at the sides of it trying to spray where the nodes attached to the horizontal halo. Another beautiful capture, yes. Keep looking people, eyes to the skies. This is what they're trying to hide with their chem planes. They basically follow the sun across the map, spraying around the sides of it. So if you look, you will capture the halos. This is just one of its halos. Right there on the right, you can see where it's trying to show the horizontal halo, the larger horizontal halo. Amazing stuff. Now this is what's epicycling across the sky basically. The horizontal halo, you will see it does have rotation on time-lapse recordings. You can see it there trying to show sky or chems, trying to hide it. I think that's the chems seem to be a similar colour to it, and that's how they hide it. But you can't hide this, it's too big. And there's much more of it to see yet, that's just a piece of what can show. Amazing stuff.
These cool lights. Don't let these clouds surround me. Make this storm clear now.
Hello, and welcome to another APM Research focused decoding. Today, we will decode Jehovah. This is the biblical name of the God of Israel. This God is not the creator of the realm and all, which we will elaborate on today. This God is one of the little g's that are creating on a more micro scale than the source creator. Their roles, we at APM Research have been highlighting for some time now. So, Jehovah is also known as a tetragrammaton in ancient Hebrew. In metaphysics, tetragrammaton is a mathematical equation for the essence of the universe. From APM perspective, everything we have researched in the last few years all leads to the same conclusion. There is a creator and a construct. Various cultures have depicted this as a pentagram, with each point representing an element: earth, air, fire, water, and spirit. Spirit we now know to be electrical, with positives and negatives being manipulated and stacked by the force known as magnetism. Jehovah is also depicted in sacred geometry symbols, such as the one we see here. This overlays beautifully on our realm and shows us the energy flow and some very special cross points we have discussed in great detail in the past. The sacred geometry we come across everywhere are also used by Freemasons, and their logo, which shows expansion and compression, which we have decoded, this representing our realm, undertakes to perform its functions. The manipulation of the 5 main mentioned elements: earth, air, fire, water, and spirit. 90% of them probably don't understand the meaning of the logo as we do. It was designed long ago and stolen by the ones at the top of the pyramid and called their own, just like many other symbols. The masses look at it blindly. We, with APM eyes, have taken off the blinders and learn all these ancient symbols and their true meanings. Today, we remove the blinders to the formula Jehovah. So let's begin and learn what Jehovah really means and the little g's functions and roles in our realm.
Y is the division of the sex pairs, the positives and negatives. This is what Walter Russell's work was based upon. To elaborate further on the Y and how this came to be, we have to look inside the vortex. This is the electromagnetic components mixing the positives from above with the negatives below. This is what causes the reaction that forces the division and multiplication of the sex pairs into what we call electricity. H is the horizontal component of terrestrial magnetism. We have to think of the insides of a capacitor. The equatorial plane is the center of this giant capacitor. our very plane of existence in the realm model. The positives are forced upwards and the negatives are forced downwards. This is the purpose of the horizontal component. It keeps the opposing polarities separate. This is how the capacitor maintains its equilibrium. This can be explained in Walter Russell's work, which shows two opposing forces being separated by a third force, which we now know to be magnetism. Magnetism's purpose is to divide the positives and negatives and maintain an equilibrium. V is the velocity that takes place when dividing the sex pairs. There is specific velocity for dividing the positives and negatives. In our terms, this would be equal to the speed of lightning. In Newtonian mechanics, linear momentum, translational momentum, or just momentum, is the product of the mass and velocity of an object. It is a vector quantity assessing the magnitude and direction. H. This is Planck's constant. This is a physical constant that is an electromagnetic action which relates to the energy carried by a photon to its frequency. Planck theorized that the equations of motion for light describe a set of harmonic oscillators, one for each possible frequency. The spectral radiance of a body describes the amount of energy it emits at different frequencies. So in simple terms, this is the frequency the energy radiates. Scriptures tell us God is light. Walter Russell did say there will be a time when religion and science have to come together. That time is now. Open your eyes, people, and see the glory that has been hidden from you. The descriptions and sacred geometries given by every culture are doing their very best to describe the glory of the realm. That glory is this technological glory which reveals a very intelligent creator.
YH, VH. You will notice that H appears twice, but governs two different arenas. The first H is the magnetism that forms the equatorial plane of the macrocosm. The second H refers to Planck's constant, which regulates the energy in the smallest units of light. The constant itself is the mathematical expression that represents how much energy a photon has based on its wavelength. We know from Walter Russell that what regulates energy into its opposing components is magnetism. So the two H's both represent magnetism. In this respect, the H's can be likened to the number 1. 1 is an interesting number because it can be used to express the whole of a system or the smallest unit within a system. The first H is magnetism that governs the system as a whole, while the second H is the magnetism that governs the smallest units, as above, so below. Another interesting connection is the Greek letter epsilon. Epsilon is the Greek equivalent of the Hebrew letter H. Epsilon is used by mathematicians in the formula for dielectric permittivity. In this respect, epsilon is the measure of the ability of a dielectric to become polarized. The higher the permittivity, the more polarization can be achieved. The more I explore APM with my colleagues, the more we come to realize the interconnectedness of all things. Such a beautiful and harmonious balance exists in this realm of our Creator. Yet that very balance is in jeopardy because of a select, greedy few. My own personal belief is that this exploitation will not last much longer. We are entering a new age, and the warnings handed down to us are very precise. The way I understand it, there will be a shift in the energy of this realm, and it will not be compatible with the lower emotional frequencies we associate with evil behavior. I know not what is in store for those who continue down that dark path. What I know is that those of us who live in our heart already are in the great shelter of life. Much love to you all.
Although we cannot give this the wording, splendor, or glory it deserves, we can put it into layman's terms for all to understand. What we are highlighting in this decode is the formula YHVH has given us to harness the electrical energy of our realm and understand its mechanisms. All of nature is attributed to the mechanics of the angels. This is the nature of our realm. This is what the ancients knew and the Creator wanted us to understand clearly. Look around, people. You will see sacred geometry everywhere, from the micro to the macro in life. Now, we should be more clear why the ancients called the luminaries of our heavens gods, spelt with a little g, ODS. Although they are doing their role creating, they are not the source creator, but a creation themselves, of magnificence and glory according to scriptural descriptions put here to serve their function by the source creator. I don't know if our brains are able to grasp the magnitude of the whole of the source, but piece by piece we can understand our realm.
Hello, and welcome to APM Research, the Angels, Creation and Walter Russell Decoded. Now, as you have seen from our advanced research and decodings, we are here to decode this realm and present our findings to you, the people. We know this is paradigm shifting research, and we know it will shock you. It will literally rock your world in more ways than I can say. The world we have been presented since birth has been a great lie to hide how this realm truly works. As you have seen from our research and decodings, we have been revealing it is something far more special. This realm is a very large technological construct which of course reveals a very intelligent creator. The creator of this realm has created technologies called angels that are very much involved in the creation process themselves. We know this research will make your brain melt, and I don't think humanity is ready for all of this just yet, but we are running out of time and you deserve to know the truth. In this video, we will take you through how the angels work, how to see and recognize their processes in nature, and how to identify their signature in the heavens. When Nikola Tesla seen Walter Russell's work, he told him to lock it away for 1,000 years, until humanity is ready for it. People of the realm, do you wish to wait 1,000 years for these explanations? No, of course you don't, and it is APM's mission to bring Walter Russell's works to life and decode them for you all to understand. First, we are going to take you on a journey to help you understand how it works in the realm model, and use quakes, volcanoes and lava tubes to show how they fit into the bigger picture. Take it away, One Conscience.
Hello. So today let's discuss the volcanoes again. And as we've said before, the volcanoes are the waste and recycle system of our world. They're the vents to the underworld. Some ancients used to refer to these as their gods. They would even drop offerings like gold, and there were tales of animal sacrifice. That's true. Nowadays, they still leave offerings like leaves, vegetables, incense, candles, crystals are some of the offerings that people still do. So, let's talk about a dirty thunderstorm. I hadn't heard of it before, so it was new to me, but I'm going to share some interesting stuff about it. A dirty thunderstorm is also known as volcanic lightning. It is a weather phenomenon that is related to the production of lightning in a volcanic plume. Well, how does that occur? Triboelectric charging from fragmentation of rocks near the vent and within the plume of a volcano during eruption offers another mechanism for electrical charging. A study in the journal Science indicated that electrical charges are generated when rock fragments, ash, and ice particles in a volcanic plume collide and produce static charges, just as ice particles collide in regular thunderstorms. Volcanic eruptions are sometimes accompanied by flashes of lightning. However, this lightning does not descend from the storm clouds in the sky. It is generated within the ash cloud spewing from the volcano, in a process called charge separation. So, what's charge separation? It is the process of an electron in the atom being excited to a higher energy level by the absorption of a photon and then leaving the atom to a nearby electron acceptor. This is what happens at the CERN facility, specifically relative to the reaction plane in PD collisions in the Alice reactor. With different plumes studied, when they started going downwind, it seemed to have a life of its own and produced some 300 lightning bolts. The implication was that it had produced more charge than it started with. A study performed in 2010 found that the water content of volcanic plumes is much greater than the water content of thunderstorms. This study also found that there may be a needed amount of concentration required in a plume for lightning to occur. Naturally occurring radioisotopes within ejected rock particles may cause self-charging of volcanic plumes. So what are radioisotopes? They're any of several species of the same chemical element with different masses whose nuclei are unstable and dissipate excess energy by spontaneously emitting radiation in the form of alpha, beta, and gamma rays. During an eruption, a large amount of fragmented subsurface rock is ejected into the atmosphere. A study conducted on volcanic ash from Iceland volcanic eruptions found that both samples possessed a natural radioactivity above the background level. At CERN, the same process is used in the Isolde Radioactive Ion Beam Facility, located at the Proton Synchrotron Booster, the PSB. The physicists investigate the structure of the nucleus. They explore new regions of the nucleus chart and study the abundance of chemical elements in the universe. They are currently aiming to expand from its core low energy science to a high energy, and they say that's nearly complete. Currently, Isolde takes half of the protons produced at CERN from the PSB and fires them into a target to produce radioactive isotopes. This is the same process I'm talking about with volcanoes. So, back to the volcanoes. The height of the ash plume appears to be linked with the mechanism which generates the lightning. The taller the plume, it appears that the larger concentration of water vapor are contributing to lightning activity, while the smaller plumes appear to gain more of their electrical charge from the fragmentation of rocks near the vents of the volcano through charge separation. The atmospheric temperature also plays a role in the formation of lightning. Colder temperatures will create greater amounts of ice inside the plume, thus leading to more friction and electrical activity. In a study presented in the Bulletin of Volcanology in 2010, it was stated that more eruptions with lightning were reported in winter than in summer. This finding indicates that the lightning activity is driven by magma-derived water rather than atmospheric water. It has been suggested that a byproduct of volcanic lightning are lightning-induced volcanic spherules. These small glass spherules are thought to be formed during high-temperature processes, such as cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. The temperature of a bolt of volcanic lightning can reach 30,000 degrees Celsius. When this bolt contacts ash particles within the plume, it will cause them to melt and then quickly solidify as they cool, forming orb shapes. The presence of volcanic spherules aids in providing evidence for the occurrence of volcanic lightning directly. So, let's take a moment and relate this to our grid and our map and try to simplify it a bit for people to understand. So, to do that, I decided to place these volcanoes on the map with the grid overlay so we can see why this happens. So here, we can see that these fall, a lot of them directly on the grid. So, I thought that was pretty interesting, and it made me want to, look a little further and try to be able to show you guys the cause. So, then I compared it to particle accelerators. Okay, so in this next picture, you're seeing the two of them compared side by side, and I've also circled the areas where there are accelerators and wanted to show how on each side there are these volcanic vents. So that's about all I have. So at this point, I'm going to hand it over.
Emanations are radioactive light units expelled with such great force directly through lowering opposing pressures that they become luminous as meteorites become luminous from plunging directly through rising opposing pressures. Luminosity, heat and high potential gradually lessen as light units find their orbit in their proper potential positions and float spirally and centrifugally through lowering pressure zones. They eventually impact against the inertial plane where they become genero-active, positive, non-luminous light units following centripetal orbits to the nuclear center of the next lower potential. All energy is caused by a disturbance in inertia. The energy impact against inertia is the cause of motion. The energy constant of first cause is registered in waves of varying dimensions of the same constant. The one source of energy is non-variable in its constant. Variability is an illusion of dimension. Energy expresses itself in pressure zones which increasingly resist the disturbance of inertial repose and violently assists a return to that state. Energy locks itself into varying potentials. High potential discharges into the next lower potential. The pressure zones cause an orderly orbital lowering of potential to inertia where energy is regenerated. A sudden lowering of potential would cause an explosion, a flame, or a luminous streak.
Today, let's discuss our Earth energy grid again. As we study Walter Russell's work, we can get a much grander scale of the processes of Earth. The earthquakes are one effect of the compression cycle moving inward towards the center, as well as the vortex of the angels. What occurs with earthquakes is the push starts at the east and west gates and begins to push along the lattice below. On the map, you will notice some Ds are placed. These stand for deep quake areas. You will also notice the circles. These are our Earth chakras. In the deep earthquake areas, we have some very large technological processes that are either placed deeper or have much larger processes than other regions. These areas record a depth between 200 kilometers to as deep as 700 kilometers. That's what we're told anyways. If they are placed deeper, it would give us an idea of how deep the layers go below. Or, if it is a larger process, it would be much more powerful, which would push down, up, and out with the energy of the process coming into use. An extra point of interest are that deep quakes, which is any depth deeper than 200 kilometers, will lead to a shallower, larger quake by about 1 to 2 magnitudes. Also, when 2 earthquakes hit from these deep areas, the central point, called the fulcrum, will also receive an earthquake. Or, at times, we don't see the effects just as earthquakes. At times, the push and vibration comes in the form of eruptions, which FPD is going to elaborate on a little bit more detailedly here shortly. A volcanic eruption is typically equal to a 5.0 at the minimum on the Richter scale for earthquakes. Once it hits a deep area, this causes a spread out in all directions from the push of the energy. From an APM perspective, this is showing us there are more activations and processes occurring that are following and aiding luminaries in their set paths. These patterns, you will notice when studying them, occur at equal distances repeatedly. Learning these points enables us to see where technology lies below. Most are placed at 10 kilometers deep, but we also have some that lay between 50 and 100 kilometers, 150 to 200 kilometers, then of course our deep technologies. Again, this is what we are told the depths of different earthquakes are. What we have noticed is these follow the sun across. However, there isn't just the sun in works here. There are other luminaries that need to be accounted for and will activate as the luminary moves over these areas, showing these are localized events. We also need to account for alignments, which have shown us in the past will affect the vibration of the grid as well. The vibration will be doubled up as the luminaries get within a certain degree point of each other. These degree differences are showing us where different technologies are located and giving us the double push. Remember, there are 144,000 of these angels below that need to be accounted for. Now, as it moves across the grid, we see the repeatable, recordable data that there's always the same points on surface that show the effects of what's going on below. These points are so much always the same that we can place them weekly on a map and redo it each week and basically have several maps all showing the same thing. Clusters will occur more north and south as it follows the sun ascent and descent towards the north and south regions based on seasons. However, again, it will always be repeatable and recordable to be the same month to month and year to year. What this also explains is antipodes, as the effect of earthquakes precedes and follows the luminaries in and out of areas through their travels. When we get to the center of the grid, our compression cycle is complete. The process then moves northward and southward for the expansion cycle. The north and south movement then fans out to head east and west to begin all over again. This is what I have referred to as the torus energy flow in the past. Walter Russell would refer to this process as the cosmic heartbeat. Now we can see it and how it works with these visuals to aid us. This is some of the major effects of the angel technology process that are very noticeable to us here on the surface.
Okay, now we will decode the quakes with the help of Walter Russell and some magnetic data from series. What you will see from this spiralling is how it overlaps the key quake areas and thus causes the quakes, which we have always stated as technology switching on to aid the luminaries in their crossing. You can see what the realm is doing with the positives and negatives, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs. This spiralling pressure wave is harnessed and utilised by various technologies and halos. These are what are responsible for the quakes. You can see in the east we have the negatives and positives being divided at the equator, and in the west the same but opposite processes take place. So it basically makes 4 quarters where it divided them equally to maintain an equilibrium. These 4 areas we can reference with various colours from the likes of John Dee's work. This is the realm stacking the divided sex pairs into a type of giant capacitor of various layers. The quakes in the east and the antipodes in the west are connected and decoded with this animation, and now you can see how they are caused and the connection between them. Walter Russell's work and of course the spiralling pressure waves from the angel technologies below. Notice how the green data, which is magnetic data, appears in the redshift and vanishes into the blue shift. All the visible light of our colour spectrum is utilised, charged and discharged in time cycles. This magnetic data can also be seen here in these images produced by series. This is real-world magnetic data. Notice how it perfectly matches the paths in the animation you just seen. A snapshot in time of some real-world magnetic data. You will get to understand these more as we go on. Here's 2 clips from Kim Johnson and Super Dave 44 that capture clouds taking the form of paths. This is the electromagnetic data you just seen manipulating clouds. They simply are drawn to it and take the form of the magnetic data and thus reveal its presence. So in this clip you have seen how the realm creates it, how Walter Russell defines it, how one conscience has mapped it, and how we decode it to bring it to your attention. In this next clip we are going to decode another Walter Russell image that is very much related to the angel technologies and show you how they are responsible for volcanoes. Notice Walter places these below ground. I'm surprised this hasn't been queried before, but what it is depicting is the various processes that take place with the angel technologies. In image 1, this represents a calm day with mild winds and a low pressure. The angel's halo is running at slow speed, its spiralling pressure wave and cone is mainly below the ground. The electromagnetics are represented with the excellent overlays made by P900 Kulbix's husband. In image 2, this halo is running at a slightly faster speed. Its cone and pressure wave have now breached Earth's surface and are directly affecting the environment around it. The pressure increases. In image 3, we can see the angle of the cones changing and its spiralling revolutions of speed is faster. A greater pressure is achieved and of course we get a windy day. Image 4. Danger now threatens as the cone apices approach conjunction. The gravitative centre contracts to a point north as the cones tighten their angle. This is caused by a greater speed of rotation within the halo. Image 5. The crash as the cones meet at Earth's surface. Energy formerly extended over a wide area is now concentrated to a point of north, or directly above the halo that is generating it. And of course a visual sighting of a tornado, which this technology is solely responsible for. This also decodes the volcanoes, as you can see how this process is responsible for creating them. They are basically in the induction zone of two halos, or coils, as demonstrated here in this excellent video made by DataBeatDev. Notice it doesn't take long for this magnet to heat up and basically turn into a liquid state. It will then go into nuclear meltdown and fall and basically becomes lava. The realm and its volcanoes of course remove the lava down its manufactured lava tubes, which will exit into the sea to create sand, or become more landmass as it hardens on the surface. These halos may be the seraphim, the fiery ones mentioned in scriptures. Different halos, frequencies, angle of cones and configurations doing their intended purposes in creating, maintaining and destroying, which of course is a repeating cycle. Okay, let's go a little deeper. To explain this more, we will decode another Walter Russell image. The generation and degeneration of mass. To decode this is quite simple. The lower image represents the halo or coil, and its flow at a slow spiralling speed. As the speed increases, its magnetic field is elevated above the halo, and the conquest of centripetal force is achieved. Take note of the diamond at the centre. This is the overlapping cones you've seen in the previous clip. There are two halos with overlapping cones. One is using the right hand rule and the other a left hand rule. This is what is needed to drive the cones together to create the diamond at the centre. The top image is showing us the various angles of the cones, which is produced by different speeds. Simply increase the speed to make a tighter cone. Notice what it is doing is forcing the various pairs of magnetic poles to a point of north, or above. This basically becomes an electric dipole. This is the conquest of centrifugal force. Please take note of the changing angles of the cones that create the diamond at the centre. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how our luminaries are created and elevated above us. This is what I mean by an electromagnetic projection. They can penetrate everything, and they all play a very big part in the realm and interact with every species that lives here. Take it away, Walter Russell, P900 Coolpix and Rihanna.
Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Find light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. You're a shooting star, I see, a vision of ecstasy. When you hold me, I'm alive. We're like diamonds in the sky. I knew that we'd become one right away. Oh, right away. At first sight, I felt the energy of sun rays. I saw the life inside you. Shine bright tonight. You and I, we're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Eye to eye, so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the We're like diamonds in the sky. You're a shooting star, I see. A vision of ecstasy. When you hold me, I'm alive. We're like diamonds in the sky. At first sight, I felt energy of sunrise. I saw the life inside you. Shine bright tonight. You and I were beautiful like diamonds in the sky. I too, I'm so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shining bright like a diamond. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shining bright like a diamond. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. So shine bright tonight. You and I were beautiful like diamonds in the sky. I too, I'm so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Oh yeah. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond.
The Creator's glory revealed. As you can see, people, our Sun's halo system reveals its electromagnetic field and the field lines and cones in use. We see it as the Sun halo and the amazing angel shape that gets revealed above it. The coloured arcs are the Sun's magnetic field in various states of sphericity, showing in the visible spectrum, which you now know is created by the acceleration of a flow around a halo, which of course bends its electromagnetic field to produce the cone and turn itself into an electric dipole of extremely high potential. Pretty amazing, isn't it? Anything we say, of course, is always going to be an understatement. We can never give this the wording it deserves, but we sure can appreciate the science, the knowledge and the glory we are seeing and revealing. Would you like to go deeper? Of course you would. And so the question becomes, what is the purpose of our angels? What are they doing? Our angels are all creators in their own right. Let me show you how. This Walter Russell chart digitised by P900 Coolpix will help me explain what is taking place here. Our angels' purposes are the very arts and acts of creation in all its forms. Take a look at the information this spiralling pressure wave reveals. This chart explains the process perfectly. Follow the pressure wave around as it spirals outwards. These are the octaves mentioned by Walter Russell in his periodic table. This is the alchemy of the technology, the positives and negatives interacting with the earth, air, fire and water events depending on the location of the angel below. Now, as you have seen with the angles of the cones, they are very important. Anything that is within the angles of the diamond can be created. As you've seen with the volcano animation, the Sun can adjust its cones simply by using faster or slower acceleration around the halo. This of course widens or narrows the cones. At slow speed it is at ecliptic expansion, and at high speed it is at maximum compression. This process now shows us on the chart the Sun is operating within the yellow parts of the colour spectrum. Anything within the cone's angles on this chart can and will be created. This now tells us the Sun is basically creating and incinerating carbon and many other materials on this list when at maximum compression of the cones. Everything within the carbon line is created and incinerated using some very serious electrical potential. Again, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs is taking place. the positives and negatives being created and divided and placed within their layers of relative electrical potential. Their mass is forced into existence through these processes of compression and expansion, and depending on the spiraling speed of the halo, the hardness and softness applies that you see within this list. You can now see how the colour spectrum plays its part in these processes. Simply adjust the cones and it will interact with that part of the colour spectrum which, as you can see, produces different materials. The red stars are items Walter Russell found himself and added to his periodic table. The division of the sex pairs, the positives and negatives, are there for you to see as male and female, and of course come under the magnetic or electric domination parts of the process. There is so much information contained within this chart it's going to be impossible to cover them all, but I want you to see how the cones' angles are related to each part of the process, and of course the spiraling pressure waves effects as it goes through the electromagnetic spectrum and interacts with various elements in the environment and atmosphere. Now, the sunspots we see may very well be various elements that are being incinerated, kind of like impurities showing that take longer to incinerate. The ones north of the sun's equator behave the complete opposite way to the ones south of its equator, as in spiraling the opposite way, which is what would be expected within an electromagnetic field such as this. In scriptures, it mentions mountains of gold, silver, copper, tin. I hope you can now see how this is easily achieved with the processes of the ancient technologies. Remember, this technology is far larger than our human scale and is the very reason they struggled to describe what they were seeing in scriptures. All holy books are records of humanity's knowledge and decodings of this world around us. The decodings of our very reality and of course the Creator's glory. They go hand in hand. This is a creation, thus there is a Creator. I'll remind you again. Walter Russell stated there will be a time when religion and science have to come together. Can you see why he would say this, people? Religions were born defending the truth, the sacred geometry and its meanings, the true nature of our realm. This is evident everywhere. We have simply forgot what it all relates to. But hopefully through our research you can see how easy this really is in piecing back together our history and lost knowledge. You will also notice Walter Russell added sound to this chart, the octave scale highlighted in red. I'm going to pass you to P900 Coolpix for more information on this part of the chart.
Hold your breath. Make a wish. Count to 3. Come with me and you'll be in a world of pure imagination. Take a look and you'll see into your imagination. We'll begin with a spin, traveling in the world of my creation. What we'll see will defy explanation. If you want to view paradise, simply look around and view it. Anything you want to do it. Want to change the world. There's nothing to it.
As you know, APM Research have been researching and decoding the waveforms, so this is an update on current research and new information decoded. All things in our universe are constantly in motion, vibrating. Even objects that appear to be stationary are in fact vibrating, oscillating, resonating at various frequencies. Resonance is a type of motion characterized by oscillation between two states. And ultimately all matter is just vibrations of various underlying fields at every scale. All of nature vibrates. Something interesting happens when different vibrating things come together. They will often start, after a little while, to vibrate together at the same frequency. They sync up, sometimes in ways that can seem mysterious. This is described as spontaneous self-organization. We think of sound as something we hear, something that makes noise, but in pure physics terms, sound is just a vibration going through matter. The way a vibration goes through matter is in the form of a sound wave. Sound is made when things vibrate. Sound is the effect of matter colliding. It takes 3 different vibrations to hear a sound. 1. The object that makes the noise vibrates. 2. The air molecules vibrate as the sound moves through the air. 3. The eardrum vibrates when the sound wave reaches it. When sound waves move through the air, each air molecule vibrates back and forth, hitting the air molecule next to it, which then also vibrates back and forth. This is represented by an air molecule moving to the next air molecule and returning to its original position. The air molecules do not travel with the wave, they just vibrate back and forth. When the vibrations are fast, this creates high frequency. You can hear a high note. When the vibrations are slow, we get a low frequency. It creates a low note. People can hear sounds at frequencies from about 20 Hz to 20,000 Hz, though we hear sounds best from 1,000 Hz to 5,000 Hz, where human speech is centred. But these are not the only frequencies out there. For instance, humans can't hear a dog whistle, but a dog hears it perfectly fine, and there are probably billions of other frequencies that are not audible to humans, but that doesn't mean they're not there. Every object or material in our realm exists with its own certain frequency of vibration. It can be represented as a wave in which the lowest possible frequency is called fundamental frequency. Objects also have a series of frequencies because they are made up of a variety of materials. Every piece of matter has its own resonance frequency or series of frequency because all matter is made up of atoms. Atoms are formed by electromagnetic waves that have a specific frequency. When these atoms form a larger piece of matter, the frequency of the electromagnetic waves is the frequency of that matter. Our realm is made up of billions of different materials and objects. Therefore, it operates at a huge number of different frequencies. For instance, the average house brick will have a different frequency to a block used to build the pyramids, and a house built with bricks will have a different harmonic resonance frequency to a pyramid. This is what sacred geometry is about. Even the geometry and architecture of various buildings takes into account their resonant frequencies for their locations, and you can see how the architecture actually matches sound waves, and they are always rising sound waves. A good indicator that they are designed to withstand the spiraling pressure waves from below and of course from the halos above. All buildings have to take into consideration the duality of the halos, of course. We live in between these amazing processes taking place, the centre of the saying, as above, so below. We believe that buildings are not only built for the frequency they resonate with, but to harness the free energy from the air. Now we can understand better why these designs were chosen and even take a guess at which sound waves are taking place in each area. This is a very deep subject, a very large rabbit hole, as there are many processes taking place here, so we will just concern ourselves with frequency, vibration and energy, and I'll demonstrate that now.
no distraction. Together we have power. Let me show you all the glamour and gold. Secret fantasies in a showbiz world. Music lights, I sing and dance to you all night. Sequins and pearls, and lots of pretty girls you gotta have. Well, everybody's dancing, and you glide across the floor. Your heart is singing, and they're calling out for more. Let me take you through a night of ecstasy. I like to hear the sound of a mystic melody. Music lights, I sing and dance to you all night. Sequins and pearls, and lots of pretty girls you gotta have. Music lights, I sing and dance to you all night. Sequins and pearls, and lots of pretty girls give me rhythm. Forget your sorrow, let it all fade away. Forget tomorrow, let's start living for today. Let me show you all the glamour and the gold. Secret fantasies in a showbiz world. Music lights, I sing and dance to you all night. Sequins and pearls, and lots of pretty girls you gotta have. Music lights, I sing and dance to you all night. Sequins and pearls, and lots of pretty girls give me rhythm. Give me music lights. Sequins and pearls.
Do you ever question your life? Do you ever wonder why? Do you ever see in your dreams all the castles in the sky? Oh, tell me why do we build castles in the sky? Oh, tell me why all the castles way up high. Please tell me why do we build castles in the sky?
The frequency of a light wave is how many waves move past a certain point during a set amount of time. Usually 1 second is used. Frequency is generally measured in hertz, which are units of cycles per second. Colour is the frequency of visible light, and it ranges from 430 trillion hertz, which is red, to 750 trillion hertz, which is violet. Waves can also go beyond and below these frequency, but they are not visible to the human eye. For instance, radio waves are less than 1 billion hertz. Gamma rays are more than 3 billion hertz. Wave frequency is related to wave energy. Since all the waves really is travelling energy, the more energy in a wave, the higher its frequency. The lower the frequency is, the less energy in the wave. Gamma rays are very high energy and radio waves are very low energy. When it comes to light waves, violet is the highest energy colour and red is the lowest energy colour. Related to the energy and frequency is the wavelength, or the distance between corresponding points on subsequent waves. You can measure wavelength from peak to peak or from trough to trough. Shorter waves move faster and have more energy, and longer waves travel more slowly and have less energy. Aside from the different frequencies and lengths of light waves, they also have different speeds. In a vacuum, light waves move their fastest at 186,000 miles per second. This is also the fastest that anything in the universe moves, but when light waves move through air, water or glass, they slow down. That's also when they bend and refract. So what do sound and light have in common? Sound and light both exhibit oscillatory wave-like characteristics with various frequencies, wavelengths and amplitudes. The sensed intensity is dependent on the amplitude of the wave. Both exhibit Doppler shift towards higher frequencies when the source of the wave is approaching us. Both undergo refraction, diffraction and interference. Walter Russell stated that waves of light do not propagate but reproduce each other from a wave field to wave field of space. The planes of zero curvature which bound all wave fields act as mirrors to reflect light from one field into another. This sets up an appearance of light as travelling, which is pure illusion. All motion is curved, and curvature is spiral. As human beings, we are good at translating vibration. Your body is a vessel that contains frequencies which can be perceived as sound or vibration. To understand vibration, a scientist named Ernst Chowdy put sand on a metal plate and vibrated the plate with a violin bow. The sand arranged into different geometric patterns. Many of these patterns can also be found in nature, such as on the back of a tortoise or on a leopard. When a similar study took place in water with sine waves, the higher the frequency gets, the more complex patterns that appear, like the divine pattern of a sunflower. Scientists called this study cymatics, from the ancient Greek word which means waves. Water, as we know, is a highly transformable substance. It makes up a significant portion of human, animal and earth, yet it can absorb and receive energy. As Dr. Masaru Emoto's experiments on the water show us, water reacts and turns to different patterns that look highly related to various human feelings. Words like love or gratitude attract the most pleasing physical molecular formations in the water other than the words hate or disgust. The finding of cymatics also shows the scientific connection between humans and water. Moreover, just like when you turn to a radio station, your energy tunes into the same vibration and attracts the same information to your reality. As Dutch physicist and scientist Christian Huygens found, if you place two clocks close to each other and have their pendulum swing to a different rate, the pendulum will end up swinging at the same rate. Because we live in an energetic field, your energy output will attract the same reality to you. Scientists called this study cymatics, from the ancient Greek word which means waves. Have you ever noticed how large flocks of birds resemble harmonograph patterns? It is as if every member of the flock are tuned into the same frequency and therefore easily fly, maintaining certain patterns naturally without having to watch and pay attention to the other members for cues on how or when to move. Walter Russell said, "The trouble with humans is in forming wrong conclusions in relation to nature's expressions. We think that elements are different substances and that each substance is permanently existent as such. That is not true. Elements are but different conditions of light pressures. They are the raw materials for fashioning of creation's images in the patterns controlled by light waves. They appear when the pressures necessary for their conditions appear and disappear when those pressure conditions cease. Every element in each octave occupies its own pressure position in its wave. Each element seems to be a different substance as the electric pressure conditions of each position in each wave of matter changes. However, it is not the substance that changes, it is the condition of the substance. Voidance and recreation is one of the simplest and most obvious principles of nature. I cannot imagine how it has escaped discovery during the centuries. The universe is a symphony of vibrating strings, as all objects have a natural frequency or set of frequencies at which they vibrate, including the weather.
Follow the sun, and which way the wind blows when this day is done. And breathe in the air, set your intentions, dream with care. Tomorrow's a new day for everyone, a brand new moon and a brand new sun. So follow the sun, the direction of the bird, the direction of love. And breathe in the air. Cherish this moment, cherish this breath. Tomorrow's a new day for everyone, a brand new moon, a brand new sun. Take a stroll to the nearest water's edge. Remember your place. Many moons have risen and fallen long, long before you came. So which way's the wind blowing? What does your heart say? What does your heart say? So follow the sun, and which way the wind blows when this day is done.
Now we will decode the pyramids. We will take a little tour inside and look at the design and decode it using knowledge already gained. First, I want you to take notice of the shape of the Grand Gallery. Notice how the sides taper upwards, narrowing as it ascends. Where have you seen this before? That is correct, in Walter Russell's work, where his motor divided and multiplied the sex pairs, the positives and the negatives. So what the Grand Gallery is doing is channeling energy towards the King's Chamber. Now we will take a look at the Queen's Chamber. Again, we find a channeling of energy. Someone else noticed this. I found this image on redpill.com. Do take a look at their website. So we have the King and Queen chambers directing electrical energy into two rooms. So let's take a further look at these rooms and what is therein. First, you notice the star shafts, as they are called. Please take note of their angles. The King's shaft's angles are 32 degrees 28 for the northern star shaft and 45 degrees for the southern star shaft. The Queen's Chamber star shaft angles are 39 degrees for the northern shaft and 39 degrees 30 for the southern shaft. Also take note of the shape of the cones they both create. So using the angle of the cones and the previous knowledge decoded from our cones' angles, we can easily see they are both involved in harnessing matter from our digital chart. Pretty amazing, isn't it? These chambers are, or were, involved in harnessing electrical energies and producing elements from the Walter Russell chart. The shafts are also made of granite, which of course is conductive. These are very specific angles of cone for a very specific purpose, as you can see. This is another APM Research decode. Brian Forster gave me permission to use some of his clips where he was inside the Giza pyramid and also the Osiris shaft and reporting on what looks like a black substance. Listen to Brian in these clips and see this for yourself.
And as well, one can't help but be in awe of the interior of the Great Pyramid. This is ascending into the Grand Gallery. And here we have the sheer scale and beautiful workmanship of the Grand Gallery. You can see the faceted surfaces. The Grand Gallery is hundreds of feet long. And it's an ominous and awesome experience to be inside the Great Pyramid. Our tour in March of 2020 will rent the interior of the Great Pyramid exclusively for our tour for 2 hours, which is what we do every time we go to the Giza Plateau. We will also be once again exploring the Osiris Shaft. So if you'd like to join our tour in March of 2020, the space is very limited, as in spaces. Now we're going to go into the King's Chamber itself. You have to bend over quite a lot. And once you're inside, you see that the walls and the floor are solid, very thick blocks of Aswan granite. And you can see very tightly fitting together. And this is the wall. Once again, the beautiful Aswan granite brought from more than 500 miles away. And now we're descending, once again through the Grand Gallery, of course. You can see that the ceiling is at least 20 feet tall from the ramp at the bottom to the top. This is solid limestone, perfectly fitting blocks. And now we're going to enter the Queen's Chamber, quote unquote. The labels Queen's Chamber and King's Chamber are false. because this, of course, and hopefully I'll never have to say it again, the Great Pyramid was not the tomb for anybody. It was a giant energetic device. So once again, beautifully polished limestone surfaces, super tight fitting. And now we are inside the quote-unquote Queen's Chamber. You can see that the ceiling is beveled. The giant limestone blocks fit perfectly together. The acoustics are actually very poor in the Queen's Chamber as compared to the King's Chamber. The King's Chamber's acoustics are phenomenal because of the presence of all of that granite. Limestone tends to absorb sound. And here you can see the top of the ceiling. And then this curious series of notches that in fact hide the opening to other internal areas, most likely of the Great Pyramid.
Getting ready to go down into the next level, but of course, because of the nature of the space, only a certain number could go down at a time. But this is looking down into what is the next level of the Osiris shaft. Again, cut into the bedrock. This could not have been done with hand tools during the dynastic period, with bronze chisels, etc. So now we're down in the next level and looking up to the level above, which was the small room. You can see the ladder on the right is very rickety, but a newer one was installed, which is on the left-hand side, and it is quite a safe experience to go down. And now looking into this room, there are 6 niches, and in 2 of the niches are large stone boxes. You can see the tool marks here in the wall. The lighting isn't that great, so flashlights, of course, were required. And then, again, this is one of these stone boxes you can see on the left. Very mysterious. This is moving into one of the niches. Again, 4 of them are empty. What has happened to the actual boxes, excuse me, if they were even in there, is unknown. But now we're going to focus on this, which is one of the boxes that has this very mysterious goo-like organic material on the surface and also inside. Next time we go in, I would like to actually take a sample in order to find out what that material is. It doesn't appear to simply be fire or smoke, because there's very little smoke on the ceiling. It seems as though something happened to whatever or whoever was inside the box, like an explosion of some kind. And then this is the other box, which is more roughly shaped, and inside, mysterious massive damage, again as if the interior of the box exploded. Very strange. This isn't simply tomb robbers going in and trying to extract material from the interior. There's some kind of chemical process went in here which is very weird. So again, looking up the ceiling, there are bits of splat, but not what I would call smoke or carbon material from a flame. Some other kind of strange phenomenon occurred here. And this box, supposedly the material is not granite, it's not basalt, it's not syenite, it's not diorite. It's a stone that is not found in Egypt. So weighing in at a minimum of 30 tons, where did this stone come from? How was it shaped? And how was it brought down the shaft system into this niche. Here again you can see the tool marks, very similar, almost scraping like tool marks. And then we're looking down into what will be the actual bottom level of the Osiris shaft. This is Yusuf Awiyan, who was one of our guides. The water that he's in is crystal clear, and he's standing on top of another giant box that's submerged underwater. So we are presently 200 feet minimum underground in the Osiris shaft. And there is underground water, of course, at Giza, but this water is crystal clear. So where exactly did it come from, and was it intended that this water be in there and be part of whatever process this structure originally performed? Because they call it a symbolic tomb, which is a really cheap way of saying we don't understand what this was made for, who made it, and when it was made. It's clearly megalithic, and thus it's likely at least 12,000 years old and was found by the dynastic Egyptians. They did not construct this, because this possibly could be beyond 21st century technology that was involved, which we see also at other places in ancient Egypt. The clear signs of lost ancient high technology that was present long before the time of the pharaonic people.
If you don't know who Brian is or haven't visited his channel yet, I recommend you go there immediately. Brian does tours all over the realm and makes fantastic videos from many great places. You will not be disappointed, and he can even take you there on his tours should you wish to go to some of these amazing places and get first-hand information, also including exclusive visits to places not normally open to the public. Okay, so knowing the angles of the cones, we can add a protractor and see where on Walter Russell's chart the cones are designed to operate within. We will do the King's angles first, so that's 45 degrees south and 32 degrees 28 north. And the Queen's angles of 39 degrees for the northern shaft and 39 degrees 30 for the southern shaft. This places the cones in this region. If magnetic declination is a consideration, which I think it is, it gives us this configuration. You can see now what was being produced within the King's and Queen's chambers by simply using this chart. Amazing stuff, isn't it, people? So my decode of the pyramids is that they are designed to harness energies from the passing cones of various luminaries that pass by, or angel technology that permanently resides below the pyramids. Remember, the six-winged sarcophagi of Tutankhamun? This represents a sealed room below the location it was found. If you remember from scriptures, they were made very ornate, cast in gold, and even jewels were added. This is one of those sarcophagi, and it represents a sealed room below. One of the 144,000 sealed below, to be precise. Remember, scriptures tells you the underworld is their prison. The six wings represent three cones, which obviously relate to their three modes of operation, which will produce different angles of cone as you've seen in the Walter Russell image decode. A left-hand rule cone, a right-hand rule cone, and of course ecliptic expansion, where the cone is virtually horizontal and running at its slowest speed. Isn't that amazing, people? Everything is falling back into its original context and making more sense. The King and Queen chambers represent the positives and negatives of electromagnetism, and Brian rightly stated that they are not the burial chambers of people, and it is in fact a giant energetic device. So a brilliant deduction and decode by Brian, and now more information from APM Research that can shed more light on the subject. To reiterate, this pyramid with these angles of cones are operating within the yellow parts of the colour spectrum. This is involved in creating matter in the carbon line. This can include gold, silver, zinc, copper, and of course others. This is a very large electrochemical process. All ancient sites can be decoded using the APM digital Walter Russell chart to reveal the angles of the angel's cones by simply seeing what is being mined in those areas. It's as simple as that, people. They are either harvesting the energies to produce their own materials and or mining and or creating any of the materials on this chart. Once you find the right angles for your magnetic declination, it is a simple case of figuring out which part of the APM digital chart applies to that location. Then simply setting the angles of your cones and build and harvest accordingly. This is obviously not to the correct scale, but will serve its purpose to demonstrate how the pyramids and associated sites would play multi-part roles in harvesting and utilising the spiralling energy waves of electromagnetism across many sites. These installations can be found all over the realm. Today's man-made sites may look a lot more modern, but they are all still doing the same processes. Sites being mined that don't have large structures nearby are more than likely areas that are in a state of dormancy, awaiting their turn to come online and do their intended roles. There is no such thing as an extinct volcano, it's just waiting for its time to come online and do its role. Do you remember the Mexican pyramid they found amounts of mercury below? Hopefully you can see now how this is easily achieved. I'm going to pass you over to Jason now for some serious science and numbers Jason decoded whilst working on this project.
Energy and mass are two states of the same thing. What we call atoms are equal and opposite electric charges held apart by a magnetic dipole. The energy is held in the atom as potential that we associate with mass. When the toroidal magnetic field collapses into the ecliptic, the negative charges are no longer bound and collapse into the positive charges. When the charges meet, a wave of energy is formed equal to the mass of the charges multiplied by the speed of light squared. The squaring is due to the fact that mass and energy are inverse properties of electromagnetism. Where the mass is equal in value to the inverse of the speed of light, the energy is equal to the speed of light. 1 over c times c squared equals c over 1. 1 over c and c over 1 are inverse to each other. Inside the magnetic dipole, the positive charges are held in the center diamond. The negative charges are held in orbits perpendicular to the magnetic field. When the magnetic field collapses into the ecliptic, the two opposed charges form an electric dipole, which quickly implodes on itself due to the fact that the charges are now free of their magnetic restraints. We know what happens when two opposite charges contact each other. We see it in cosmic ray showers. The two opposing charges annihilate each other and become radiation energy. Mass and energy are inverse properties of electromagnetism. Energy becomes mass again when it is subjected to a strong enough magnetic field to reform the magnetic dipole.
Now a quick look into more of Walter Russell's experiments reveal he was indeed working on electrochemistry and using voltages and equipment called the transmuter that had adjustable angles which caused a spike in various gases it was tested upon, as reported in Fulcrum, the science newsletter of the University of Science and Philosophy. I'll leave a link in the comments where you can download these PDFs. The Fulcrum newsletter is definitely going to be on your wants list. If you read through this newsletter, you will see they repeated the Walter Russell experiment and used the angles required for fluorine, and when it tested, it indeed showed a spike in their fluorine sample. I highly recommend these PDF files of the Fulcrum newsletter to add to your collection in your quest for science and knowledge. They contain some extremely useful information for those seeking more explanations and answers, and will give you a breakdown of the equipment that was used should you wish to look into building your own devices for experimenting in this field of research. Now, I'm sure most of you have seen Roy, YouTube name Vinny St. Vincent, and we have featured a lot of Roy's work in APM Research videos. Roy is a guy that conducts his own research and experiments with various methods of approach and focusing on ways to try and conduct free energy. He builds his own test rigs and will happily explain everything to you and break down what is taking place. We have been liaising with Roy and passing on information that we think would help further his research and experiments, from knowledge gained from our own research and decodings, mainly related to expansion and compression, and helping Roy understand more of what Walter Russell's work is actually explaining to the viewer. From this information, Roy built a mechanical device of which he is going to be testing, explaining, and giving you the data he can extract from its operation. Roy has also taken it a step further, being the creative guy he is, and built another model based on what this information and design is showing him. Roy will also be running tests on this new model and recording the data, and ultimately share it with you, the people. Roy will do his best to take you through all of the processes in nature that the greatest minds of modern times have shared and help you understand what they relate to in nature, and help you understand the processes taking place within his model. And he will show you the empirical data as and when he has recorded it. I'll leave a link to Roy's channel so you can go and browse his extensive video collection and of course keep up to date with current experiments.
What's up, my fellow YouTubers? This is Roy back again. And Mr. Vincenzo over here. Say hi. He's doing his rounds. Protective dad. So I've been working hard on this. I'm not going to run it right now. I'm still in the midst of aligning all this stuff up. North poles, you'll find this very interesting. North poles facing out. And then when you get into the inside, it's all south. And basically what I have set up here is the top is, even though it's screwed, I had to screw it, but it's floating because the two magnets in the center here are south and south. And the magnets are so strong, it's holding up the wheel, but the wheel wants to tilt over. So I tried to create a box just to slide the top in and let it hover on top. And basically it is, but it wants a kick to the side. So I had to throw a screw in there on each side. But it's pretty interesting. Counter-rotating, I could have these run simultaneously the same direction or a counter. So this is going to be a good run of experiments. And you can see that a lot of induction on that top one there. The bottom one, a little less induction. And I'll have controls here on these variable resistors. Two separate coils. Bifilers, two separate transistor systems, two separate variable resistors. Stay tuned. This is going to be pretty cool. Hello, my fellow YouTubers. This is Roy back again. You guys leave your comments. I'll post the video up on Big Juicy over here. Do I need to give you a little taste? You guys want a little taste? You guys don't want a little taste, do you? Do I have it all hooked up? I don't know. Hell no. Stop falling apart here. You guys want a little taste, don't you? So this is sick psychotic shit here, because I put 15,000 volts in here, and basically I put the primary down the bottom, so it becomes 2 pickups right here. I'm not putting DC into both of those, but you're going to see a positive come out of here, because this wire is the top part of this cone. This wire is the base of this cone. And then this wire coming out is the base of this cone, but this wire that I have sitting here is the pointed part of the cone that's inside here, which is the positive. So you got a negative going to ground, you got a positive here, you got a positive there, you got a negative here, and then these 360 turns of coils in between the 2 pickups here are also dipoles and also have juice on them. Let's see, I need to shake up my bottles a little bit. Saltwater bath, sitting in oil. These guys here, they're pretty loyal. They are a loyal bunch. They love it. We mix up some juice over here. All right. Well, damn, I can't believe I'm doing this. Fire hole! mountain zone. Love the breathe. It's fresh air. Ionized. Leave your comments, guys. Peace out.
Let's check out these lava tubes. Take a very good look at the design of these tubes as I take you through this. While in the tube, science says lava temps at 2200 degrees Fahrenheit. When we think of lava tubes, we don't think of something that appears constructed. We especially don't think of something completely cleared with grooves of some sort along the sides, as I'm showing here. Science says the tubes have grooves due to the levels of former flows. Well, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because wouldn't a flow of 2200 degrees Fahrenheit melt the former groove? A little bonus information regarding lava. As we all know, lava is a thick red flow. But did you know there is blue lava? In Indonesia, there is a volcano called Kawah Ijen in East Java that ejects blue lava. Science says it's due to incredibly high sulfur content. It is one of the most unusual volcanoes in the world. Its underground activities result in bright blue flames rising into the air as well. The people that live there call it Blue Volcano and describe it as electric blue fire. This one here is especially interesting. What an odd formation for a flow moving at 19 miles per hour. If you study it carefully, you will notice what we did. From an APM perspective, this narrowing that widens into this chamber is basically a venturi, which, as we know, is a form of compression and expansion, which is designed to keep it flowing, which of course is part of the cleaning cycle. In other words, it has been intentionally designed to handle this process. So, let's sum up the blue lava. Now that we understand the process a bit better, we can relate it to Walter Russell's chart with the cones and angles that are needed to produce these elements. The results of the blue lava indicate that emissions of Kawah Ijen are dominated by acid water outflows, especially for the ligands chloride, fluoride, bromine, with active fumaroles contributing significant semi-metals, selenium, arsenic, antimony, mercury, as well as carbon and sulfur. As we look at the Walter Russell chart, we can see the elements being produced using the angular layout. Sulfur being the largest for this particular area, causing the very, very rare blue lava seen in this one volcano in the world. As we know, specific angles produce specific elements. Now, as I cannot elaborate yet the way I'd like to with chemistry, we can see the different angles of the cones making the different elements that have been identified in this particular volcano. The largest set sitting at 10 degrees north and 10 degrees south. All of the elements produced are of the female domain, as well as all in the magnetic property domain. It must be a mixing of these particular elements being mixed at these specific quantities, and then mixing with oxygen that make the blue lava. This is creation before your very eyes. This is the angels creating as they have been designed to do. This is one of the many functions and roles they perform. I hope this helps you see and understand the creation process itself and the alchemy of the machine. The spiral was an ancient symbol throughout the world, attempting to explain to us the workings of the angels and nature. Just a reminder from Walter Russell's work, All Motion is Spiral. We're going to show you what is sacred about the spiral today. Here is a clip I took from this video off Weather Decoded channel to highlight what is occurring. Let's check out some weather patterns. Notice how they appear to switch on and off. I want you to pay close attention to the spiral patterns that are clearly generated locally. What you are seeing here are the angels coming online to create the current that generates the wind and creates all we call weather. You will see the weather patterns as the storms move west to east across the United States. Notice how the storms arrive in different areas and display their spiraling vortex motion. This is a very obvious signature of our angel technologies. As the electric current is passed through the spiral conductor, it is generating a magnetic field. These are the field lines moving and not our planet, as Roy demonstrates here.
Now we're talking about an advanced linky here. All right, guys? Advanced. Now, if you were to take an axle and throw it through the center, we're going to show not the earth turning, but we're going to show the field turning around the earth. Now, one thing I want you guys to see here is you're going to be looking at the curvature in the center. And this is the center of the planet. You're going to be looking at the curvature, and you're going to be looking at the magnetic field coming out from the curvature, coming around through the center. So the magnetic field is spinning is what we're talking about here. Now I want you to look, because you're going to be looking at, when I do this, what you're going to see is a field moving out from here, around, back around again. But then you're going to see a field coming out from this end and coming back around. It's a sine wave, guys. Look in the center. It's creating a sine wave. And also on the outside part. This is the field lines on the surface. on top of the surface. You can see the energy, you can see the movement where it comes out, goes around, comes back out and goes around and moves, it comes within itself. So it got me thinking. Yes, you could look at it like that this is the energy inside the magnet. The material, like Ed says, the material of the magnet is not the substance. I'm showing you guys now the substance, on how the substance moves. You see that? You can see that it moves in and outward. And it's angular too. Now think about this. The planet sits on an angle and it moves in a cycle of a rotation like this. Now, is the planet turning? No. It's the field turning. And I didn't even know about what you guys were talking about earlier until I realized this experiment. This experiment showed me that the field lines around the planet. Now, does the center turn? Yes. The center is a hollow. The field is turning. This experiment showed me something tonight I had to post to you guys. And I know nothing about flat Earth. I know nothing of the Earth just standing still. But in the big picture, to compress everything together, it would be flat.
The weather and clouds are not only being created, but are reacting to the electromagnetics as well. Here are some beautiful examples of this process that you should all be familiar with, and now you have the cause of these effects. This is also what's occurring with hurricanes. It's being manipulated by the electromagnetics, as well as cyclones. Just as spirals are found all over weather patterns, they are also found all over nature itself. We see in oceanic life as sea creatures get caught up in the spiral vortex here in the fish NATO, and with this colony of salps. We can see it in plants such as this aloe plant and this leafy cup coral. We also see it in pine cones, in animals such as this chameleon's tail or the snail's shell, as well as the sliced snail shell exposing the inside of the shell. Also, spiders web their homes into the spiral formation. Our own DNA strands show us the perfection and beauty of the spiral. We also can look up to the heavens and see the spiral in galaxies, as we can see in this clip here. So, I hope you can see how special this spiral really is today, and how this vortex of energy creates and affects all of our world. This is one more way we can see the angels at work, performing their given tasks. Remember, there are 144,000 of these at work in our realm.
The morning glory is very aptly named, isn't it? Some people call these roll clouds, but ask yourself this: what could possibly make clouds behave like this? Only electromagnetics have the power to do this. Electromagnetics on a grand scale. Notice the rotating vortex contained and held stationary. In some cases it appears to release the clouds and the winds take them away, which probably means it just shut down and the clouds blew away. This can also be related to the 4 pressure changes we record daily. Another option is the halo that is holding the clouds actually starts moving in a certain direction, which reminds me of the Antikytherian mechanism in a way, which means there is a very large electromagnetic device moving below. On the subject of gravity and pull, there is no such force as a pulling force, but there is an obvious pushing effect from these halos that can affect oceans and seas. You would only need to increase the power into the halo to increase the pressure. These halos can be seen stretching for hundreds of miles and are very predictable in some locations. Isn't this truly amazing, people? Look at that. Hello and welcome to APM Research, the Lunar Wave Decoded. This video is to help explain and understand the lunar wave as it has been termed. A big shout out here to 1111 Code, whom captured this amazing halo over his home. You will notice as 1111 Code pans around to check the sun's location, it is not part of the sun's halo system but a separate entity. We have covered these in previous research, so this video will help unite them all. Here are some previous research videos on these stationary halos. This is Crow 777's video capturing what he called a lunar wave. What it really is mankind's, or the humans' first ever recording of an angel's projection in the heavens, and it was captured by the moon going past the stationary halo, and it being revealed as Crow 777 calls the lunar wave. It's actually just a stationary halo in the heavens that the moon's highlighted as it went past it. So I would say he was probably the first human in history to record a seraphim's projection. This is an animation I did here to show what's really going on. There's the projection, this is the moon going past, and these are the 2 lines that you could see going down the moon. It's always 2 lines, and that's why you're looking at a circle, 2 sides of a circle basically. These are what people are calling sundogs in the heavens. They're not sundogs, they're projections used for guidance. And they usually have 8 nodes on board like this. You'll see them, when you see these sundogs you will see these around it. So we'll give Crow 777 a little award for that. First human ever to capture Seraphim's projection. So I made a special card just for that moment. But that's what we're looking at, guys, a projection. These waves that people call them, they're just projections from the technology in the underworld. Here is another amazing video by Take Back Space TV. In this clip you can see Jupiter highlighting another stationary halo in the foreground. You will have to remember, all luminaries will highlight these halos. It is not unique to just the Moon. Notice in this clip the first part of the halo, it was a very slim line going across the face of Jupiter, and the second part was a slightly thicker band. This can be explained by the thicker band being the closer part of the halo to the observer. Here is another amazing capture by John McKeon, who captured another halo as Jupiter highlighted it in the foreground as it was passing by in the distance. Notice the stars or moons also being occluded on the left side of the screen, indicating the halo is quite wide, which would be expected with the halo being in the foreground. These halos are really responsible for that shimmering effect we see in the heavens. They play a big part in that, as such is the nature of an electromagnetic projection. Here is an animation that basically shows what is really taking place here. Ice to the skies, guys. People everywhere are recording the sun halo now. You can see these in some of our halo focus videos and some of our presentations. So a big thank you to all of those people helping capture these and sharing them with the world. These are very special. Look for them and you will see them. Here's another stationary halo being captured by Sandra. We originally called these Seraphim from our Decoding Scriptures 2 video, where we link them to sarcophagi and scriptures. So, halo hunting tips. Once you locate one, mark it with your compass or the general direction you've seen it. Now wait for one of the luminaries to pass in the background and record it. You will capture the projection as the moon, for instance, passes in the background. Good luck people, and keep those videos coming. There is much more to see yet. Know thy world, only then can you be at one with it. This is the current model I have been recreating of our Sun's halo system. Its technological configuration, which we have been privileged to see being revealed in the heavens. Remember, revelations simply means the construct reveals itself in the end times, the end of a cycle we have covered in our End Times Decoded videos. What we are seeing are various parts of the Sun's actual projector system being highlighted. Many parts of the solar boat's technological workings being projected, as well as the Sun's image. The Sun is attached to, or is a part of, the large horizontal halo. It is this that epicycles across our sky. Of course, its physical model is doing the same movements below. The scarab beetle represents this vehicle below, which is why the scarab beetle was considered sacred. It has very special meaning, and we can see why now. The scarab beetle decoded. It represents the solar boat, the Sun's vehicle that is projecting our Sun's halo system and image. Although I use the word projection, it is more than that. It can physically interact with the environment around it, converting elements to matter as it goes. They all operate on this same principle. The moon also has this same halo configuration, but appears to be doing a reverse role. Watch them in the sky, people. You will see and capture these very special reveals sooner or later. This is what they are trying to hide, the true nature of our realm and how it really works. So we have a large horizontal halo which contains 8 nodal points, which we have previously referenced in many decodings, of which are doing different functions. We have a smaller horizontal halo at node 1, which is where the Sun's image seems to be originating from. At the front is a vertical halo, which is obviously involved in producing a vortex which is used to start the Sun generating its solar image. This one connects to the large horizontal halo at nodes 2 and 8. The two nodes we usually see either side of the Sun, and is working in conjunction with the larger vertical halo we see at nodes 3 and 7. This larger vertical halo is usually noticed by its show of colours produced in the visible spectrum, which reveals its electromagnetic nature. You can view various captures of the Sun's halos on our Sun Halo Focus videos here on my channel. A big thank you go out to all those people who have sent in their very special captures of this amazing revelation. There is much more to see yet. Eyes to the skies, people.
Land-based ones will create tornadoes, high winds, storms and lightning, as seen in these video clips. So big thanks to Chris Hughes for the tornado footage, and Underwater Huntress and Kevin Johnson for sharing their amazing waterspout captures of these events, of which you can see are an effect from the Angel technologies. Ones below the oceans are what create whirlpools and waterspouts, storms and lightning. It is the same spiralling forces. It is the earth, air, fire and water events, referenced everywhere. This is what it truly relates to, part of the processes of the Angel technologies. The APM model addresses and references the causes and effects quite easily, as you can see.
While we're on the subject of cones, you can see now why they are depicted everywhere, and what it is that is very special about them. This one is outside the Vatican. This is a Sumerian depiction. Notice the cones and the angel's wings. The wings represent the angle of the cones. Here is an amazing chandelier. Again, see the cone it represents. It represents the torus field. And even your cone-shaped Christmas tree, with its light or angel on the top that actually represents the creation of light. Doesn't this make your Christmas tree that little bit more special, people? Your hands when you pray. This is a reminder of what the cones represent, and you are giving praise for creation. This is what it truly represents, the cone's apices meeting and creating. All of what we have shown you details the creation process in its entirety. This is the true nature of our realm. People of the world, please tell me you see this and understand what it all means. Now, considering the nature of our research and what it reveals, and with current world events, I thought it would be a good time for the team to speak their minds, so you, the people, can hear our thoughts. Unknown to you, I have had to warn everyone that comes on board with this team that there will be an element of danger with this type of research. No exceptions. It would be foolish to think otherwise, and the people hiding this are not here to play games. I take this very seriously, and working on this comes with personal sacrifices. For the most part, we try to remain anonymous, and I try to make sure the team members get as much privacy as they can. This is a reason why we keep this a small team and why we keep to ourselves for the most part. You will not find us on live streams in front of a camera. We are not what you would call public speakers. But we do hold private hangouts with people that are genuinely interested in our research, which I'm sure you will agree is the most advanced research and decodings the world has ever seen. This is not ego talking. This is the confidence in our research, decodings and conclusions, which we can and do cross-reference in many areas to get the results to make this map and model work with real-world data, scriptures, history and many other topics, of which there are too many to list right now. Each and every one of you have the right to know this knowledge about our true world, to understand its workings and to see the glory. With this knowledge comes the freedom of humanity. We should be working together and helping each other. We should all be taught this in our schools. When people lie about the shape of our world, there is a very serious reason they would do this. Our research shows you that very reason. This is a technological construct which reveals a very intelligent creator. The question becomes, how far would they go to keep it a secret? Look around and see the attempts to dumb humanity down, harming our children physically and mentally, installing harmful radiating devices everywhere that should never be anywhere near a living being. Only a type of world communism works for them, for then they have the ultimate power over all of your rights. How did we let ourselves get into this position, people? Wake up and see them for what they are, the enemy of every living species in their attempts to hide what they have done, hidden, privatized and monetized the Creator's glory. If ever there was a time for the good people left in the world to step forward and make a difference, that time is now. You all have a duty of care to your fellow human beings and to every living species that exists, or forever shall it be on your conscience.
To the people of the world, we are in a dangerous time in our world. Our minds, bodies, and souls are being poisoned by a reality created to enslave us. The leaders at the top control this physical realm to the fullest, and we, the many, are enslaved to the few. They keep our bodies weak and ill with the foods we eat and the air we breathe. They poison our children before they can even walk or talk with vaccines. They push poverty upon us while they live off our energies and our very lives of slaving away to pay for the things that should be free. They keep the vibrations of our souls low by brainwashing us every day with the poisons of TV and radio and corporate goods, and the stealing of the Creator-given energy and changing it into an unharmonious level for us to feel hopelessness and demise. We live in a world with more hate than love and neon gods that blind us to our Creator's true glory. We live with too much static sound to hear the simple songs of nature. It is truly time to take our stand and fight back against the agenda. We have come to a point that we, the many, need to wake up and join together against the dangers we face. Since we have continued to allow this monstrosity to consume us, we are the fallen, and they have continued to lie and still this realm for as long as they have known the truths, repeatedly through history. With the knowledge APM is bringing to surface, we can begin to understand our world as a glorious perfection made for us, and can supply us with all of our needs. We can unearth the truths of our histories and achieve a true freedom that mankind has not had for a very long time. Understand your world, know yourself, and share the truths.
All my life, I've been told what I can only describe as being lies. I often wondered why. Was it to keep me from understanding how the world works? Or was everyone who came before utterly stupid? Only one of those answers makes any sense, because obviously not everyone has been stupid. It's no secret that there are people out there who have gained power and wealth, and it would be foolish to believe they haven't stacked the deck against us to keep us from achieving the same. Research has shown that in ancient times, people understood how our realm works. It's written in stone on every continent. Yet we are told our ancestors carved those with rudimentary tools and had no contact with each other. We are told the carvings were the work of primitive tribes, scribbling for entertainment purposes or some vague ritual purpose. However, all these carvings and stories are surprisingly similar. Same characters, same events, same stories, with slight changes in the narratives. We have decoded many of these, and they point to a depiction of our realm and an understanding of how it all works. I severely doubt we are the only ones who have found this. We are coming up on a new age. The ancient accounts indicate this will be an age of enlightenment, and that we will have to go back to what they called the original teachings if we wish to prosper. What we have found is that these original teachings were about how this world works and what it is. It's time we knew this as a people, not just a select few bent on power and greed. This realm belongs to all of us. We are all equal, and yes, that includes you.
This is APM Research. You are the enlightened.
Just hold on to this time. You'll be fine, I promise. Every day, I promise you, I wanna take care of you. To this time, you will be fine, you will be fine.
Hello and welcome to APM Research, the End Times, Revelations and Prophecy. In this video we will be showing you how the End Times, Revelations and Prophecies relate to the workings of the realm, and that they are in fact regular cycles that keep on repeating every 400 years. We will also be showing you some of the information regarding the halos we see around our Sun and Moon. Very interesting information that is in our recorded history. Sandra will be presenting you some fantastic imagery and information from her new book, The Book of Miracles. We will also be overlaying modern captures of the same celestial events happening now, which proves we are entering this cycle. This we will also confirm with data. Scriptural events and prophecies also decode into this same event. All yours, Sandra.
In the year 1 BC, an oil well appeared near Rome on the far bank of the Tiber, and oil flowed from it abundantly for the whole day. And on the day of the Nativity, a golden circle appeared around the sun for the whole day. And the statue of Romulus collapsed, as did the Temple of Peace. It should be noted here that a different ruler was in place at that time. On the day after the death of Julius Caesar, 3 suns appeared in the east in the early morning sky, which then moved towards each other so that they merged into one. Also at that time, an ox on the outskirts of Rome asked a farmer why he was working so hard, since before very long there would be more of a shortage of people than grain. In the year AD 1173, 3 suns were seen in the west in the month of September, when the sun was about to set, and after 2 hours the outer 2 disappeared, and the other one set after that. In the year AD 1174, 3 moons appeared in the German lands with the sign of a cross through their middle, separate and entirely over them, so that the moons were shining behind it.
In the year AD 1304, 3 moons and a comet appeared, seen around midnight for 3 months, in the German lands and in Italy, just as it is painted here.
Seen in the year 1519, on the 11th of January, the day before the demise of Emperor Maximilian of glorious remembrance. In 1520, on the 5th day of the month of January, the 3 suns were seen in Vienna in the morning at sunrise, and these are known as parafog. This image depicts 2 scenes that were seen in the sky in 1520. On the left, in the year 1520, on the 4th of January, this sign was seen in Vienna for 3 hours until 5 after midday. This is called halo and is like the moon. And on the right, afterwards, after midnight, at 1 o'clock or a little later, this sign was seen. In the year 1520, on the 6th day of the month of January, at around 8 o'clock in the evening in the city of Vienna, the sign was seen around the glow of the moon. In the year 1520, on the 7th day of the month of January, 3 suns, which are called parahelios, were seen in Vienna, in Austria, from sunrise until 10 or a little later. In the year 1520, on the 6th day of the month of January, this sign around the sun, which is called Halo Maximus, was seen in Vienna at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the year 1527, on the 17th of February, 3 suns were seen in Kaufbeuren, enclosed within 2 rainbows in the sky, adjacent to the mountains, and the 2 outer suns were red on the sides facing the sun, in the middle, and yellow on the sides facing the rainbow, and a white streak went through the middle, and the shining of the inner rainbow was so yellow that no one could see into it because of its brightness. In the year 1528, on the 16th day of the month of May, between the 11th and 12th hour after midday, this formation was seen in the sky in Augsburg, on the sun or around the sun, and stayed for about 1.5 hours or longer. In the year 1528, on the 16th day of the month of May, such rainbows were seen in Innsbruck, appearing here and there, while at the same time 3 suns were to be seen, and a moon as a half beside them, as is painted here. In the year 1533, 3 suns shone at the same time, as if they had fiery clouds around them, and they stayed over the city of Munster, as if the city and its houses were burning, as painted here. In the year 1538, such a manifestation was seen around the sun near Schonfeld, and moreover, 3 suns were seen at once, but also the curious ring stayed in the sky brightly for about 4 hours. In the year 1541, on the 28th day of March, 3 suns in a triangle with a rainbow around them were seen here in Augsburg. The rainbow was seen first and then last. 2 of the suns disappeared along with the rainbow, and the sun on the right remained. (1545). And on the previously mentioned day there came a terrible darkness, such that the sky was completely black, so that people could not see one another at all. The darkness lasted until the next day, that is the 30th of March, until 9 o'clock in the morning. Then the day came back, and 3 beautiful rainbows were seen, on which was seated a beautiful angel. He was seen for about 1.5 hours. After that he disappeared again, and fine weather then followed. 1546. In the year 1546, on February the 26th at 8 o'clock in the morning, this wonderful and strange vision was seen by an honourable inhabitant of the city of Kosor, situated in the land of Hungary, and by other reputable inhabitants who earnestly requested it to be put into print, and the information they provided about it was truthful concerning how they saw over the city what is painted above, up in the air for days and hours. 1547. In the year 1547, on the 29th day of the month of January, 2 rainbows were seen here in Augsburg around the sun and between the clouds, for a long time in the morning and in the evening. 1549. In AD 1549, on Simon and Jude's day, such a manifestation was seen in broad daylight near Nordlingen and in other places in the Rise and in Swabia, just as recorded and painted here. 1549. In AD 1549, on October the 6th, such a manifestation was seen around the moon at night in the Rise and in Swabia on a clear night. 1549. In the year 1549, on the 28th of October, on St. Simon and St. Jude's Day, this manifestation was seen here in the sky, namely 3 suns and a rainbow, which everyone saw. Several people also saw a sword over the sun. 1551. Truthful report of how on the 21st of March of this 51st year 5 suns were seen in Leipzig by many trustworthy persons. 1551. 1551 years after the birth of Christ, in the month of March, such an occurrence was seen in Swabia in broad daylight on more than one occasion. 1551. 1551 years after the birth of Christ, such an occurrence was seen in the sky in France and in Lorraine in broad daylight, which came forth and could be seen for more than a day.
1552. As you can see, people, the halo events we're recording in the here and now translate as the same celestial events from various parts of our recorded history. The end times decode as the end of a cycle, Revelations. This simply means the construct will reveal itself, and there are some events we all need to be aware of that are connected to it. The halos we are seeing around our luminaries are revealing themselves as they have in our past. They are a reminder of how our realm really works. The geo, petro and hieroglyphs record the same information, the workings of the realm. Those characters do not represent people, they represent the technologies in the underworld, the angels sealed below. Scriptures tells us it is their prison. I decode the seal of the 144,000 to be the 144,000 sarcophagi below, sealed rooms that contain the Creator's technological glory, the glory that is responsible for the creation and movement of our luminaries, and it plays a big part in most of nature itself. The sarcophagi recovered from ancient sites are location markers for the technologies below those locations. Tutankhamun, for instance, represents a king of a group of technologies below that area. Our Decoding Scriptures 2 video shows how we connect the sarcophagi to the seraphim from Scriptures. The Mayan calendar may also have been counting down to this event, as I'm sure the ancients knew how all this worked and planned for it. From Scriptures we can also connect the event to passages such as Isaiah 13:13. Therefore I will make the heavens tremble, and the earth will shake from its place at the wrath of the Lord Almighty, in the day of his burning anger. Or Isaiah 24:1. See, the Lord is going to lay waste the earth and devastate it, he will ruin its face and scatter its inhabitants. The Dark Ages in our history may also be related to these events. Not even an empire can survive this event, as so much chaos and destruction seems to take place, empires will crumble. And we see this everywhere as we look back in history and find devastation in civilizations that were in their golden age and then it just stopped. We see destruction on a large scale when looking into these ancient sites. We are a species that seem to have dementia or amnesia. We are surrounded by all these ancient sites and no one seems to remember the true meanings. Everyone has forgotten. This of course is compounded by wars, takeovers, indoctrination, pseudoscience, bad decodings, misdirection, and even blatant and obvious lies. It would seem there are people out there that do not want us to know our true history and how this realm really works. So, we take a look into Hopi prophecy. Do you remember back in 1997 the Hopi elders appeared with Dr. Robert Ghost Wolf on Art Bell's Coast to Coast show? They spoke to millions of wary listeners around the world as they predicted the coming of the blue star Kashina, and that the purifier, the red star Kashina, would follow shortly after the twins, Haley Bop, had passed from our heavens. They spoke about us seeing strange things going on with animals, frogs with 6 legs, rabbits with 4 ears, animals being born with both genders. They spoke of earth changes and firestorms, and they talked about the 8 thunders prophecies and the pale prophet. The following is an excerpt from the Last Cry Native American Prophecies and Tales of the End Times by Dr. Robert Ghost Wolf, 1994 to 2004. It has appeared in numerous articles over the web and in magazines all over the world. The story of the blue Kachina is a very old story, very old. I have been aware of the story of the blue Kachina since I was very young. I was told this story by grandfathers who are now between 80 and 108 years of age. Frank Walters also wrote about Sasquatch, the blue star Kachina, in the Book of the Hopi. The story came from the grandfather Dan, oldest Hopi. It was told to me that the first blue Kachina would start to be seen at the dances and would make his appearance known to the children in the plaza during the night dance. This event would tell us that the end times are very near. Then the blue star Kachina would physically appear in our heavens which would mean that we were in the end times. In the final days we will look up in our heavens and we will witness the return of the two brothers who helped create this world in the birthing time. Pagan Yoha is the guardian of our North Pole, and his brother Polangoya is the guardian of the South Pole. In the final days, the blue star Kachina will come to be with his nephews, and they will return to Earth to its natural rotation, which is counterclockwise. Please note, from an APM Research perspective, we do not believe in a spinning globe model. We believe in a flat world model, and it is our luminaries that are rotating. So this is suggesting we may get a counter rotation of the luminaries. This fact is evidenced in many petroglyphs that speak of the zodiac and within the Mayan and Egyptian pyramids. The rotation of the Earth has been manipulated by not so benevolent star beings. The twins will be seen in our northwestern skies. They will come and visit to see who still remembered the original teachings, flying in their patu votas or flying shields. They will bring many of their star family with them in the final days. The return of the blue star Kachina, who is also known as Nan Ga Shohu, will be the alarm clock that tells us of the new day and the new way of life, a new world that is coming. This is where the changes will begin. They will start as fires that burn within us, and we will burn up with desires and conflict if we do not remember the original teachings and return to the peaceful way of life. Not far behind the twins will come the purifier, the red Kachina, who will bring the day of purification. On this day the earth, her creatures and all life as we know it will change forever. There will be messengers that will precede this coming of the purifier. They will leave messages to those on earth who remember the old ways. The messages will be found written in the living stone, through the sacred grains and even the waters. Crop circles have been found in ice. It mentions in brackets. From the purifier will issue forth a great red light. All things will change in their manner of being. Every living thing will be offered the opportunity to change from the largest to the smallest thing. Those who return to the ways given to us in the original teachings and live in a natural way of life will not be touched by the coming of the purifier. They will survive and build the new world. Only in the ancient teachings will the ability to understand the message be found. It is important to understand that these messages will be found upon every living thing, even within our bodies, even within a drop of our blood. All life forms will receive the messages from the twins. Those that fly, the plants, even the rabbit. The appearance of the twins begins a period of 7 years, which will be our final opportunity to change our ways. Everything we experience is all a matter of choice. Many will appear to have lost their souls in these final days. So intense will the nature of the changes be that those who are weak in spiritual awareness will go insane, for we are nothing without spirit. They will disappear, for they are just hollow vessels for anything to use. Life will be so bad in the cities that many will choose to leave this plane, some in whole groups. Only those who return to the values of the old ways will be able to find peace of mind. For in the earth we shall find relief from the madness that will be around us. It will be a very hard time for women with children, for they will be shunned, and many of the children in these times will be unnatural. Some beings from the stars, some from past worlds, some will even be created by man in an unnatural manner and will be soulless. Many of people in this time will be empty in spirit. They will have sampuku, no life force in their eyes. As we get close to the time of arrival, the purifier, there will be those who walk as ghosts through the cities, through canyons they will have constructed in their man-made mountains. Those that walk through these places will be very heavy in their walk. It will appear almost painful as they take each step, for they will be disconnected from their spirit and the earth. After the arrival of the twins, they will begin to vanish before your eyes like so much smoke. Others will have great deformities, both in the mind and upon their bodies. There will be those who would walk in the body that are not from this reality, for many of the gateways that once protected us will be opened. There will be much confusion between sexes and children and their elders. Life will get very perverted and there will be little social order in these times. Many will ask for those mountains themselves to fall upon them to end their misery. Still others will appear as if untouched by what is occurring, the ones who remember the original teachings and have reconnected their hearts and spirit, those who remember who their mother and father is, the Pahana who have left to live in the mountains and forest. When the purifier comes, we will see him first as a small red star, which will come very close and sit in our heavens watching us to see how well we have remembered the sacred teachings. This purifier will show us many miraculous signs in our heavens. In this way we will know a Creator is not a dream. Even those who do not feel their connection to Spirit will see the face of the Creator across the sky. Things unseen will be felt very strongly. Many things will begin to occur that will not make sense, for reality will be shifting back in and out of the dream state. There will be many doorways to the lower world that will open at this time. Things long forgotten will come back to remind us of our past creations. All living things will want to be present for this day when time ends and we enter the forever cycle of the fifth world. We will receive many warnings allowing us to change our ways from below the earth as well as above. This one morning, in a moment, we will awaken to the red dawn. The sky will be the colour of blood. Many things will then begin to happen that right now we are not sure of their exact nature, for much of reality will not be as it is now. There will be many strange beasts upon the earth in those days, some from the past and some that we have never ever seen. The nature of mankind will appear strange in these times. We walk between worlds and we will house many spirits even within our bodies. After a time we will walk again with our brothers from the stars and rebuild this earth, but not until the purifier has left his mark upon the universe. No thing living will go untouched here or in the heavens. The way through this time, it is said, it is to be found in our hearts and reuniting with our spiritual self, getting simple and return to living with and upon the earth and in harmony with her creatures, remembering that we are the caretakers, the firekeepers of the spirit. Our relatives from the stars are coming home to see how well we have fared in our journey. The pictures enclosed in this presentation are of the human beings, my Hopi grandfathers. They were telling you truth. There is still time for you to change. You may find some of the above information disturbing. We will be doing a part 2 to this to break these events down further. Okay, now let's look at the data.
Professor Valentina Zarkova gave a presentation of her climate and the solar magnetic field hypothesis at the Global Warming Policy Foundation in October 2018. Zarkova models solar sunspot and magnetic activity. Her models have run at a 93% accuracy, and her findings suggest a super grand solar minimum could begin in 2020. A super grand solar minimum would have 4 magnetic fields out of phase. There was about 40 to 60 years of cold weather 350 years ago. This was a Maunder minimum of lower solar activity. The historical cold weather had 2 magnetic fields out of phase. Zarkova is predicting a cooling effect that is 2.5 to 4 times larger than the Maunder minimum. Zarkova's analysis shows an 8 watts per square meter decrease in TSI, total solar irradiance. A 2015 Nature study looked at 2 watts per square metre decrease, causing a 0.13 minus degrees Celsius effect. A 4 times larger effect would be 0.5 minus degrees Celsius. Zarkova believes the warming models are including the warming effect of increased solar activity. If she is correct, there would be cooling, and the warming models would be wrong.
Let's go back in time and check out the last mini ice age. So what is that? It's the time period between 1300 and 1850 where we were at a climatic minimum. In the 13th century, pack ice began advancing southwards in the North Atlantic, as well as glaciers in Greenland. Evidence has shown that glaciers expanded almost worldwide during this time frame. As we can see here, a map showing how far down the ice and snow expanded, we can imagine how this affected life on Earth. Cold summers and ice growth intensified greatly from 1430 to 1455. We can see now why people dressed in layers, as we see here some different examples of the attire worn. This natural occurrence played havoc with agriculture and the sun's warmth, as well as ocean circulation and volcanoes. As summers become more unreliable in Europe and North America, they began to experience famines. From 1315 to 1317, Europe experienced the Great Famine. They had to learn to adapt to producing food to the unrelenting cold and rains, dark and snow. Alpine villagers lived on a bread made from ground nutshells mixed with barley and flour. This is just one example. Loss of life rose dramatically during these times, for less food and more illnesses were occurring. The effects recorded from the ocean circulation being messed up are due to thermohaline circulation. Factors that control this are the temperature and salt content. Any great change in these factors will affect the circulation belts of the world waters. Mexico has records from Aztec and Mayan relating to the periods of severe cold and droughts. In South Africa, sediment cores showed colder conditions between 1570 and 1820. A 3,000-year temperature reconstruction method based on the rate of stalagmite growth in caves in South America also backed the cold periods from 1500s to 1800s. Sea level data for the Pacific Islands suggests that sea level in the region fell in 2 stages. Once in 1270 and again in 1475. This was due to a 1.5 Celsius degree drop in temperatures, which was determined from the oxygen isotope analysis. This led to the increase in the La Nina frequency, the most intense occurring in the southern oscillation activity in the mid-17th century. Tree ring data from Patagonia shows cold episodes during 1270 to 1380 and again from 1520 to 1670. How they can tell this is when the rings are wider, it shows normal weather. But when the rings become narrower and closer together, it shows wetter, colder climate changes. Many explorations also recorded increase in the glaciers and ice packs from exploration to exploration over this time period. All of this happening led to unstable volcanic activities as well. There's recordings of a 50-year span with long episodes of highly rich sulfur eruptions occurring all over the world. This, of course, would lead to the sun being blacked out that can last for 2 years after each explosion. When a volcano emits high sulfur, it creates sulfur oxide gas. When it goes into our upper atmosphere, it turns to sulfuric acid particles. That rains down onto the lands. This is corrosive to metals and tissue. It would char wood and most organic matter, but it is unlikely to actually cause fires. As we can see here, I have mapped out some of the volcanic activity that occurred. There were many more erupting at this time, but I couldn't fit it all on the map, so these are some of the examples of what occurred during the 50-year period spoken about prior, which was the height of the activity. However, these eruptions actually went on from the mid-1200s through the 1816, the entire 400-year span of the mini ice age. In 1816, it was also recorded to be the year without summer, and was reported that frost and snow fell during June and July in both New England and Northern Europe. So, the last effect I would like to discuss on this occurrence is the witch trials. The beginning of this began in the 1380s, just as the ice began. European populations began to link magic and weather making. The victims were being accused for the climate decline. The witch hunts began in the 1430s, and by 1480s it was widely accepted that witches should be held accountable for the poor weather, livestock losses, epidemics, cows that gave too little milk, late frosts that lasted and lasted, and unknown diseases. Basically, as the temps dropped, the witch trials rose. And when the temperatures began to increase, the trials would decline. Although not everyone agreed with this, and the argument wasn't whether they existed, but rather could they control the weather. But by the height of the hunts and trials, most agreed that the witches could control natural forces, and they paid for it with their lives. So, on that note, I'll wrap up this information on the Little Ice Age and the effects of it. Thank you.
Professor Valentina Zarkova has demonstrated here that her data also coincides with the cycle we are describing here, the mini ice age, an event that reveals wonderful sights in our heavens, which reveals the true nature of our realm, events they are trying to hide. Now, I mentioned earlier a counter-rotation of the luminaries. Let's look into this further. The sun will rise from the west. This is referenced in many scriptures. The Hopi prophecy also mentions this. Mainstream will probably call this a pole shift. Let me draw your attention to Walter Russell's winding and unwinding of the cosmic clock. This is a repeating cycle. We are near the end of one cycle. Now it may reverse the opposite way. What it is all suggesting is that the north, south, east and west poles will flip the opposite way to which they are now. We would still see the sun coming from the direction we see it coming from now, but the magnetic pole flip will now have this direction marked as the west, and the west becomes the new east. The north becomes the new south, and the south becomes the new north. Another option is that the sun does come from our west and sets in the east, I guess we won't truly know until this event happens. The cosmic clock is a cycle of compression and expansion. This process generates cold and heat. It would seem we are going into the cooling cycle of the cosmic clock spring. The celestial reveals we see, as with our sun's halo, is not restricted to being revealed by light particles trapped in ice crystals. Water vapor can also form around the halos due to their electromagnetic nature. Light particles trapped in liquids and ice will try to interact with the halo, thus revealing its profile, and this is why we are seeing them. The halo projections can also be seen through clouds, fog and mist when viewed from above. These are projections from below that certain conditions allow us to see. The ether is full of positively and negatively charged particles. It is these that play a part in highlighting the electromagnetic fields around us. You can also see this electromagnetic data being revealed with rainbows. Water droplets and light particles help reveal their profiles at various altitudes. Time-lapse the rainbows and you will find some move and some don't. You can also locate electromagnetic data using your hosepipe. You are not creating a rainbow, you are revealing electromagnetic data. We are surrounded by it, as such is the nature of this realm. We are seeing electromagnetic data in the visible spectrum. There is much more going to be revealed in our heavens, so be sure to have your cameras at the ready. The construct is revealing itself. On the subject of mudfloods, melting ice will certainly play a part in this, as well as rising seas causing liquefaction. Remember, tsunamis may occur during these destructive events. We hope this video and information helps you with your own research, and as this data is clearly showing, plan for cold times ahead. We will be making a part 2 of this video where we will cover other events from recorded history that relate to this cycle.
I will be speaking some verses from the Bible that will connect to the research. Matthew chapter 24 verse 7 speaks, "For nations will rise against nations, and kingdom against kingdom, and there will be famines and earthquakes in various places." Luke chapter 21 verse 11 speaks, "There will be great earthquakes and various places, famines, pestilence, and there will be terrors and great signs from heaven." Luke chapter 21 verse 25 speaks, "There will be signs in sun and moon and stars, and on the earth distress of nations in perplexity, because of the warring of the sea and the waves." Luke chapter 21 verse 26 speaks, "People fading with fear and with foreboding of what is coming on the world, for the powers of the heavens will be shaken." 2 Peter chapter 3 verse 10 speaks, "But the day of the Lord will come like a thief, and then the heavens will pass away with the word, and the heavenly bodies will be burned up and dissolved, and the earth and the works that are done on it will be exposed." Revelation chapter 8 verse 8 and 9 speak, describing burning mountains falling into the sea. The result is massive destruction and massive loss of life. Isaiah chapter 29 verse 6 speaks, "You will be visited by the Lord of hosts with thunder and earthquake and a loud noise, with windstorm and tempest and flame of consuming fire." Revelation chapter 6 verse 12 And when I saw the Lamb open the sixth seal, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black, like the sackcloth of goat hair, and the whole moon turned blood red. Revelation chapter 8, verse 5. Then the angel took the censer, filled it with fire from the altar, and they hurled into the earth. And there were peals of thunder, and rumblings, and flashes of lightning, and an earthquake. Revelation chapter 11, verse 19. Speak. Then the temple of God in heaven was opened, and the ark of his covenant appeared in his temple. And there were flashes of lightning, rumbling, and peals of thunder, and an earthquake, and a great hailstone. Revelation chapter 16, verse 18 speaks. And there were flashes of lightning, and rumbling, and peals of thunder, and a great earthquake, the likes of which had not occurred since men were upon the earth. So mighty was the great quake.
Hello, and welcome to APM Research, the End Times, Revelations and Prophecy Part 2. In this video, Sandra will be taking you deeper into the Book of Miracles and revealing more interesting events from our recorded history. We will then break down and decode these events into cycles of the realm, technological events that are in our recorded history, events we are supposed to be aware of as our ancestors were. You will then see how we decode Noah and relate it to these technological events. This will help you gain a better understanding of the relationship between the angel technologies and all of the life forms in this realm.
Genesis 7, 11-14. 11. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, on the 17th day of the month, on that day all the fountains of the great deep burst forth, and the windows of the heavens were opened. 12. And rain fell upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. 13. On the very same day Noah and his sons, Shem and Ham and Japheth, and Noah's wife and the 3 wives of his sons, with them, entered the ark. 14. They and every beast according to its kind, and all the livestock according to their kinds, and every creeping thing that creeps on the earth according to its kind, and every bird according to its kind, every winged creature. Genesis 9, 12-15. 12. And God said, This is the sign of the covenant that I make between me and you and every living creature that is with you for all future generations. 13. I have set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be a sign of the covenant between me and the earth. 14. When I bring clouds over the earth, and the bow is seen in the clouds. 15. I will remember my covenant. Exodus 14, 27-29. 27. So Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and the sea returned to its normal course when the morning appeared. And as the Egyptians fled into it, the Lord threw the Egyptians into the midst of the sea. 28. The waters returned and covered the chariots and the horsemen. Of all the host of Pharaoh that had followed them into the sea, not one of them remained. 29. But the people of Israel walked on dry ground through the sea, the waters being a wall to them on their right hand and on their left. Exodus 16, 14-16. 14. And when the dew had gone up, there was on the face of the wilderness a fine flake-like thing, fine as frost on the ground. 15. When the people of Israel saw it, they said to one another, What is it? For they did not know what it was. And Moses said to them, It is the bread that the Lord has given you to eat. 16. This is what the Lord has commanded. Gather of it, each one of you, as much as he can eat. You shall each take an omer according to the number of the persons that each of you has in his tent. Numbers 16, 4-7. 4. When Moses heard it, he fell on his face. 5. And he said to Korah and all his company, In the morning the Lord will show who is his, and who is holy, and will bring him near to him. The one whom he chooses, he will bring near to him. 6. Do this, take censers, Korah and all his company. 7. Put fire in them, and put incense on them before the Lord tomorrow, and the man whom the Lord chooses shall be the Holy One. You have gone too far, sons of Levi. Kings 2, 11-12. 11. And as they still went on and talked, behold, chariots of fire and horses of fire separated the two of them, and Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven. 12. And Elisha saw it, and he cried, my father, the chariots of Israel. Isaiah 38, 4-8. 4. Then the word of the Lord came to Isaiah. 5. Go and say to Hezekiah, Thus says the Lord, the God of David your father, I have heard your prayer, I have seen your tears. Behold, I will add 15 years to your life. 6. I will deliver you and this city out of the hand of the king of Assyria, and will defend this city. 7. This shall be the sign to you from the Lord, that the Lord will do this thing that he has promised. 8. Behold, I will make the shadow cast by the declining sun on the dial of Ahaz turn back 10 steps. So the sun turned back on the dial the 10 steps by which it had been declined. Jeremiah 1, 11-14. 11. And the word of the Lord came to me, saying, Jeremiah, what do you see? And I said, I see an almond branch. 12. Then the Lord said to me, You have seen well, for I am watching over my word to perform it. 13. The word of the Lord came to me a second time, saying, What do you see? And I said, I see a boiling pot facing away from the north. 14. Then the Lord said to me, Out of the north disaster shall be let loose upon all inhabitants of the land. Daniel 7, 1-4. 1. In the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babylon, David saw a dream and visions of his head as he lay in his bed. Then he wrote down the dream and told the sum of the matter. 2. Daniel declared, I saw in my vision by night, and behold, the 4 winds of heaven were stirring up the great sea. 3. And 4 great beasts came up out of the sea, different from one another. 4. The first was like a lion and had eagle's wings. Then as I looked, its wings were plucked off, and it was lifted up from the ground and made to stand on 2 feet like a man, and the mind of a man was given to it. Ezekiel 1, 1-3. 1. In the 30th year, in the 4th month, on the 5th day of the month, as I was among the exiles by the Shebar Canal, the heavens were opened, and I saw visions of God. 2. On the 5th day of the month, it was the 5th year of the exile of King Jehoiachin. 3. The word of the Lord came to Ezekiel the priest, the son of Buzi, in the land of the Chaldeans, by the Shebar Canal, and the hand of the Lord was upon him there. In the time of Job there occurred in Cassilia, according to Shadel Thessali, a great flood, and during this time there was a river in this area, out of which came an ox, that went up into the air and then back down into the river, so that the simple-minded people believed it to be a god. 73 BC. In the year 73 BC, a terrible occurrence affected the animals and livestock in Italy most cruelly, such that all the animals that were tame, every donkey, ox, horse and sheep, suddenly returned to the wild and ran away into the wilderness and completely forgot their previous nature. 73 BC. In the year 73 BC, people gathered together to drink, but when they cut the bread, blood came out of it as if out of a wound. There was also a hailstorm so terrible that rocks fell from the sky for 7 days in succession, and therein too were pieces of real stones and plenty of sharp stones, so that the soil was destroyed by them. 170. in brackets, in fact 570. In the year AD 570 there came from a mountain of Gaul a great noise, and screaming as if many people had been entombed inside it. There was also heavy hail for a long time. 170 in brackets, in fact 570. In the year AD 570, fiery arrows and drops of blood appeared in the sky over Italy. Afterwards such a fierce rain fell that many villages and towns were swept away and many people drowned. Also there appeared in the water, from the waist up, several men and women with long hair. 195 in brackets, in fact 595. In the year AD 595, in the time of Muhammad, two wondrous sea creatures having human form were seen off the island of Delos. Also fire fell from the sky, and a rainbow appeared of such brightness that people thought Judgment Day had come. And there were peals of thunder, more terrible than had ever been heard before. This was followed by a dreadful plague which carried off many people. 595. In the year AD 595, in the time of Muhammad, something wondrous and fearsome appeared. At that time a bright comet was seen over Constantinople for a whole year. 1126. In the year AD 1126, the winter was so cold and severe that birds froze to death in mid-air. This was followed by such a famine that livestock and people died, and birds killed each other in the air. 1495. In the year 1495, in the month of June, the two pigs were born to two sows near the Rhine, as recorded and painted here. 1496. In AD 1496, in the month of January, at the time the Tiber burst its banks high and wide near Rome, what wondrous creature appeared, found dead where the raging and the might of the Tiber's waters had subsided, and was in this shape and form as it is painted there. 1513. In the year AD 1513, in January, it was told that this was born to a Metzerin in Bleiburg, issuing dead from its mother's womb, then to be buried, and 4 hours later dug up again by Anton Reidhort himself, at that time the Countess of Lodrin's steward, unwrapped from its shroud and examined very carefully in the presence of a priest. Afterwards the painter, Hans Borgmeier, was commissioned to record it in detail as it appears above. 1516. In the country of the Romans, a mare gave birth to a hare instead of a young foal. 1516. In the year 1516, an extremely small horse was born in Weibelben, all white like a lamb, and was presented to Emperor Maximilian of glorious remembrance. 1529. In the year 1529, on the 14th day of the month of January, this calf was born in Langweid near Augsburg, but came out dead from the mother, and I, Hans Borgmeier, painter, bought the skin for half a guilder from a parchment maker who had bought it for only 6 kreuzer. 1532. In the year 1532, a calf such as this was born in a village near Donauworth, just as it is painted and recorded here. 1531. In the year 1531, a wondrous creature, which was all grey and hairy, with the head of a bearded man and 4 feet with sharp claws, was caught by the bishop's huntsman in the forest of Salzburg. It was taken to the court, but would neither eat nor drink, and suffered quite horribly. 1533. In the year 1533, in October, flying dragons were seen in Bohemia and the Vogtland, as well as in small areas of Ascher, as city in Czech Republic. A crest on their heads, a snout like a pig, and with 2 wings. This went on for several days, with over 400 of them, both big and small, flying together as painted here. 1533. 1533 years after the birth of Christ, on the Friday after St. Ursula, the 24th day, such wondrous dragons were seen in the air for nigh on 2 hours, around 10 o'clock at night, in several places near Hilpoltstein and at the Hoflein's house there. 1534. In the year 1534, one of the wonderful creatures which live in the open sea was caught and taken to Venice, and it looks just as it is painted here. 1543. In the year 1543, a four-legged chick hatched out in Dillingen and then suddenly died, but it was nonetheless carefully painted from life by the bishop's painter. 1543. In the year 1543, such a wonder fish was caught in the Danish Sea as is painted and recorded here, and it was brought back alive to the city of Copenhagen. 1547. In the year 1547, this lovely wheat grew in the county of Flanders, 3 miles from Ghent, in various shapes and forms, some pressed closely together, some with divided ears, as well as with 4, 8, 12, up to 15 ears on one stalk, just as is painted here. 1539. A wonderful miracle in the year 1539 concerning a young girl from Ross in the Diocese of Speyer, who refrained from taking any physical sustenance for 2 years and 12 weeks. At this time, too, such hairy grapes grew beside the nectar and the vine, as above. Margaretha Vibes von Roth, 13½ years old. 1550. 1550 years after the birth of Christ, such a pigeon was found in a village by the name of Rikashofen, near Lindau, as is painted here, with 4 feet and 2 sets of hindquarters.
Okay, so today we're going to read through parts of and decode the Book of Noah. Methuselah took a wife for his son Lamech, and she bore him a man-child. The body of a babe was white as snow and red as a blooming rose, and the hair of his head and his long locks were white as wool, and his eyes were like rays of the sun. When he opened his eyes, he lighted up the whole house like the sun, and the whole house was very full of light. And when he was taken from the hand of the midwife, he opened his mouth and praised the Lord of righteousness. His father Lamech was afraid of him and fled, and came to his own father Methuselah, and he said to him, I have begotten a strange son. He is not like a human being, but resembles the children of angels of heaven, and his nature is different, and he is not like us, and his eyes are as the rays of the sun, and his countenance is glorious. And it seems to me he is not sprung from me, but from the angels. And I fear that his days of wonder may be wrought on earth. And now, my Father, I am here to petition thee and implore thee, that thou mayest go to Enoch, our father, and learn from him the truth, for his dwelling place is among the angels.
Lovely wording, isn't it?
Yes.
Right, let's go through that, shall we?
Yes.
I took a wife for his son Lamech. Now, I can't remember the amount of sons and daughters involved, but for the sake of the viewers watching, you know, when we look at family relationships like this, wife, son, we look at halos, nodes, and how many nodes are on this halo, because we look at this is how we decode this. You know, we look at it as a technology. So that's for the benefit of the viewers, where we're going with this. Right, do you want to go through some of it one, see if there's anything jumping out at you?
Yeah, well, I mean, feeding on that, you want to mention that the taking of the wife is the positive and negative of the energies.
Yeah, so, yeah, it would make sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah. The babe would be the new energy created from the two joining.
Yeah.
The whole house being full of light and his eyes being open and he lit up the house.
Yeah, I like that part, because you know what that reminded me of one?
What was that?
You remember in the description of the sunrise with the eyes round about it and it lit the house up.
Okay. It reminded me of when we decoded cherubims. So that's the part I meant. Yeah, okay.
You remember?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it lit the whole house up, it lit the room up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's suggesting, it's like those, you know, that decoder done of Shiva with the accelerator, with the sparks coming out the side of it. It's that kind of an event, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what it's decoding like already.
So this is telling us that Noah is a piece of technology.
Yes. Yeah, I have to agree.
Also, the fact that Enoch, his dwelling place is among the angels, you know, that also is kind of telling me that Enoch himself must have been something, a piece of technology. You know, I can't really say what he did at this point, but...
Yeah, well, I am going to do a little piece on it, actually, to add to this, so don't worry about that.
Well, good, okay.
Another thing on the angels now, remember everyone, Scripture tells us the underworld is the prison of the angels. Very important that now, you know. Prison, when you think of a prison, they're in a room down below, and this is the seal of the 144,000 from Scriptures. So it's suggesting there is 144,000 sealed rooms below.
That makes sense to me. So this is Noah's room that lit up.
Yeah, yep, yep. It's time for Noah to do what he does.
Yep. All right, so we'll move on to the next paragraph. The Lord will do a new thing in the earth. There will come great destruction on earth and a deluge for 1 year. Before the birth of Noah, the sea was in the habit of transgressing its bounds twice daily, morning and evening, and flooding the land up to the graves. After his birth, it kept within its confines, and the famine that afflicted the world in the time of Lamech, the second of the 10 great famines appointed to come upon it, ceased its ravages with the birth of Noah. The difficulties were increased when the flood began to toss the ark from side to side. All inside of it were shaken up like lentils in a pot.
Very nice. Right, the Lord will do a new thing in the earth. Notice it mentions in the earth.
Yes.
Not on, but in. Yeah, it's very important. In the earth.
Which
There will
is
come a great destruction.
Which is technology.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
The
There's
layers
going to be.
below. Yep.
It's what it's telling you here is there's an event going to start. There will come to a great destruction when this event starts, and a deluge for 1 year. Now that's this ties in with the End Times video 1, doesn't it? This is continuing on from video 1 about this the End Times destruction. So what we're looking at is this cycle starting.
Exactly.
Anything you want to put on that one?
No, I agree. The cycle is starting now, and it will go for a whole year.
Which in other way, I don't know. Which in other words, technology is gonna change, or it's gonna move a different, or what? Technology. To me, it's like it's gonna be, like you said, it's gonna be a whole year, but technology can also be the one who's gonna destroy it from underneath.
Yeah, that's what it's telling us. It's a cycle, a technological cycle that's going to happen, and it seems to happen about roughly every 394 years, going by the maiden long count calendar. They seem to be counting down to this one, I think, with that calendar.
Yeah.
So the link to this actual text will be in the description, so everybody can go read the whole thing. We pulled out bits and pieces to read here, but it does mention how the water not only rained down, but it came up from their feet. That is in the text. It's just quite a long little book. So everyone should, I encourage them to go read it on their own, read the whole thing.
Definitely, yeah. And look at it like we look at it. You're looking at events, cycles, mechanisms, processes. This is what we're decoding here. This is parts of a large process. Okay, before the birth of Noah, the sea was in the habit of transgressing its bounds twice daily, morning and evening, and flooding the land up to the graves. Very interesting, it mentions twice daily because the pressure changes that's recorded daily currently is taken exactly the same times. That's why if they're recorded twice daily, the pressure changes. So that now relates to what we put out in the...
So it changes twice.
Yeah, twice daily. Yeah. What it's telling you is it's pressure changes. In the Power and Glory video, I was demonstrating how the star halos are very much involved in expansion and compression, And what that's telling me there is it's directly related to the star halos, or at least one or more. I've no, it doesn't tell you how many, but you're looking at star halos of these pressure changes. But even a separate entity can still have these pressure changes as well.
Well,
depending what it's doing.
Like you just said, how many, what was it? How many something? But anyways, it's two, so it's two technology that are together, like pair, and one does one and the other one does the other one.
One's controlling both. It's
exactly.
But
one in the morning and one at night. But it can also be a different technology. The one we have now and the one's coming of a different way of technology, and it's going to be 1 and 2. I think. I don't know. I might be wrong.
Also, reading into that, you've got to look at this as a modification to stop this process happening, because what it's in there, it said that it was in the habit of transgressing its bounds. So this technology was obviously designed to help stop these problems and the flooding. So this mechanism is a fail-safe mechanism, it seems to me. Or it seems to me now it's an addition to help a bigger process.
Yep, the tides. I see the tides. I mean, it's definitely controlling the tides. The tides were obviously not staying where they were supposed to be.
Yeah,
they were
directly related. Yeah, directly related to the seas, isn't it?
Well, that's why it's moving. That's what I'm saying. It's moving.
Okay. Go ahead, Katz.
I have to read the last part. I was going to say something.
Yeah, I was just going to do that now. Right. Okay. After his birth, it kept within its confines. Oh, right there. Look, that sentence there just confirms what we just spoke about. It's designed to keep it within its confines. So it's playing a very big part in containing water. Very nice. And the famine afflicted the world in the time of Lamech, the second of the 10 great famines appointed to come upon it, ceased its ravages with the birth of Noah. So yeah, look, perfect. Look at that. It's been designed to help stop a famine, because we know with the pole shift event that we mentioned in part 1, and the information coming from Professor Valentina Zarkova on the Maunder cycle, the Maunder minimum, that she's estimated for famines around 2028 to 2032. And this one here was designed to stop that. So, it seems to be now a certain part of the world is not going to be affected as much as other parts.
Exactly. Can you think like one part can do the first, and then it can take a little bit, and then the second part will move? Oh, well, like the day and night, like you said. Like the first one is up, and then the little ways, a little tiny, and then the second will move, which is the second technology.
Yeah, well, this might be a second one that was added when you think about it, because this has now been designed to create a balance that wasn't there before. So, I think Noah was designed for some kind of a balance. But it can affect water in a big way. So with that comes dangers, doesn't it?
But what does shaking up like lentils in a pot? What does that mean? I mean,
well, that would translate as something like a tsunami or something like that. That kind of destruction. Anything in its path is going to get swept away.
Also, we're talking about the deluge. So I want to just throw in there that this famine, these waters coming up out of their bounds would completely flood all the fields every time. They would lose their food, right? This would create what people call the mudfloods.
Oh yeah, definitely the prime suspect for all the mudflood events, which there is channels out there covering them in a big way. You know, I would recommend if anyone wants to look into mudfloods further, is go to Martin Leakey's channel. He's got some fantastic coverage of it taking place everywhere. And if he looks at the timeline of these, he might just tie it into this event that we're speaking of, because we think this is the reset event. This is the event everyone's looking for in history, where everyone's golden age all of a sudden came to an end. We think it is this event. This is how important this is. And going by the data in the last video, it looks like it's due to start next year. You know, we're not here to scaremonger, but when we come across data like that and the scientists coming forward and stating so, then we have to go with it and put it out there. So, you know, forewarned is forearmed, isn't it?
Yeah.
But that's where we're at, you know. We're trying to decode scriptures, the world model, everything into an event of cycles. You know, cycles we can see on the Antikytherian mechanism. Cycles that seem to be involved in the Nazca line configuration. There's a lot of cycles going on here. You know, you look at some of the calendars, the main calendar or the Tzolk'in calendar that Jason done a decode of. You know, they're all about separate events. There's events for each luminary and other events that we should all be very well aware of, and we're not anymore. All that knowledge seems to be lost. So that's where we're at today. You know, we're trying to relearn what was once learned.
Okay.
So yeah, that makes sense about the arc, then, doesn't it? Tossing the arc from side to side. Yeah, I mean, think of a ball of water sloshing around. That's what you're looking at. That's how it's going to ravage the earth, basically. It's going to shake the waters, and they're going to spill around like they would, like in a bowl of water. It's going to slop around everywhere, and this is what creates your mud floods, all your lakes. You know, new lakes are formed, land masses are covered. It's a constant, ongoing cycle.
Yeah, and when we looked at the arc before, if you recall, it was layered, you know, different layers. So you have to think of this technology, you know, possibly starting low, hitting the next layer up, and then finally to surface. You know, it would shake up everything that was inside of what they're calling the arc. Pretty bad.
Yeah.
That would be great destruction, you know, not just floods and tsunamis, but this would cause the earth to tremble and shake, you know, as it occurs. The flood was produced by a union of the male waters, which are above the firmament, and the female waters issuing from the earth. The upper waters rushed through the space left when God removed 2 stars out of the constellation Pleiades. Afterwards, to put a stop to the flood, God had to transfer 2 stars from the constellation of the Bear to the constellation of Pleiades. This is why the bear runs after Pleiades. She wants her 2 children back, but they will be restored to her only in the future world. There were other changes among the celestial spheres during the time of the flood. All the time it lasted, the sun and moon shed no light, whence Noah was called by his name, the Resting One. For in his life, the sun and the moon rested. The ark was illuminated by a precious stone, the light of which was more brilliant by night than by day, so enabling Noah to distinguish between the day and night.
Right, lovely that.
It
Okay.
is. That's really, really cool. So the waters above the firmament and the waters below. That's a positive and negative going on for sure.
Yeah, the way I look at that one, you know, the firmament now to me means terra firma.
That's, yes, that's kind of where I was getting ready to go with that.
Yeah. I'll just put this in there because, you know, we have to show people there is a different perspective you have to start decoding this from, because if you stand in the underworld and you say the waters above, it now makes a lot more sense that they're actually talking about the seas where we live. you know, you put it into, to put it into a context, if that was said when they were below in the underworld, then it would make sense, wouldn't it? They're talking about the waters above, in other words, our seas. And what it's saying there, you know, the flood of the union of the male waters and the female waters, that's just the electrical energy from above and below, which we know will affect water. As an example, you know, we can reference a halo here, because, you know, an halo now gives us a source for lightning. The lightning strikes can be coming directly from one of these halos. A good example being that video I uploaded a couple of days ago. Halos, you know, with these halos, with the rotating vortex, you've got tornadoes, you've got winds, lightning. There's a lot of processes going on here, just off one alone. But yeah, getting back to this.
That's okay. Now think
yeah.
about if there were 2 stars removed out of one of these halos, you know, that would completely throw off the electromagnetism going on. You know, it would break the cycle. It would cause chaos.
Which will be unbalanced.
And we have to remember always that what we're talking about above is below. It's as above, so below. So there is stuff going on in these layers underneath that we see above in our heavens. So the stuff removed was actually in the underworld, which is what's causing a lot of this flooding and, you know, shifting to go on. Yeah, and I'm sure that people that understand astrology would absolutely get the part of the bear chasing Pleiades. You know, I'm not huge into astrology or knowing, you know, about the constellation as much as other people in this group, but I'm sure the bear follows Pleiades. You know?
Yeah, very well. There is, what it's telling me is there's 2 luminaries being moved out of that location, or 2 projectors, and moved somewhere else.
Yep.
And the bear wants them back.
Yeah, and
it mentions there they will be restored to only in the future world. You know, is the future world? It's just another cycle where they'll move back there. You know, and this to me now relates to the pole shift event. It has to relate to this pole shift event. You know, that's what it's telling me. The end times, pole shift, it's the same event. And from an APM perspective, for the viewers, we'll give you the terminology on the angels, really, because you need to understand what we're referring to here. An angel, you know, the ancient terminology of an angel in modern times in our decodings relates to a particle accelerator. So an angel is a particle accelerator in modern terminology, just so you're aware of that. So you can see now how there's a relation as above, so below, the physical model in the underworld and the projection in the heavens, which we've showed plenty of in our videos and presentations. Visible, recordable, observable phenomena. Jumping back to this, there were other changes among the celestial spheres during the year of the flood. Yeah, I can imagine that. You know, this is what the Hoppy prophecy from video 1 was talking about, the luminaries moving around in the skies, your red Kachina and your blue Kachina. It's the movement of luminaries. You know, the signs are in the heavens. It tells you this in script. It shows you now, you know, your scripture, it's basically a survival manual for this realm. It really is. It's the instruction and survival manual of the realm. If you can decode it correctly, it's all there. It just needs decoded back to its original context. All the time it lasted, the sun and the moon shed no light. Yes, I think you can relate that to volcano processes one, yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to mention that the Pleiades are known as the 7 sisters, and just thinking more on it, if we're the future world already, was, you know, did it used to be 9 stars in that set, or 5? You know, wondering if we got them back already.
Yeah, good question. That's we need help from people that read the stars here, don't we? That know the things have moved from one place to another and when they're due back.
Can you think they separate like one set and with she doesn't know when how many, but say like she was saying 9, and so all this time it's changing, almost like how can I explain it? Like it's changing everything. All the stars, like it says, they're coming together. Well, it's because they all went different ways, which is like west, north, east, south. I don't know, and they come back together.
An easier way to explain that, Kat.
I think
the easiest way to explain this, Kat, is we have to regard what's in the sky as a map of what's going on in the underworld. And we should know, in ancient times, they obviously were aware of this. It's actually our calendars relating to it. They watch the skies, they study these events, and they made the calendars to match them. And that's what we've lost. And there's events up there. To me, the map, the stars are a map of events that's happening in the world. If you can decode it all correctly, you know exactly what's going on in the world. You know when these events are going to happen.
Mm.
And it that shows in the main calendar. If they're counting down to these destructive cycles, it tells you a long time ago they were planning for destruction and famines. They were trying to plan ahead and stock up on supplies basically for these events.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Right, jumping back to the text. Where were you?
Hold on real quick. In Japan, they used to be known as 6 stars in the 8th century. Just wanted to throw that in there.
So there's a change recorded then already. Yeah, so important, know your stars and you know what's really going on in the world. They're just a reflection of what's going on down here. Anyway, let's go back to this text. There were other changes. Have we done that bit, haven't we? The moon shed no light one. Do you want to elaborate on that more? Why it would shed no more light? The sun and the moon?
Yeah. The sun and moon wouldn't shed light because of volcanic eruptions during that time. We don't have nearly as large problems with volcanoes these days, which I'm going to do a bit on that anyway. But with very large eruptions, the sun and moon can be blocked out for up to 2 to 3 years at a time with very large eruptions. As I said, we don't have those massive eruptions like that now, but Mount St. Helens, for instance, blocked out the sun for 2 entire weeks when it erupted in 1980. Which that would happen. These flows would cause major destruction. This energy would obviously need an expulsion point. All this stuff happening, as we've mentioned in the past several times, requires a waste dump system.
Yeah, and we've covered that well in a few videos now, haven't we?
Yes, and we'll keep going over it until people understand.
The more angles you come at it, the more you get to understand the process more. And that's what we're doing here, isn't it? We're looking at everything we look at always takes us back to the grid and the map and just another perspective of the same thing. Anyway, let's move on. Which part are we on here?
Noah called by his name the resting one, because the sun and moon didn't shine.
Oh yeah. When Noah was called by his name, the resting one. So he's resting, the resting one, there's a good word, we're all ready for it. It's waiting for its moment. It's waiting for the cycle to start. Timed event, isn't it? It's telling you right there in that sentence. The resting one's just resting, waiting for its moment to come and do what it's supposed to do. But in his life, the sun and the moon resting. Yeah, they're going to rest when he does his work, basically, because you're not going to see much of them. The ark was illuminated by a precious stone, the light of which was more brilliant by night than by day, so enabling Noah to distinguish between day and night. Yeah, it could be relating to a daily or a nightly cycle, that couldn't it? For it to even mention day and night, why would technology require it to be day or night? So it's either a daytime event or a nighttime event. That's telling me.
Well, and the fact that it's more brilliant at night, it made me think of the whole Venus thing, how it used to be known as two entities, not just one. They used to have the evening star and the morning star, not one thing doing both. That's how the ancients saw it. They saw it as two different things. And it just reminded me of that possibly that part may have to do with Venus lighting up more in the night.
Could well be, yeah, because if the sun and moon's blocked out, the next brightest light is going to be Venus, isn't it?
The duration of the flood was a whole year. It began on the 17th day of Heshwan, and the rain continued for 40 days until the 27th of Kislew. The punishment corresponded to the crime of the sinful generation. They had led immortal lives and begotten bastard children, whose embryonic state lasts 40 days. From the 27th day of Kislew until the first day of Siwan, a period of 150 days, the water stood at one and the same height, 15 ells above the earth. During that time all the wicked were destroyed, each one receiving the punishment due to him. Cain was among those that perished, and thus the death of Abel was avenged. So powerful were the waters in working havoc that the corpse of Adam was not spared in his grave.
Amazing stuff. So, a year of flood began on a certain date. I'm not sure what Heshwan relates to.
I believe that's the Hebrew calendar.
Ah, right. Okay. So, well, there's a nice event then, a calendar event, isn't it? Obviously, that calendar was marking it down as well. Why would it begin on, the 7th? That Heshwan must be the start of this cycle. And it's on their calendar. Does that tell you the same thing, Mom?
Yes.
Their calendar's already got this event marked down to start on that date.
Yes, and in that year, whatever year that this happened,
yeah.
Time is kind of screwy, so I don't want to get too much into that, but yes, definitely there was a point where it started. It was recorded in history,
yeah.
And if we learned the Hebrew calendar more, I'd say that it's probably findable.
Yeah, even in the next part, until the 27th of Kislew. So there's another, there's an end time for it. already in the calendar. Punishment corresponded to the crime of the sinful generation. Yeah, sinful, that does not relate to humans, really. It's nothing to do with humans, this sinful thing. It's totally related to something else. We've got to remove humans out of the equation and look at it as technological processes.
With the sinful generation, let's step back to where we began with the tides coming out of their bounds. So sinful is going against the rules pretty much. And we have to look at generation in terms of, energy being generated, or the cycles, like one full cycle would be one generation. We're not talking about human generations, we're talking about energy and cycle generations.
Yeah, lovely etymology one. That's what you got to look at it, you've got to What one did there, people, you've got to look at it and break it down. What's it really telling us, and how does it fit in with the process? Yep, lovely one.
Yep.
Led immoral lives and begotten bastard children. Now, the bastard children, very interesting. That I've seen that before, and I've never thought about it. But that single solitary halo that that 1111 code captured the other day, that could be exactly one of these things. It's a stationary halo. That would fit in with that sentence, wouldn't it?
It would. It would. It just,
Yeah.
it has no positive around it, which maybe was why it was just, like a shadow.
Yeah. But to me, it's telling me that these bastard children are just like solitary halos that are related to a bigger process. So they will, they will react to it in some way. They're part of a bigger process going on. So it tells me Noah, or events related to Noah, is going to activate other technological processes, and these would be what they would call the bastard children. Ones that are under them, related to them, but not from them. In other words, it's totally separate entities again.
And whose embryonic state lasts 40 days. That's the same as the flood. It rained for 40 days, so that must have been its forming period. You know what I mean? Its
cycle.
Growing period, the 40 days.
Yeah, whose embryonic state lasts 40 days. Yeah, so so they'll run for 40 days, basically, these halos. That's what it's telling you. Whatever their process is up there in the sky, they'll be doing it for 40 days, and we know it's already related to rain events, don't we?
Yep, and then if we move on, after it rains for the 40 days, and then the water stands at the same height, it's not allowed to, drain. It stays there.
Yeah.
The 15 L's, that throws me because we don't have the proper definition for an L. But that's got to be pretty high to cover the whole Earth. 15 L's has to be huge.
It does, yeah. We're not talking anything in human terms, are we? It's another measurement we weren't sure of yet, but it's a lot larger than we would use. An L could be something like 50 feet, a standard measurement of, say, 50 feet. It'd be like 50 feet. We don't know what an L is, do we? So we can only guess what an L is.
Right, but we do know that pretty much all of the land was covered during this time, minus very high mountains and peaks, if even that. I mean, the story tells us that, eventually they saw peaks of land.
We could say each one receiving the punishment due to him. Cain was among those that perished, and thus the death of Abel was avenged. So powerful were the waters in working havoc that the corpse of Adam was not spared in his grave. Corpse of Adam, Adam and Eve, we're going back to that again, which to us is the magnetic north and south in the case of a world model. So even rocked the north, it seems, and there is a clip I'm going to mention about the north that'll come up in this video shortly after this clip.
On the first day of Siwan, the waters began to abate, 1/4 of an ell a day, and at the end of 60 days, on the 10th day of Ab, the summits of the mountains showed themselves. But many days before, on the 10th day of Tammuz, Noah had sent forth a raven, and a week later the dove. On the first of her 3 sallies, repeated at intervals of a week, it took from the 1st of Ab until the 1st day of Tishri for the waters to subside wholly from the face of the earth. Even then the soil was so merry that the dwellers in the ark had to remain within until the 27th day of Heshwan, completing a full sun year consisting of 12 moons and 11 days.
Very nice, very nice. we're back to that C1 again. You know, the calendar event again, isn't it? Began a bit, a quarter of an hour a day. I wonder what an hour is. I mean, 60 days, and we only start seeing the summits of the mountains after 60 days. That sounds pretty deep to me, doesn't it?
It does. It's huge. We're told it's a cubit, which would be from your finger to your elbow. That's not accurate. Not at all.
Well,
15 of those would do nothing.
Yeah. And, you know, we're looking at humans, we're factoring humans back in, aren't we? And we can't. So it's relating to that length relating to the length of something else. You know, a possible giant Titan kind of length measurement.
Or what if it's the length going up to the different layers of, like, the star halos where they ride in the sky?
Yeah, who knows? we don't know the altitude of those, really, do we?
No.
But they do ascend and descend. So, not the star halos, but I mean the major luminaries, they're ascending and descending. Yeah, these ones, different process going on. Sent forth the raven, and a week later the dove. On the first of her 3 sallies, repeated at intervals of a week. Right, yeah, it's very slow. But I mean, even in today, you know, we're looking at the levels are still lowering from the previous one, aren't they? You know, they still haven't receded to the original points.
Absolutely. And we'll get more into that also in this video.
Yeah.
But you can see here the soil was so mirry, you know, that they still had to remain in the ark, so they probably would have sunk in the mud. You know, this is your mudfloods.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's mudflood. That is the cause of the mudfloods, 100%. You know, the mudflood is the effect. This is the cause. What was I going to say there now? Even then, the soil the dwellers in the ark. No, the ark you can now consider could possibly be the underworld. You know, people has gone below ground, or you know, where else would the ark be? It's not a boat on top of this.
No.
It's, you know, it's got to be, you know, safe havens below or somewhere, hasn't it? You know, completing a full sun year. Yeah, so you know they've got to wait it out, and then it all starts all over again. So you know. Your mudflood fans start, you know, relate that to this event. This is what's causing these mudfloods, and you've seen on a few channels now mudflood coverage. If not, go watch them, and you can see how, you know, mankind's recovered from these events and carried on building where the previous ones had left off. That's what you're looking at. You know, they just build on top of old sites and carrying on with life, basically start again, isn't it?
Yeah, and digging up ones that didn't get built over. They're still digging them up. There's still stuff under the ocean. It hasn't even began to surface yet. We see proof of that all over.
That's where today's archaeology is, isn't it? And it's looking at what's been buried previously.
Yeah, massive temples, villages, all kinds of stuff has been buried.
We only have to look around the world at these massive ancient sites and think, what the hell happened there? You know, where did the people go? Why does no one remember what all this means anymore?
In the year 1569, after the creation of the world, Noah divided the earth by lot among his 3 sons in the presence of an angel. Each one stretched forth his hand and took a slip from the bosom of Noah. Shem's slip was inscribed with the middle of the earth, and this portion became the inheritance of his descendants unto all eternity. Noah rejoiced that the lot had assigned it to Shem. Thus was fulfilled his blessing upon him, and God in the habitation of Shem, for 3 holy places fell within his precincts: the Holy of Holies in the temple, Mount Sinai, the middle point of the desert, and Mount Zion, the middle point of the navel of the earth. The south fell to the lot of Ham, and the north became the inheritance of Japheth. The land of Ham is hot, Japheth is cold, but Shem's is neither hot nor cold. Its temperature is hot and cold mixed.
Wow. It just gets better, this, doesn't it? Okay, in the year 1569, after the creation of the world, very interesting, you know, your Big Bang theory kind of gets blown completely out of the water here, because now we've got a creation based on technology. Because when, you know, people talk about creation, what is being created and how? Well, now we've got technological processes we can see are interacting with this environment. This is the exact word terminology of creation. We're going to get into that a bit more in this video, so I won't go too deep in it just yet. Right, divided the earth by a lot among his three sons. You know, the three sons, that tells me we're looking at gates in the north and the south. But you'll realise that, if you haven't realised that yet, you will more and more as we get to the bottom of this paragraph. In the presence of an angel, each one stretched forth his hand and took a slip from the bosom of Noah. Shem's slip was inscribed with the middle of the earth, and this portion became the inheritance of his descendants into all eternity. So that one there's basically prescribed to the equator. It's not going to move from the equator, so that's the center point.
Yeah.
Noah rejoiced that the Lord had assigned it to Shem, thus was fulfilled his blessing upon him, and God in the habitation of Shem, for 3 holy places fell within his precincts. The Holy of the Holies in the temple, Mount Sinai, the middle point of the desert, and the Mount Zion, the middle point of the navel of the earth. So that's our north point on our grid right there, isn't it? That's the center of our map.
Yes.
What that's talking about there, you know, and
we
carry on.
I was going to say, I wonder if his area isn't actually the area between the tropics.
Yeah, well, that would be the center point, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
In between that band.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would make sense.
Mm-hmm. And then below that's Ham, and above that is Japheth.
Yeah, so they're the gates in the north and south. They're just different names for the same gates again. Like, you know, the south felt a lot of Ham, and the north became the inheritance of Japheth. The land of Ham is hot, Japheth is cold. So you're looking at the south and the north there. But Shem's is neither hot or cold. Its temperature is hot and cold mixed, so that's the equator, isn't it? So you're looking at the north gates, the south gates, and the equator in the center there. So what it's telling you in this whole paragraph is this pole shift. This is the pole shift event. It's the flipping of the poles, which we'll cover a bit more anyway in this video.
Yep, I agree. And that is all we have to talk about on the Book of Noah. But the link will be in the description. I really encourage, again, I'm going to say, go read the whole book, because it's very, very interesting.
Okay, so Noah is a technological process that is connected to what mainstream call a pole shift event. Would you like to meet Noah? This is created by Noah. The morning glory is very aptly named, isn't it? Some people call these roll clouds, but ask yourself this: what could possibly make clouds behave like this? Only electromagnetics have the power to do this. Electromagnetics on a grand scale. Notice the rotating vortex contained and held stationary. In some cases it appears to release the clouds and the winds take them away, which probably means it just shut down and the clouds blew away. This can also be related to the 4 pressure changes we record daily. Another option is the halo that is holding the clouds actually starts moving in a certain direction, which reminds me of the anti-Keplerian mechanism in a way, which means there is a very large electromagnetic device moving below. On the subject of gravity and pull, there is no such force as a pulling force, but there is an obvious pushing effect from these halos that can affect oceans and seas. You would only need to increase the power into the halo to increase the pressure. These halos can be seen stretching for hundreds of miles and are very predictable in some locations. Isn't this truly amazing, people? Look at that. Here is more proof of electromagnetic evidence. This clip, captured by Kim Johnson, shows some very unusual patterns formed by clouds. They appear to follow a path. I want you to take note of the shape it creates. That path can be seen here in this electromagnetic data recorded by Ceres. This is real-world magnetic data overlaid on the map. Real electromagnetic data that is playing a very big part in the movement of luminaries, as you can see in these images. The configuration matching a sweepback transformer that moves the sun's image across the sky as the sun and probably other luminaries are captured on top of the cones in use. This also requires the sun's physical model to be below us, and we are seeing the projection above. Take a good look, people, and memorize these shapes, as you will notice them in the heavens. This image here is from over Antarctica looking north. See how the magnetic data always appears to be in sets of 3. The locations they connect having a very big part in causing quakes and following luminaries as they are enabled. Here is more proof captured by Super Dave 44. Again, clouds following an invisible path. Take note of the shapes. You will notice these more and more, and now we have an answer for them. When you see them, try and check your compass to see if it is a north to south alignment, or more electromagnetic data being revealed that follow different paths. Going back to the pressure changes, for you people recording long distance flat earth proofs, consider this compression and why you sometimes see different views from the same location. Some scenes looking more compressed and some looking much clearer, and thus allowing you to see further distances. We now have a cause for this compression and expansion. Various halos turning on and off, creating the pressure changes recorded daily. It condenses the atmosphere, as you can see happening in this video recorded by Sandra. Try it yourself, you will be surprised at the differences recorded from the same location and height of camera. Okay, so on with identifying Noah. We believe the central halo is Noah. You may remember back in 2017 I was looking into the oceans receding in South America. Here is how they tie in. Let's check along Noah's path. As you can see here, this halo intersects here alongside other parts of the grid. Definitely a busy area and receding oceans. Again, this halo is close to the landmass, and here we have the same ocean receding event in Ecuador. Central America. All this area was affected and will continue to be so, as this halo goes right through this area. The events are not just contained to the halo's path, the lines from the grid are also electromagnetically pulsed, it seems. You can see where one of the primary 8 are in the Gulf of Mexico. They create a spiraling vortex, which is what is responsible for tornadoes and such. Florida, the location I placed the spider from the Nazca Lines overlay, probably meaning dangerous waters due to the amount of the grid and halo intersections below this area. I haven't found any as yet from Spain and South Africa. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Perhaps this side of the halo gets the reverse effect, rising waters. So, I looked into the next larger halo and other events. Badger, California, Rushikonda Beach, India, both having the same receding ocean events. And Northern Australia, especially the Gulf of Carpentaria, famous for its amazing display of morning glory, an obvious sign there is much halo electromagnetic activity going on below here. You may have noticed I used the image of Moses in the decode. I could not find an image of Noah, and the reason I used Moses in this video is because of the mention of the parting of the Red Sea. The only one crossing the Red Sea is on one of our primary 8, which leads into Saudi Arabia. This would have the capability to part that sea. It says Moses as a fictitious character, and we would agree, none of them are characters, they are technological processes. Moses, be a good chap and show these fine people how you part the Red Sea.
Okay, so let's take a look at this ancient map shown here and what the land used to look like. This map was obtained from the Book of Miracles. As we look at this map and we have it overlaid onto our world, we can see the differences. Now let's take a look at these creatures on the map. The first one is near Africa. This one is coming from our 0.0 on the grid. This is our Brahma energy as it comes to life. Next, we move up and we see the 4-headed dragon. This one sits on one of our 8 main angels. The 4 heads represent the group of 4 angels that we see here. Next, we see the griffin creature in northeast Russia. This one is on the lake that literally takes the shape of the creature, as well as the topography resembles the wings. And the last creature is the bear, which is climbing over the star halo. This topography fits the form of the bear, as well as the ocean topography shows the markings of the claws of the bear. Now, let's look at the angels. The angel to the north is on an unknown location at this time. It is in northern Europe and does sit on a 5-point directional change that the magnetics will follow. The angel to the east follows the tropic line, which is a steady flow of quakes that occur along this line. It is giving us our east to west energy to generate some major magnetic push. The angel to the south is representing the angel directly below it. We can see in the topography of the ocean, the push of the energy has used and created direct paths leading up to India. So let's look at the Mount Gaul area first. What we see here are quite a few massive volcanoes and calderas in the area. These would have been devastating on the whole Gaul area, as recorded in the Book of Miracles. We have the Cantal volcano, some ancient unnamed calderas, Mount Vesuvius, Mount Etna, Santorini, many undersea volcanoes. Also, the Canary Islands, where several volcanoes are recorded to have blown the Canary Islands into the islands we see now. In the Gazelle Peninsula, East New Britain, in Papua New Guinea, there are twin peaks called Vulcan and Terverver. This area was recorded to erupt during the 570 AD time at great force, in which the energy force was felt in 50 miles in all directions. These erupted all through history and are still erupting today. In 856 AD, a massive quake struck a 200-mile stretch of Iran that caused 200,000 deaths. It created what is called the Alpine mountain range, which is still very seismically active. In 526 AD, a quake hit Syria and Antioch, which led to 250,000 deaths and caused the port of Seleucia Pera to rise 1 meter up, after which a fire broke out that destroyed the rest of the buildings that remained. In 365 AD, a quake occurred under the Mediterranean Sea near Crete, which destroyed all of the towns on the island and damaged Greece, Libya, Cyprus, and Sicily. Afterward, a tsunami caused significant damage in Alexandria, Egypt, and other areas. In 79 AD, the great Mount Vesuvius erupted, destroying Pompeii and Herculaneum. Prior to the eruption, it was warned with a series of great quake swarms. This was discovered in 1631 AD while cleaning up from another eruption, but it wasn't completely discovered until the 20th century, when the entirety of the fate of the town was discovered, with the bodies of the residents still there, plastered in time, and showing the agonies of their death still on their faces of the entombed bodies. In 1645 BC, Santorini erupted, which wiped out the island, leaving behind the bits we see today. There were no known victims of this disaster, so unlike the other disasters of the area, the people must have heeded the warnings of the quakes preceding the eruption. There were buildings and large untransportable items found, though, to show that people did inhabit the area. In 373 BC, Helike was submerged into the Gulf of Corinth. The ruins of the city could be seen beneath the water for hundreds of years after the disaster. In the past century, the search for helite began, and other towns have since been discovered along with it. So, as we can see, our history is rich with disasters that shape the world we see today. Now, let's get into some of the science behind the disasters. A VEI is the Volcanic Explosion Index. There were great explosions with a VEI force 6 eruption. A magnitude registered at this capacity will have effects that will cause tsunamis 150 feet tall, and ships 50 miles away will be blasted by the hurricane force winds. This is like setting off atomic bombs from the inside out, to give a comparison. The winds are the energy force. 50 miles is a massive area to feel the force in all directions. With earthquakes, we average a tremble of about 2 to 4s on the Richter scale. When we do get into the 5s, these are the ones that we start to feel. These do occur regularly through the realm. How it works is kind of like a build-up. The cycle runs through on the smaller scale and builds as the energy comes back through. These 5s then lead to 6s. But when we hit the 6 range, typically there's a reset, and we go back to the smaller ones to begin the cycle again. It is not as common to feel the large quakes on a regular basis as in the past. Each number on the Richter scale is 10 times more powerful than the previous number. And to compare to the volcanoes we are speaking about, a typical volcanic eruption, not the monsters we speak about from the past, are comparable to a size 5 earthquake. In the previous video, I spoke about the year without summer, which was caused from several eruptions occurring one after the other. The largest of those during that time was Mount Tambora, which registered at a 7 VEI. Mount Vesuvius was between a 7 and an 8 VEI. And if Yellowstone erupted, it would likely be between an 8 and a 9 VEI, just to give an idea of the scale we're looking at here. Nowadays, we typically on an average stay in the 4 to 5 VEI scale. However, in the past, the eruptions were much larger and ranged around the 8 VEI to 9 VEI magnitude. These larger VEI eruptions included Mount Toba, which is in Indonesia, Lake Taupo, that's located in New Zealand, Wawa Springs, that's located in Utah. Each rise in the VEI raises the force by 10 times the previous. It is scaled not only on the power of the blast, but how high it goes and how much tephra is ejected. So, as I said, these kind of explosions happened on a large scale during different eras in time. As I mentioned, Vesuvius was between a 7 and an 8, which the effect is quite large in comparison to the eruptions we have nowadays. However, this is even small compared to the 10 times larger eruptions that occurred in our ancient past prior. The effects of this type of eruption would be lasting and devastating to our Earth on a very large scale. One last area that I would like us to look at before we get into the effects is the Philippine Sea, which by the topography I would say is a very large system with many, many vents. If the larger known eruptions are around the 8 VEI, we need to think much, much larger for this one. All of these vents are shaping a massive caldera in size that we can't even imagine in our reality. When the epicenter blew, it probably made the islands we see today. Think back to the map we saw. There was land there at one time. Along this entire line of islands in the sea, it's littered with hot springs still today, to show this is still an active and very hot venting area. These vents do release constantly. So, now that we've talked about sizes and scales, let's talk effects. Volcanic ash can travel across the realm and affect the other side of the world. The larger explosions we are talking about would reach the upper atmosphere and cause a darkening of the sun and acid rain. One of the most deadly effects of a volcano is the ash coming from the eruption, which carries poisonous gases that are harmful to humans, plants, and animals alike. A multitude of dangerous particles and gases, such as aerosols, are carried in volcanic ash. Some of these include carbon dioxide. Carbon emissions can contribute to serious climate changes, which can affect humans and animals. It can alter water supplies and weather patterns, changes in growing seasons for food, and threaten coastal communities with increasing sea levels. Exposure to high levels of carbon dioxide can cause incapacitation and unconsciousness, headaches, vertigo, and double vision. Also, inability to concentrate, tinnitus, and seizures. Breathing too much can be life-threatening. Long-term effects of exposure may cause change in bone, calcium, and changes to the body's metabolism. Another is the sulfates, known as sulfur dioxide. It affects human health when it's breathed in. It irritates the nose, throat, and airways, causing coughing, wheezing, shortness of breath, or a tight feeling around the chest. The effects of sulfur dioxide are felt very quickly, and most people would feel the worst symptoms in 10 to 15 minutes after breathing it in. It causes mood swings, irritability, rapid heartbeat, deep depression, aggression that is incredibly hard to control. Most humans will be running on a negative due to this toxic chemical. Another is hydrochloric acid, also known as hydrogen chloride. People may be exposed to the ill effects by either breathing it in or allowing it to come in contact with their skin. These dangers are often irreversible. Inhalation of the substance may cause coughing, hoarseness, inflammation, and ulceration of the respiratory tract or chest pain. When hydrochloric acid comes in contact with your skin, you are at risk for severe burns, ulceration, or even scarring. Additional acute health effects include vomiting, diarrhea, and nausea. Tests in rats exposed to the substance did show an increase in fetal mortality and altered reproductive cycles and caused birth defects. And finally, hydrofluoric acid. The vapor can cause severe burns to the eyes, which may lead to permanent damage and blindness. Also is irritating to the eyes, skin, and respiratory tract. Exposure to higher concentrations can result in serious damage to the lungs, and fatal pulmonary edema may develop after a delay of several hours. Brief exposure, around 5 minutes, may be fatal to humans. Ingestion of this can produce severe injury to the mouth, throat, and gastrointestinal tract, and may be fatal. Excessive exposure may affect the brain. On the environment, it acts as a greenhouse gas, influencing great climate change. Larger eruptions of ash can travel hundreds of thousands of kilometers downwind from the source, but can affect the climate in places on the other side of the world. Ash is carried into the atmosphere and spreads far from the epicenter and can block out the sun's rays, resulting in a cooler Earth. The ash can also return to the Earth's surface by means of precipitation. Ash particles caught in clouds in the atmosphere fall back down to Earth with rain, snow, and other. Volcanic ash can also contaminate our water supply, which can lead to illness and effects described during these plague outbreaks. All of this info is what is called volcanic winters, which is a reduction in temperatures caused by the ash and droplets of acid and water obscuring the sun. Each of these major eruptions would lead to a 2 to 3 year winter after the eruption. All of this lines up with our minimum periods, showing us the cause of the cold recording during the periods in history. This is also our mudfloods cause. The cause was tsunamis and floods on a scale, as the deluge spoke about in ancient text. And finally, this is also the cause of the plagues of history. Now, what I'm sure a lot of people may be wondering is there anywhere safe in this world? Well, from what I can tell, I'd say most of Africa would be a safe zone, as well as most of the central and north part of South America. Also Asia, especially around the Himalayas, as these are highlands. As we can see when we look at the topography, there isn't a lot of extra land under the water in these areas. So yes, safe zones are possible in the highlands, but we have to make sure it's not volcanic areas. To learn this information, we must study the topography and understand there are many what science calls extinct volcanoes that may be dormant, but these are going to come to life again. I don't believe any of these are extinct. They're just lying dormant, waiting their turn to turn back on. These areas should be avoided by populace for survival. So, let me wrap up this bit by adding that I'm not trying to alarm anyone, but simply educate on our Earth's history in a way that mainstream doesn't give, and to educate people that these cycles have been occurring and will continue to occur through time. With the knowledge of how our world works, we can be okay during these cycles when we understand them as the ancients did. Thank you.
Some disastrous earthly events linked to comets. Comets are among the most interesting celestial objects out there. Some are visible to the naked eye, and with their predictable orbits, we should always see them, provided we know where and when to look. However, ancient civilizations did not have such knowledge. Comets were mysterious objects that were often considered good or bad omens, mostly bad. Halley's Comet is one of the most famous comets out there. It returns at roughly 75-year intervals, and there are historical accounts of its sightings. However, ancient civilizations did not realize they were looking at the same comet until Edmund Halley concluded that the comet spotted in 1531, 1607, and 1682 were actually the same. He predicted it would return again in 1758. The comet returned in 1758, but Halley was dead by then. The comet was named after him anyway. Halley's Comet returned again in 1835, which was the same year that the famous writer Mark Twain was born. Twain died on April the 21st, 1910, when Halley's Comet once again was visible. Mark Twain predicted his death and linked it to the passage of the comet. He remarked, "I came in with Halley's Comet. in 1835. It is coming again next year, and I expect to go out with it. It will be the greatest disappointment of my life if I don't go out with Halley's Comet. The Almighty has said, no doubt. Now here are these two unaccountable freaks. They come in together, they must go out together. In March 44 BC, a group of Roman senators assassinated Julius Caesar over concerns that he would declare himself king. 4 months later, a huge funeral festival called Ludi Victoriae Caesarius was held in his honour. A great comet appeared in the skies during the ceremonies and remained visible for 7 days before disappearing. Today we remember that comet as the Great Comet of 44 BC. Astronomers say it is one of the brightest comets to have ever appeared in the sky, and it was also recorded in ancient China. Another great comet soared past the Earth in 1264. Today we call it C/1264 N1, or the Great Comet of 1264. It was very bright and remained visible for 4 months, starting in July. At the time, people already had some superstitions about comets, and seeing one was considered a forewarning of impending disaster. On October the 14th, 1066, troops loyal to King Harold II of England faced the Norman army led by William the Conqueror in the Battle of Hastings. The battle was decisive. King Harold was killed, and William the Conqueror went on to take his throne and become the ruler of England. Halley's Comet, which had appeared in April that year, was linked to the battle. As I have already mentioned, people of the day had not yet realised that the comet was a periodic one that came around every 3/4 of a century. That year, Halley's Comet was so bright that it was 4 times the size of Venus and around 25% as bright as the Moon. On October the 20th, 1811, Europeans and Americans watched in awe as a bright comet made its closest approach to the Earth. This was the Great Comet of 1811. The comet had showed up in March, even though no one was expecting to see one at that time. Some Americans became paranoid and suggested that it was an omen of some upcoming disaster. That disaster came on December the 16th, when the great earthquake shook the Midwest and southern United States. The earthquake was so intense that the Mississippi River temporarily flowed backwards. Americans soon linked the comet to the earthquake. They blamed it again when the US and England went to war the following year. The comet did favour other parts of Europe, though. Grape planters had a very good harvest, which was ascribed to the passage of the comet. They even called the wines made from the grapes harvested that year comet wine. A bright comet passed the Earth in 1680. Predictably, it's now called the Great Comet of 1680. This comet was of interest to several scientists, including Sir Isaac Newton, who used it to confirm a gravity theory he had proposed. In addition, Edmund Halley used it to determine the orbit of 24 comets. Mathematician William Whiston later studied the Great Comet of 1680 and concluded that it had made earlier flybys thousands of years beforehand. He said the comet strayed so close to the Earth during one of the flybys that water from its tail fell to the surface. Whiston added that the gravitational force of the passing comet also forced water out of the Earth's crust. Whiston concluded that the massive rainfall from the comet's tail and the huge amounts of water that reached the Earth's surface from below caused the massive floods mentioned in the Bible, the same one that Noah built an ark to escape. In AD 536, the Earth suddenly got cold. Scholars of the day wrote that the sun was small and obscured, as if there was an eclipse. The sun could not provide enough heat, causing temperatures to drop. It got so cold that the ground was covered in frost in the middle of summer. Crops failed, causing famine, mass migration, disease, and plague. This continued for a decade until the earth got warmer again. The Justinian plague of 541 to 542 was one of the most disastrous events of the period. It decimated a good chunk of the population of the Byzantine Empire.
Astronomers do not know what caused the Earth to cool. They suspect the sudden eruption of a massive volcano in El Salvador. The Inca Empire was the largest empire to spring up in pre-Columbian America. It had millions of people and covered a vast area until the Spanish came along and overthrew the emperor. Huayna Capac was the Incan emperor at the time the Spanish first arrived. He knew they were going to overthrow the empire based on several signs he had seen before their arrival. One was a large green comet that flew across the sky. The other was his home, which was destroyed by lightning. There was also a prophecy that the Incas would be defeated by some strangers who looked different from any other people they had ever seen. The Spaniards did not attack at the time Huayna Capac was emperor, however. They left and returned after Huayna Capac had fallen to smallpox, which was nevertheless carried there by the Spanish. The Great Chicago Fire of 1871 remains one of the greatest mysteries of the 19th century. The fire lasted from October the 8th to October the 10th, 1871, destroying 1/3 of the homes in Chicago, while Mrs. O'Leary and her cow were blamed for starting the fire, even though there was no evidence to prove they were guilty. Other speculations have been raised, including one that involves a comet. In 1883, Ignatius Donnelly claimed the gas from the tail of a passing comet fell to Earth and caused the sparks that started the fire. Donnelly's claims were corroborated by Mel Waskin, who blamed a comet for starting the fire in his 1985 book Mrs. O'Leary's Comet. Donnelly, Waskin and everyone else who have blamed a comet for starting the fire based their theories on claims by some people who said they saw fire fall from the skies at the time the Great Chicago Fire started. These theories may actually be plausible, considering that Chicago was not the only place that burned that October. Similar fire outbreaks occurred along Lake Michigan and in Peshtigo, Wisconsin, the same day the Chicago Fire started. The Peshtigo Fire was actually the deadliest wildfire in U.S. history, despite being overshadowed by the Chicago Fire.
As you can see, looking through these images from our recorded history, there are very noticeable DNA changes which tie into the cycle change which is called the pole shift. If you have been following our research, you will realize just how much the angel technologies play a very big part in every aspect of our lives, and not just ours, but every living species in this realm. The Fibonacci spiral, it is caused by the angel technologies. Their rotating vortex, the halos we see in our skies that are attached to luminaries. Many of these in the underworld playing their part. Some dormant, awaiting their signal, their turn to activate and change worldly events. Events our ancestors were very aware of. It is in scriptures, glyphs, prophecies, calendars, even history, as our research keeps showing. Our ancestors all knew very well how this realm works and tried to leave us warnings of the cycle changes. The beings depicted in these paintings were from various times in our history, times when a change of cycle caused genetic change, thus showing how this technology can manipulate life itself. The Hopi prophecies tell of these genetic changes. How would you hide such an event from the public? Well, that's easy, isn't it? You promote it. We see this happening everywhere now, various agendas being promoted that are outside of normal society's thinking. You all know what I'm talking about, so I don't think I need to go into detail on all the trans agendas. Do I think it is to hide the genetic changes a pole shift will cause that will leave mainstream with awkward questions? Yes, of course. We have various species of beings in these images that contain other species parts. We have people with genitalia from the opposite sex. There is a horse giving birth to a rabbit. There are animals behaving outside of their known behaviour. Perhaps now you understand the various sets of 4 faces mentioned in scriptures. Birds, humans, bulls, lions, and various other combinations. These are a sign that these technologies somehow play a part in the genetic makeup of various beings and during a pole shift this may be interrupted, causing the effects we see in these images. Life forms that used to exist will return, and even new ones may be created. Do you see how this technology plays a part in this, people? This really is the Genesis machine. True miracles decoded from technological processes. Life forms being able to create life itself. The creator of this technology truly has done amazing work. Technology that not only projects and moves luminaries, but plays a very big part in nature itself. So who is the creator of all this technology? I don't know, but I would like to, wouldn't you? Going back to the first video, if you remember Walter Russell's winding and unwinding of the cosmic clock springs, the cycle is going to reverse its direction. This is now going into the cosmic unwinding. The luminaries will rotate the opposite way the Hopi prophecy tells us. This is the same event. Now when you think of unwinding, think of the rings on a tree changing. More growth. This can now answer why there were titans and giants in ancient times. They were born near the end of the unwinding period. Life was larger in those times, not just for humans. We obviously get smaller during the winding cycle, as this is compression. Expansion and compression decoded from the mechanics of the realm. And it all starts with Noah's cycle, it seems. If you wish to go deeper with giants and titans, I would recommend Jimbo's channel and Mud Fossil University. Roger's work not only proves the DNA of these petrified titans to be human, but his amazing work in biology also perfectly shows this to be the case when he identifies various parts of human anatomy. You will find the links to their channels below this video. We really need to consider all of this, people. Not only this, but our diet too. What should we be eating and drinking? I'm pretty sure it's not GMO or chemically sprayed foods. In what way could these cause problems during such a pole shift event, you should ask yourself. What is in the food and water we consume? What is the ultimate human diet? What is in vaccines and medications that can affect us during this event? Not to mention 5G with its genetic changes at the molecular level. Think really hard on this one, people. We are not here to fearmonger, merely to inform on how this realm really works and how it interacts with all of the life forms therein. Our ancestors knew and understood this very well, and for very good reasons. All these golden ages come and go every 400 years and will continue to do so forever. This is for you to know. Be sure to inform the people of 2400, 2800, 3200, 3600, etc., etc., etc. Know thy world. Only then can you be at one with it. Hello and welcome to APM Research, the End Times, Revelations and Prophecy Part 3. In this video, Sandra will be showing you more from the Book of Miracles and focusing on comets. One Conscience, Jason and myself will be breaking down these cyclic events from recorded history and showing other informations that relate to the construct, its workings and mechanisms with references to various cultures. You will also see evidence that all civilizations were very well aware of the construct's mechanisms in ancient times and planned for these destructive events. You may even be surprised to find that giants, titans, and even dragons actually existed, and it's possible they may return, for such is the nature of this realm, a realm that demonstrates that the cycles of compression and expansion actually have the capability to affect all life forms, as well as its electromagnetics playing a big part in DNA construction. All yours, Sandra.
In the year AD 595, in the time of Muhammad, something wondrous and fearsome appeared. At that time, a bright comet was seen over Constantinople for a whole year. In the year AD 1007, a wondrous comet appeared. It gave off fire and flames in all directions. As it fell to earth, it was seen in Germany and Italy. In the year AD 1103, on the Friday of the first week of Lent, an unusual star appeared in the evening. It appeared in the south and in the west. It was visible for 25 days and always at the same hour. From the south, a great shaft of light moved towards it. After this, on Maundy Thursday, 2 moons were seen, one of them in the east. In the year AD 684, a comet appeared for 3 months. This was followed by such heavy rain, storms, wind and thunder as had never been heard before, and this element acted as if it wanted to destroy the city of Rome completely, and a great many livestock died in terrible ways, and people died from the lightning in the sky they saw. In the year AD 1293, a notably large comet appeared for 3 months, rising in the east and climbing to the middle of the sky, with its rays in the west. And when Pope Urban died, it disappeared again. In the year AD 1300, a fearful comet appeared in the sky. And this year, on St. Andrew's Day, the ground was shaken by an earthquake so that many buildings collapsed. At this time, the first Jubilee year was established by Pope Boniface VIII. In the year AD 1304, 3 moons and a comet appeared, seen around midnight for 3 months, in the German lands and in Italy, just as it is painted here. In the year 1438, in the time of King Albrecht, Duke of Austria, and son-in-law of Emperor Sigismund, a great darkening of the sun was seen in the daytime, and also a great comet with a tail was seen in the city of Liege. This was followed by great bloodshed. In the year AD 1347, a comet appeared in Italy for 2 months. After this, Emperor Louis IV, a Bavarian monarch, died. In the year AD 1351, in the month of December, a comet was seen in the sky around midnight. Afterwards, heavy wind sprang up, and a fiery shaft was seen to fall from the sky, which then presaged great disagreement between the Pope and the Emperor. In the year AD 1401, a large comet with a peacock tail appeared in the sky over Germany. This was followed by the most severe plague in Swabia. In the year 1456, in the month of June, a comet appeared, and within a year of that, a yet bigger one, which looked really terrible, and was seen in Germany, just as it is painted here. In the year AD 962, a great and wonderful comet appeared in the sky in Italy. This was followed by a great famine, so that many people perished and were found dead in alleys. In the year 1506, a comet appeared for several nights, and turned its tail towards Spain. In this year, a lot of fruit grew, and was completely destroyed by caterpillars or rats. This was followed 8 and 9 years later in this country and in Italy by an earthquake so great and violent that in Constantinople a great many buildings were knocked down and people perished. In the year 1519, on the 14th day after the death of His Serene Highness the mighty Roman Emperor Maximilian of glorious remembrance, this comet was seen over the city of Mainz for 2 whole days, so positioned in relation to the Rhine that the star pointed upstream and the cross downstream. In the year 1519, after Christ our Saviour, around the time of his birth, the comet drawn here was seen in the middle of the night near Kraftsnitz, turned towards Strasbourg. In the year 1527, on the 11th of October, at 4 o'clock in the morning, this comet was seen in Westrich for 3/4 of an hour, and then it disappeared again. It was extremely long and yellowish red, like a diluted blood in colour. At the front the head was like a bent arm, as if it had a sword in its hand, and was poised to start striking with it. And at the point of the sword there were 3 big stars, and from the stars there issued a cloud-coloured stream, which was longer than the comet's tail, just as it is painted here. In the year 1527, several streaks like long spears were seen next to the comet, with several faces and small swords in amongst them, all intermingled in a pale red colour. Between them could be seen several large flames that blazed very brightly and with a fiery light, and the faces with hair and beards the colour of grey clouds were seen here and there to be flickering through each other, as if they were laying in water that was flowing in rivulets of blood, and as if everything was mixing up together, which looked so terrifying that many who saw it died. In the year 1531, on St. Bartholomew's Day, a comet was seen for some time in the sky every night in Strasbourg and in other places, just as it is painted here. In the year 1531, 4 comets appeared in the sky opposite one another, such that they could be seen in certain places in the Netherlands, just as they are painted. In the year 1531, a comet was seen in the Netherlands, which showered fiery flames like a blacksmith making sparks from iron. Quite fearsome to see, just as is painted here. Of the comet or comet's tail as it first appeared in certain of the High German districts around the 10th of August, and then for many nights, more than a lance in length, 1½ shoes wide, was seen in the sky 1531 years after the birth of Christ. In the year 1533, on the 27th of July, at 2 o'clock after midnight, a terrible comet appeared and was also seen for many days after this, which the astronomers interpreted when unrest later broke out in Germany. In the year 1542, on St. Rupert's Day, the 27th of September, a comet was seen in the sky not far from the moon for many days, just as it is painted here. In the year 1543, on the 4th day of the month of May, a terrible comet was seen in the sky over Pforzheim and in the village of Zesenhausen, with many fiery flames falling from it, and after this there followed many strange things.
Let's take a look at Nibiru and educate ourselves on what's really going on with this piece. As it goes for how this connects with the end times, is this Nibiru gets its cycle every 3,600 years. It is said that this celestial is greatly magnetic and will affect our world magnetics. It is to cause a pole shift, which then will cause great disasters in our realm. So, the last cycle put us back to 1581 BC, which is the time frame that the devastating Santorini erupted, along with other gigantic destroyers, such as Krakatoa and Thera, which wiped out the Minoans. This also takes us to the time of the Exodus. This is where Moses comes into play, parting the Red Seas. Exodus 10:21 says, "Then the Lord said to Moses, Stretch out your hand towards heaven, so that a great darkness will spread over the land of Egypt, a palpable darkness." So, we see that Moses is active during the Nibiru cycle. During that time, the earth suffered great cataclysms. It is recorded that a celestial body appeared in the heavens, a new comet they called it, causing the eventual disappearance of the glacier layer. Next would be 7,200 years ago. This would take us back to 1752 CE according to the Hebrew calendar. This was the time during the cataclysm known as Noah's flood, the deluge. There were sudden changes in temperature, violent storms, and water avalanches from ice breaking into the ocean, creating huge tsunamis that we can't even imagine in our reality today. So, now we can see that Noah was active during one of the Nibiru cycles. So let's dig a little deeper into some ancient histories of this cycle and the pieces that are affiliated with it, as well as the effects. Nibiru has several names: the Destroyer, Wormwood, Herculumbus, and Comet Typhon. Nibiru is a term in the Akkadian language translating to crossing or point of transition, especially of rivers. In Babylonian astronomy, the term refers to the equinox and the astronomical objects associated with it. Nibiru was considered the seat of the Summus Deus, who shepherds the stars like sheep, and in Babylon identifies with Marduk. So, Tablet 4 of the Enuma Elish has some great descriptions of Marduk. They prepared him for a lordly chamber. Before his fathers, as a prince, he took his place. O Marduk, thou art chiefest among the great gods. In thy power shall it be to exalt and to abase. None among the gods shall transgress thy boundaries. O Marduk, thou art our avenger. We give thee sovereignty over the whole world. But as for the god who began the rebellion, pour out his life. Then set they in their midst a garment, and unto Marduk their firstborn they spake, May thy fate, O Lord, be supreme among the gods, to destroy and to create. Speak thou the word, and thy command shall be fulfilled. They rejoiced, and they did homage unto him, saying, Marduk is king. They bestowed upon him the scepter, and the throne, and the ring. They give him an invincible weaponry, which will overwhelmeth the foe. Go, and cut off the life of Tiamat, and let the wind carry her blood into the secret places. After the gods his fathers had decreed, for the Lord of his fate, they caused him to set out on a path of prosperity and success. He made ready the bow. He chose his weapon. He slung a spear upon him and fastened it. He raised the club in his right hand, and he grasped it. The bow and the quiver he hung at his side. He set the lightning in front of him. With burning flame he filled his body. He made a net to enclose the inward parts of Tiamat. The four winds he stationed so that nothing of her might escape. The south wind and the north wind, the east wind and the west wind. He brought near to the net, the gift of his father, Anu. He created the evil wind and the tempest and the hurricane, and the fourfold wind and the sevenfold wind and the whirlwind and the wind which had no equal. He sent forth the winds which he had created, the 7 of them, to disturb the inward parts of Tiamat. They followed after him. When the Lord raised the thunderbolt, his mighty weapon, he mounted the chariot, the storm unequaled for terror. He harnessed and yoked unto it 4 horses. The establishment of the Nibiru point is described in Tablet 5 of the creation epic Enuma Elish. When Marduk fixed the location of Nibiru, Enlil, and Ah in the sky, it states, Marduk made the stations for the great gods, the stars, their images, as the stars of the zodiac he fixed. He ordained the year, and into sections he divided it. For the 12 months he fixed 3 stars. After he had the days of the year and the images, he founded the station of Nibur to determine their bounds, that none might go err or go astray. He set the station of Bel and Ah along with him. He opened the great gates on both sides. He made strong the bolt on the left and on the right. In the midst thereof he fixed the zenith. The moon god he caused to shine forth. The night he entrusted to him. He appointed him a being of the night to determine the days. Every month, without ceasing, the crown he covered him, saying, At the beginning of the month, when thou shinest upon the land, thou commandest the horns to determine 6 days, and on the 7th day to divide the crown. On the 14th day thou shalt stand opposite the half. Nibiru, which is said to have occupied the passageways of heaven and earth, because everyone above and below asked Nibiru if they could not find the passage. Nibiru is that which the gods in heaven cause to be visible. Nibiru stands as a post at the turning point. The others say of Nibiru the post, the one who crosses the middle of the sea. This is Tiamat, without calm. May his name be Nibiru, for he takes up the center of it. The path of the stars of the sky should be kept unchanged. The star of Ah has been described at various revelations as Vela, Fomalhaut, and Venus. These are different names for the same thing, which is where the confusion comes in for our present-day world. Many different names for many different gods, celestials, lands, and so on for different regions, languages, and religions lead to the confusion for us whom aren't educated in the histories properly. Nibiru has been associated with the area of Libra, also with the autumn equinox. The Mol Alpin says, when the stars of Enlil have been finished, the big star, although its light is dim, divides the sky in half and stands there. This is the star of Marduk, Nibiru. it keeps changing its position and crosses the sky. A little bit of Tablet 7 of the Enuma Elish gets into the many different names and titles of Marduk. This is more of the same, as I mentioned earlier, about the names changing and us not being educated on the fact that many names for one story is creating a confusion amongst our present times. Some of the names are Asari, the creator of grain and plants. Asaru Alim, who is revered in the house of the council. Asaru Alim Nuna, the light of the Father who begot him. Tutu, who created them anew. Ukina, the life of the host of gods. Ziazag, the bringer of purification. Sagzu, founder of the assembly of the gods, knows the heart of the gods. Nibiru has also been associated as the red Kachina, the purifier. Now let's look at some of the Bible verses that speak of wormwood and the effects on our world. Revelations 8:11 and 12 say, "The name of the star is wormwood. A third of the waters turned bitter like wormwood oil, and many people died from the bitter waters." Then the fourth angel sounded his trumpet, and a third of the sun and moon and stars were struck. A third of the stars were darkened, and a third of the day was without light, and a third of the night as well. We also have several verses that basically all say the same thing. We have Isaiah 13:10, Ezekiel 32:7, Joel 2:31, and Joel 3:15. For the stars of heaven and their constellations will not give light. The sun will be darkened when it rises, and the moon will not give light. Matthew 24:29 is much of the same, but it also adds that the stars will fall from the sky. Zechariah 13:8 and 9. And in all the land declares the Lord, 2/3 will be cut off and perish, but a third will be left in it. This third I will bring through the fire. I will refine them like silver and test them like gold. They will call on my name, and I will answer them. I will say, they are my people, and they will say, the Lord is our God. Revelation 6:12 says, And when I saw the Lamb open the sixth seal, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black like sackcloth of goat hair, and the whole moon turned blood red. Revelations 8:7. Then the first angel sounded his trumpet, and hail and fire mixed with blood were hurled upon the earth. A third of the earth was burned up, along with a third of the trees and all the green grass. Revelation 9:15 says, So the four angels who had been prepared for this hour and day and month and year were released to kill a third of mankind. Revelations 9:18. A third of mankind was killed by the 3 plagues of fire, smoke, and brimstone that proceeded from their mouths. And Revelations 12:4. His tail swept a third of the stars from the sky, tossing them to earth. And the dragon stood before the woman as she was about to give birth, ready to devour her child as soon as he was born. Some questions come to my mind as I read this stuff. Now, just so everyone understands, I'm not speculating. I'm simply asking questions. One of the questions is, could Noah and Moses be the same piece of technology with different names throughout the times? I do not have the answer. It's just a thought to put out there. Also, we know that Noah's flood lasted 40 days, and the effects of Nibiru coming online, they say, would be lasting of 40 years. So the next question that I think of, was the ancient text translated correctly as far as days and years go? Again, I do not have the answer, just voicing some thoughts so that maybe perhaps we can all learn together.
Ragnarok, the epic final battle in the Norse mythology that brings about the end of the world. Gods fighting giants to the death. The sun goes dark and the earth is consumed by the fire from whence it came. It's the total opposite of the creation myth. During creation, the earth was formed from fire and ice, and the gods defeated the giants for supremacy. Ragnarok is a reversal of this previous time, where events unfold in opposite fashion. The word Ragnarok itself comes from 2 parts, Ragna and Ruk. Ragna means to conjure or to bring forth. Ruk has several meanings, but the one I find most significant is origin. To me, Ragnarök means back to the beginning, a reversal of the mechanics of the realm, and a pole shift. It is said that when Ragnarök has been completed, a new world will be born. The cycle will begin anew. Many ancient cultures spoke of cyclical time. This fits the APM model and coincides with our research. It is not an end to things, but a gradual return to a beginning stage to start anew. The winding and unwinding of the cosmic clock springs is how Walter Russell put it. Walter clearly figured out the realm's workings and embraced it in his work, which fits in with the APM model. Timed mechanisms and events, it approaches that time. The unwinding cycle, which brings cold, as this is the expansion stage highlighted in our previous End Times 1 and 2 videos. Our ancestors knew very well how this works, and it's APM's goal to rediscover all this lost knowledge and put it back into its original context as best we can. Everything has cycles, from the beating of your heart to the cycle of your breath. From planting to harvest or night to day, these rhythmic cycles are everywhere. So it is no surprise to find cycles in the workings of the technology that governs the nature of this world. I don't believe it will be a reversal of what we call time, nor a reversal of events so that we walk backwards through the steps we have previously taken, but rather a reversal of processes that brought us to this point, being as gradual as the events that brought us to today. As for time itself, one can only wonder. The Hopi stories available to us describe this next phase as the forever time. What that ultimately means is beyond my ability to decipher. It falls into the realm of what I consider to be prophecy, and prophecy is always rather vague. We will have to wait and see. Prophecy, to us, is ancient knowledge passed down from many generations that gives us clues and knowledge in relation to how this realm truly works, and leads us to be aware of the destructive events that are in its cycles. We are supposed to remember all of this, which is why various calendars existed. They marked the time to know when the events were going to take place. Very predictable events you can find very accurately with devices such as the Antikythera mechanism. APM's research has helped reveal what our world truly is, and reinforces the fact that there is a creator. The glory is a technological glory which was given to humanity to understand, to learn, and to embrace. We see no other conclusion now other than it is being hidden and suppressed, privatized and monetized, which, of course, enslaves humanity. This is not the Creator's wishes.
We're going to take a closer look into the Antikythera mechanism in this clip, that hand-operated computer from ancient times that tracked not only the motions of our 7 major luminaries, but also cyclic events such as phases and eclipses. You will also notice this device actually has gearing for the epicycle motions which we see happen with our sun's halo as it crosses east to west. This motion was also captured by Sandra with her P900 as she demonstrated in a video. It is also very evident in time-lapse photography. Ptolemy also factored these in with luminary movements, a clear sign the luminaries are attached to a device that is doing the moving. The halo we see around our sun when it shows. Remember, scriptures and prophecies tell you we see things being revealed in the heavens in the end times. Revelations just means it will reveal itself, and it is. I want you to take notice of these 2 parts of the Antikythera mechanism that relate to various lunar cycles. If you look, you will see they have a definite cycle to follow. They get to a certain point and resets. It is definitely a countdown timer that we want people to look into further. Those people that understand these cyclic events and what exactly happens next. When I looked into the word Saros, it decoded as 360, a sign that it has reached the end and will restart again. What I want is for people to study this mechanism and find what happens when this event happens within this mechanism. Does it reset anything? Does another event or timer start? I'm pretty sure they're marking the start and ends of the compression and expansion cycles, which are the cause of the destructive events in our history. Now, they added the Olympic Games to this mechanism, or so we are told. I think it is another countdown timer to an event, and it decreases in increments, which they say are tied to Olympic events. The passing of the torch may have another meaning that has been hidden. Perhaps the journey used in the paths of this event play a part in this cyclic event, because I don't think something so complex as this mechanism was designed for things like games. No. It is another rabbit hole to more information and understanding of these events, if anything. If you understand these cycles within this mechanism and can shed more light on this matter, do post in the comments below, please. Now, these 2 cycles here reminded me of Walter Russell's winding and unwinding of the cosmic clock, the expansion and compression cycles our realm undertakes every 400 years or thereabouts. Saros decoded as 360, this could be 360 years. The Mayan long count calendar had a 394-year countdown, to which we think is the same event. The end times or revelations, a change in the mechanism mainstream will call a pole shift event. Take a good look at this mechanism, people. It was so accurate it can still be used today to plot past, present and future luminary events. There is a lot more going on here than meets the eye. The APM perspective on comets now is that there are more projections, timed cycles that are there to remind us of a mechanism change, a warning that there may be destructive or other events. I remember watching Comet Hale-Bopp in the 1990s and noticing it change direction every night. At the time I assumed it was something to do with the Earth's rotation, but since now realising the globe is fake and it is the luminaries actually moving, this tells me that comets are actually changing direction and following preset paths. A good example of that was read by Sandra from the Book of Miracles, where a comet perfectly aligned with a river and caused its flow to reverse. Again, more evidence of electromagnetics below and above having interaction locally and not affecting every river in the lands. This is telling you that the comet's projector was actually below that river. If the luminary is directly overhead, then its projector is directly below. This would make sense with the flow of rivers. Remember, the word currents does not only relate to water.
This time, let's look at some of the flood events that our ancients recorded to have happened through history. In North America, the Hopi legend has two versions of the Hopi's emergence into the present fourth world. The prevalent one is that the spider grandmother caused a hollow reed to grow into the sky, and it emerged into the fourth world at Sipapu. The people then climbed up the reed into this world, emerging from the Sipapu. The location of the Sipapu is given as the Grand Canyon. The other version has it that Tawa destroyed the third world in a great flood. Before the destruction, Spider Grandmother sealed the righteous into hollow reeds, which were used as boats. On arrival to a small piece of dry land, the people saw nothing but water, even after planting a large bamboo shoot, climbing to the top and looking about. Spider Grandmother then told the people to make boats out of more reeds, and use the islands as stepping stones along the way. The people then sailed east until they arrived on the mountainous coasts of the fourth world. In either story, it finishes with the Hopi traveling to the extremities of the land in all directions, building cities, and abandoning them as they went, leaving markings on the rocks to show they had been there. Far in the north was land of snow and ice, which was called the back door of the fourth world. This was closed to the Hopi. However, they did record that others came through the back door into the land. Eventually, the Hopi finished their migration and ended up at their current location in northeastern Arizona. We also have flood tales of the Saanich. These are nations from the north coast of the Gulf and the San Juan Islands, southern Vancouver Island, and the southern edge of the lower mainland in British Columbia. They called themselves the saltwater people because they lived from the bounty of the ocean and the land. Their summer homes were among protected bays and inlets of the Gulf Islands. Their winter homes were in Sonic, meaning emerging land, or emerging people since the time of the Great Flood. The Eskimos say a great inundation, together with an earthquake, swept the land so rapidly that only a few people escaped in their canoes to the tops of the highest mountains. Other tales for North America include the Comics people with the legend of Quinish, Anishinaabe with the creation story, Turtle Island, the Inuit flood legend, and the Nisqually with the beginning of the Nisqually world legend. In Mesoamerica, one myth documented among the Teapanic and Hoxtecs has a man and his dog as the sole survivors of the deluge. But the man finds out that the dog takes the shape of a woman during the day when he is away. The man and dog woman are then left to repopulate the earth. Another myth, found among the Aztecs and the Teutonic people, relates how a human couple survive by hiding in a hollow vessel and start to cook a fish when the water subsides. When the smoke reaches the heavens, the gods become angry and punish them by turning them into dogs or monkeys, depending on the version. In Mayan mythology, as expressed in the Popol Vuh, the creator gods attempted to create creatures who would worship them 3 times before finally succeeding in creating a race of humans that would pay proper homage to their creators. The 3 previous creations were destroyed. The 3rd race of humans, carved from wood, were destroyed by a flood, mauled by wild animals, and smashed by their own tools and utensils. Mayan flood myths, recorded by Diego de Landa, and in the Shilam Balam of Chumael, holds that the only survivors of the flood were the 4 Bacabs, who took their place as upholders of the 4 corners of the sky. In Mesoamerica, a variety of reasons are given for the occurrence of the flood. Either the world was simply very old and needed to be renewed. The humans had neglected their duty to adore their gods, or they were punished for a transgression. Many of the modern myths include, obviously, Christian references, such as the murder of Abel by Cain as the reasons. In Mesoamerican myth, the flood was but one of several destructions of the creation, usually the first of 3 or 4 cataclysmic events, although there is some evidence that the Aztecs considered the flood to be the 4th. Also, in Mesoamerica, among the Nahue, which is the Aztec people, tell that there were no survivors of the flood and creation had to start from scratch, while other accounts relate that current humans are a descendant from a small number of survivors. In South America, we have the legend of Tren Vilu and Keke Vilu. It is a Mapuche flood tale that tells the story of a fierce battle between 2 mythical snakes. Tren Vilu. Tren means related to the earth, and Vilu means snake. And the Keke Vilu. Keke means related to water, and Vilu, of course, snake. It gives an explanation of how the south of Chile came to have its geography. According to the Mapuche, these 2 snakes were originally the children of the most powerful Pillans, who were converted into their animal forms as punishment. Peripillion's son was turned into a huge snake, that would be Keke, and Antu's son turned into a huge snake, and that would be Tenten. They were to be enemies, just as Antu and Peripilian were. KK was sent to live into the sea to help care for it with the water spirits. And Tenten was sent to live on Earth and help care for the Earth and to help humanity. Thus, these two snakes were used as an instrument through which the will of the ancient Mapuche spirit was fulfilled. It is said that after KK awoke from his years-long slumber, he became enraged because of the ungratefulness that men showed for every gift given to them by the sea, and thus used his fish-shaped tail to hit the water. With it began a great flood. Since he had the desire to punish humanity and to incorporate all terrestrial life to its dominions, KK ordered the waters to flood the valleys and hills and to bring all of its inhabitants to the bottom of the sea. Seeing Tenten that both humans and animals were desperate and that of men invoked her, and as by orders of her father she was the one who had to provide them with the wisdom and protection, she decided to help humanity. Thus, she helped the inhabitants and the animals to escape by raising them on her back and taking them to the hills. And she transformed into birds those who were trapped by the waters so they could escape by flying. Those who were drowning into fish and marine mammals, one of them being the origin of the talking dolphin. And those who had already drowned in Sampal, which is mermen and mermaids. Those who were immobilized by the terror they felt were transformed into Mankiel, which means petrified. But as the sea continued to rise, Tenten had to order the hills to increase height to counteract the power of KK. Angry, KK began to fight against Tenten in a titanic battle that lasted a long time until both snakes were tired. KK was partially defeated as he wasn't able to flood all of the land. However, the waters did not return completely to their old level, giving Chile its current topography. According to Chiloe tradition, KK was satisfied with the portion of land that he had managed to flood, and delegated his functions pertaining to the sea to the great Milalobo. According to Mapuche tradition, after the cataclysm, everyone continued their quiet life until one day it was Tenten who was angered by the attitude that men had, and made all the volcanoes erupt, and their population had to move to safer places. From that moment on, Tenten continues to manifest itself through earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, while KK continues to cause tidal waves and floods when he rolls over during his sleep. Other South American tales also include from Canary, the Inca, Muisca, and the Tupi. In Asia, in the ancient Near East, in Mesopotamia, there is the Gilgamesh flood myth, which says the great gods Anu, Enlil, Ninurta, Inuji, and Ah were sworn to secrecy about their plan to cause a flood. But Ah told the plan to Etnapishtim. He was ordered to build a boat which was to have equal dimensions with the corresponding width and length, which was 120 cubits, with 6 decks divided into 7 and 9 compartments. and be covered over like the Apsu boats. He was told to tell the elders they can no longer inhabit Enlil territory, and they should go down to Apsu to live in the Ah territory, which is freshwater marshland near the temple of Ah, or known as Aninki, at the city of Eridu. When the storm came in the early morning, a black cloud arose from the horizon. The thunder god, Adad, rumbled the cloud, and the storm gods, Shular and Hanish, went over the mountains and land. The Anunnaki gods lit up the land with their lightning. There was a stunned shock at Adad's deeds, which turned everything to blackness, and the land was shattered like a pot. All day the south wind blew, and the water overwhelmed the people like an attack. No one could see another. The mistress of the gods wailed that the old days had turned to clay because she had said evil things in the assembly of the gods, ordering a catastrophe to destroy her people and fill the sea like fish. The other gods wept with her. Their lips were burning. The flood lasted 6 days and 6 nights, flattening the land. On the 7th day, the storm was pounding like a woman in labor. Then the sea calmed, and the whirlwind and flood stopped. All day there was quiet. All humans had turned to clay. The terrain was flat. The boat then lodged on Mount Nemush. Other stories from the ancient Near East are the Sumerian creation legend, and in Abrahamic religions we have Noah's Ark, which we already covered previously, as well as the Islamic view of Noah. In China, there is a great flood of China story, which was a major flood event in ancient China that continued for 2 generations, which resulted in great population displacement, among other disasters such as storms and famine. People left their homes to live on high hills and mountains. Dating has taken this event back to around 1900 BC, which is about 400 years after the Exodus event we discussed prior. The legend says it was during the reign of Emperor Yao that the Great Flood began. The flood was so vast that no part of Yao's territory was spared, and both the Yellow River and the Yangtze valleys were flooded. The nature of the flood is shown in the following quote. Like endless boiling water, the flood is pouring forth destruction, boundless and overwhelming. It overtops the hills and mountains, rising and ever rising. It threatens the very heavens. How the people must be groaning and suffering. In India, we have an incarnation of Lord Vishnu as a fish. He forewarns Manu, a human, about an impending catastrophic flood and orders him to collect all the grains of the world in a boat. In some forms of the story, all living creatures are also to be preserved in the boat. When the flood destroys the world, Manu, in some versions, are accompanied by the 7 great sages. They survive by boarding the ark, which Lord Vishnu then pulls to safety. In Paluga, the creator god of the inhabitants of Andaman Islands sends a devastating flood to punish people who have forgotten its commands. Only 4 people survive, 2 men and 2 women. From the Philippines, we have Igorot. It says, when the world was flat and there were no mountains, there lived two brothers, sons of Lumawig, the Great Spirit. The brothers were fond of hunting. Since there were no mountains, there was no place to catch pig and deer, so the older brother said, "Let us cause the water to flow over all the world and cover it, then the mountains will have to rise up." The others from Asia include Korea, Malaysia, and the Takati people. Now, over in Europe, the ancient Greek flood myths describe three floods. The flood of Oges says 9,000 years ago, a never seen again accumulation of soil came down from the mountains, and earth fell away all around and sunk out of sight. Only small islands and the mere skeleton of the land was left behind. The flood of Deucalion says the Titan Prometheus advised his son to build a chest. All men perished except those that escaped to high mountains. The mountains in Thessaly were parted, and all the world beyond Isthmus and Peloponnese was overwhelmed. Deucalion and his wife floated in a chest for 9 days and 9 nights. Afterwards, at the bidding of Zeus, they threw stones which became men and women. The Bibliotheca gives this as an etymology of the Greek Laos people as derived from the lost stone. And the flood of Dardanus says, Dardanus left Phineus in Arcadia to colonize a land in the northeast Aegean Sea. When the deluge occurred, the land was flooded, and the mountain where he and his family survived formed the island of Samothrace. He left Samothrace on an inflated skin to the opposite shores of Asia Minor and settled on Mount Ida. They lived in the open for 50 years. His grandson, Tros, moved from the highlands down to a large plain on the hill that had many rivers flowing down from Ida above. There he built a city which was named Troy. Today we call the area Dardanelles. The Augean deluge ended the Silver Age, and the flood of Deucalion ended the First Bronze Age. In addition to these floods, the Greeks tell how the world was also periodically destroyed by fire. Others from Europe include the Welsh, the Norse, and the Finnish flood legends. The Irish has Labor Gabala Erin, which says the first people to arrive in Ireland are led by Cessair, daughter of Bith, son of Noah. They are told to go to the western edge of the world to escape the oncoming flood. When the flood comes, Fintan is the only one to survive. He becomes a salmon and later an eagle and a hawk, living for 5,500 years after the flood, whence he becomes a man again and recounts the Ireland's history. Now we can move to the Oceania region. This would include Polynesia and Hawaii. In Hawaiian mythology, Nu'u was a man who built an ark with which he escaped a great flood. He landed his vessel on top of Mauna Kea on the Big Island. Nu'u mistakenly attributed his safety to the moon and made sacrifices to it. Cain, the creator god, descended to earth on a rainbow and explained Nu'u's mistake. In the Maori tradition, Ruadapu became angry when his father elevated his younger half-brother ahead of him. Ruadapu lured his half-brother and a large number of young men of high birth into his canoe and took them out to sea, where he drowned them. He called on the gods to destroy his enemies and threatened to return as the great wave of early summer. As he struggled for his life, the half-brother recited an incantation invoking the southern humpback whales to carry him ashore. The last place that we'll talk about is Africa. I found no tales of any floods for Africa. However, our own research shows us that in northwestern Africa, near the Eye of the Sahara, there's clear runoff of where there used to be waters that ran back off into the ocean. Most of Africa I would consider safe zones for the most part, due to the high elevation. Now, let's turn our attention for a moment towards Japan. There are dots along the coastal hills of Japan, and these things are called the tsunami stones. These stones are placed around 300 feet higher than the highest recorded wave. That wave was 127 feet high. These stones are centuries old and give warning to descendants to avoid the same suffering as the ancestors. The warnings from the past read, "Do not build any homes below this point. High dwellings are the peace and harmony of our descendants. Remember the calmity of the great tsunami." Other warnings say, if an earthquake occurs, go to highland in case they foreshadow destructive waves. So, as we can see, this recorded history of catastrophes and floods are not just secluded to the Noah story. Organized religion wants us to believe there was one flood that destroyed the world. However, these different events are recorded through different eras in history in all cultures of the world. We now call this the Noah cycle. Even today, there's an application mainstream is using called the NOAA Weather Radar, which provides us with weather, hydrologic, and climate forecasting for the United States and its territories, as well as adjacent waters and ocean areas. This cycle has occurred over and over in history, right around the 365 to 394 year mark. These events are the cause of mudfloods, the disappearance of cultures through time, as well as changes to our DNA. As I have said before, this is not meant to cause fear, but to educate us on the cycles of Earth to enable survival, which our ancestors have told us repeatedly through the ages. High land is the way to survival. Let's talk a little bit about this map. This map was put out there by Ed Daves. He's an ex-CIA agent, and this is the map of what's going to occur with our world after a pole shift. So the first area we're going to look at is the red zones. These are our safe zones, which, as we can see, we have some in the United States, South America, Greenland, and part of Europe, and a little bit in Australia and New Zealand. Next, we'll look at the dark blue. This is where the coastal subsidence will occur. This will be in northeast Russia and the southern tip of South America. Next, let's look at the green. This is where landmass is submerged. This appears to be part of Ireland, Western Australia, southern part of America, along with the eastern side of Mexico, and the eastern coast of America and Canada. Next, let's look at where our hot and cold areas will mix. This will run through the United States, southern South America, and we'll have an area that runs up from Africa up through the middle of Europe, and we'll also have a little bit over in Australia. Next, we'll look at our flood-prone areas. That looks to be a lot of northeastern Europe, most of the UK, northeastern Africa, and northwestern Canada, as well as the broken up islands above Canada. Next, we have our loss of agriculture, which includes wheat, barley, rye, corn, sago, millet, rice, potatoes, apples, citrus, and grapes. These areas are going to include part of Europe, east and west, India, part of Australia, Canada, and a great deal of the United States, as well as South America. Next, we have more loss. This will consist of our livestock, horticulture, and agriculture. These items will include beef, dairy, pigs, sheep, coconut, cotton, hemp oils, peanuts, and sugars. Next, we will have new faults developing. What I noticed about these is they're running more of a north to south than an east to west. Next, let's look at the epicenters of new major volcanic and seismic activity. So we have up in northern North America, we also have Southern America, Mexico, Eastern South America, Southeastern South America. We're also going to have new activity in Iceland. We have activity in Europe and Asia, all across. We also have a major new epicenter for great activity, which sits right about where the area that I think there's one very large volcano that runs about 1,600 miles across and 1,600 miles north and south. So, an effect of all of this is going to be that new land is going to rise. We're going to have land that rises just west of America, quite a bit west of South America, somewhere near Easter Island or Polynesia. We're also going to have land that emerges southeast of Greenland, as well as the northwest of Europe. So, I hope that this information gives us somewhat of an idea of where is safe and where is not, and what we need to do to survive.
This animation will be explained more in our next video. but because it involves spiders, which one conscience has already mentioned, this is what they decode as to us. Some of you may recognise these. If not, don't worry, our next video goes deeper with them. Now Hoppy Prophecy and others have spiders and cobwebs in their cultures, and say we will see spider webs in the sky. These are what they are referring to alongside various halos. There is a very good chance you, your children, even your grandchildren may see these in the heavens, and this would be their alignment. This is not all of them, of course, just some to show you what you may witness in the heavens. Now it doesn't take a genius to see gaps where others exist and connect to other areas. What you are looking at are more parts of the construct, more events that are timed cycles. I will give these a more thorough breakdown in our next video, but while we are on the subject of Perseus and Medusa, consider that Perseus represents one of these and reroutes power from another technology that has detrimental effects on all living species. So detrimental in fact that it can instantly petrify, hence the name Medusa. There is a technology that more than likely petrified the giants, titans and other species in our realm, and Perseus represents that rerouting of the power. The cutting off of the head is actually making sure it does not get powered up, is how it decodes. Isn't that amazing, people? The story in the stars just happens to be perfectly demonstrated in the workings of the realm. The stars truly are a map of the events and mechanisms that take place in the underworld. Perseus repeats this story every 400 years it seems. You can now see why there are many depictions, statues and the like of Perseus and Medusa. They have very real meaning when it comes down to knowing what these cyclic events are truly doing. Our ancestors everywhere knew this, of course. Doesn't this really bring to life all those stories and what they called mythologies into context? Our ancestors were telling the truth. All this of course has been hidden, suppressed, privatized and monetized to hide how our realm truly works. Our research just keeps showing us we live in a technological construct that has very, very intelligent design. Take a very good look, people. This is an APM prediction. You will see these in the heavens at some point in the future. I borrowed this video from Jimbo's channel. Feel free to shout out if you recognize anything in this video. Now we can talk about compression and expansion a bit more. If you remember, I mentioned in a previous video the giants may have been born near the end of the expansion cycle. We do have to consider this. It seems we are at the end of a compression cycle and the pole shift event will take us into the expansion cycle, a mechanism switch related to the winding and unwinding of the cosmic clock spring, which you can find in Walter Russell's work. When this event happens, we would expect to see a comet and of course widespread chaos and destruction, which is what is explained in scriptures and prophecies, the wrath of God. These are merely warnings for us to understand. Beware the cyclic changes from this amazing construct's mechanisms when they start up and make the needed changes to perform their mechanism's roles. It is part of how it works. We basically live on top of a very powerful and complex machine. Our ancestors were very well aware of this. You will have noticed the genetic changes in our previous End Times Decoded videos. New life forms can be created, and ones long gone may return. These beings may have been created during the pole shift event, which is basically a polarity switch. It may be so powerful it puts out a pulse like an EMP, which of course affects any beings in its path. Perhaps this is Medusa, turning living beings into petrified or crystallized rock instantly. These beings were petrified instantly and seemed completely unaware of anything taking place. Frozen in time, and they litter the landscapes everywhere. We are literally walking on giants and titans. Roger from Mudfossil University also covers these, and you will find he already has DNA proof and is also very easily pointing out various parts of anatomy on some of the largest beings that lay on and within the ground. He will even show you a dragon in northwest Africa that is a few thousand miles in length. One Conscience and Jimbo have also found dragons on the landscape. There is even a reference to the green skin of dragons in John Dee's work, which relate to the West Gates. Dragons are also mentioned in the overlay I used with the world chakras in my first video on decoding this realm. I'll leave links below to these channels should you wish to look further. So those various faces mentioned in scriptures, the sets of 4 faces, they will be playing a part in the genetic makeup of various species. I would not be surprised if there is more information sealed below in the rooms the angel technology reside in, the technology that is responsible for the arts and acts of creation. A good look at Walter Russell's work will show you we are talking about electrocrystallization. If you look further into that process, you will find that some scientists actually made insects appear while experimenting. This was repeated and the same thing happened. Insects appeared. This would make sense when you think of plagues of locusts appearing from nowhere. It may very well have been a certain technology that switched on to do its role, and the insects were like a side effect. However you look at it, we must consider that technology of this type will be playing a big part in creation. This realm is a creating realm. Even Walter Russell stated this. So evolution now has another perspective to consider. Mainstream's version doesn't work and is an excuse to hide the fact technology is involved. Technology created by a creator of very large size, looking at our grid overlays. The technology appears to create a duality, male and female, positive and negative. It is always trying to balance nature. Now we decode what the nature of what the realm really is. It's not hard to see that the nature of this technology is to create opposites and try to keep an equilibrium. This is very, very intelligent design and explains what we see in scriptures very well. It has just been hidden for obvious reasons, for if humans ever had control over this technology, I'm sure you can see how dangerous it would be in the wrong hands. Technology that can petrify, cause quakes, tsunamis, destruction and such, not to mention growing your own gold, silver, copper, etc., which is also mentioned by Walter Russell. Any corporation knowing this knowledge would be the most powerful corporation on earth, was how Walter worded it. And here we are today, finding out the earth is flat, realizing that treaties have been put into place to stop you exploring, and everything that have been taught has been a lie. History, space, the sciences, to mention a few. But when they lie about the shape of the world, you realize there is something very important being hidden. The mechanics of our world, the nature of our world, the construct and its creator, and all that implies. The APM model we are creating based upon our new understandings, research and decodings encompasses this information easily into our restructured view of the true world model. It makes perfect sense to us. This is the knowledge we were being taught in ancient times, and various pole shift events and other changes have slowly but surely eroded that information into the idiocy we are being taught today in our schools. An education which is more like brainwashing, indoctrination, assumptions, assertions and excuses, including an impossible world model that cannot be proven scientifically and is easily debunked. Open your eyes, people, there is a bigger picture to see here.
Greeks and Romans believed that the appearance of comets, meteors, and meteor showers were portentous. They were signs that something good or bad had happened, or were about to happen. The arrival of a comet could herald the birth of a great figure, and some people have even argued that the star in the sky, which the Persian Magi followed to Bethlehem to see the newborn Jesus, was actually a comet. In the spring of 44 BC, a comet that appeared was interpreted as a sign of the death of Julius Caesar following his murder. Caesar's adopted son Octavian, soon to be the Emperor Augustus, made much of the comet which burned in the sky during the funeral games held for Caesar. This portentous event was frequently celebrated in the ancient sources. In his epic poem, the Aeneid, Virgil describes how a star appeared in the daytime, and Augustus persuaded people to believe it was Caesar. Augustus celebrated the comet and the death of his father on coins. It did help to be the son of a god when trying to rule the Roman Empire, and many examples survive today. The Roman historian Cassius Dio referred to comet stars occurring in August 30 BC. These are mentioned as among the portents witnessed after the death of the Egyptian queen Cleopatra. Experts are not entirely sure what it means when Dio uses the plural term comet stars, but some have connected this recorded event to the annual Perseid meteor shower. Though it retains an ancient Greek name, we now know that the arrival of the Perseid meteor shower every August is actually the Earth's orbit passing through the debris from the Swift-Tuttle comet. The meteor shower is named for the Perseidi, who were the sons of the ancient Greek hero Perseus. Perseus was a legendary figure with a fine family pedigree. He was the mythical son of Zeus and Argive princess Dana. Perseus earned himself a constellation after a number of epic adventures across the Mediterranean and Near East that included the frequently illustrated murder of the Gorgon's sister Medusa. Another of Perseus's celebrated acts was to rescue the princess Andromeda. Abandoned by her parents to placate a sea monster, the princess was found by Perseus on a rock by the ocean. He married her, and they went on to have 7 sons and 2 daughters. Skywatchers believe that the constellation Perseus, located just beside Andromeda in the night sky, was the origin of shooting stars they could see every summer, and so the name Perseidi stuck. In Christian tradition, the Perseid meteor shower has long been connected to the martyrdom of St. Lawrence. Laurentius was a deacon in the early church at Rome, martyred in the year 258 AD during the persecutions of the Emperor Valerian. The martyrdom supposedly took place on August 10th, when the meteor shower was at its height, and so the shooting stars are equated to the saint's tears. Though the myths and legends may make one think that ancient civilizations had little scientific understanding of what meteors, comets and asteroids could be, this couldn't be farther from the truth. The early astronomers of the Near East, those who created the Babylonian and Egyptian calendars and astronomical data, were by far the most advanced in antiquity. And a recent study of ancient cuneiform texts has proven that the Babylonian ability to track comets, planetary movements and sky events as far back as the first millennium BC involved a much more complex geometry than had been previously believed.
So what you have seen is how we connect all these events into worldly cycles. There are many parts of the very large mechanisms of the underworld, the technologies that are responsible for the creation and movement of luminaries, the stars, and pretty much most of nature's processes. The Creator's glory is a technological glory. Until you decode what creates nature, you are left guessing, but we can see what the nature of our world truly is now, and it is a technological construct which reveals a very intelligent Creator. A construct of vast magnitude and magnificence that has been described and depicted everywhere, in scriptures, Enoch, sacred geometry, geoglyphs, petroglyphs, hieroglyphs, prophecies. It shows how technologies have been personified to hide how this world truly works. The globe was invented to hide the 12 gates and anything that is beyond. We have seen how politicians use the construct's destructive cycles to fool the unwary. The forgotten knowledge we are now rediscovering again, and knowledge that was always there to warn us of these cycle changes and to plan for them. Open your eyes, people, and see what the creator of this amazing construct was teaching us. How it works, how to harness its energies, and how to survive its destructive cycles. So, if you truly want world peace, then it has to start with the truth. The truth about who we are, where we are, and where we live.
The Tower of Babel. It is not mentioned in the Bible. It is referred to as the city and the tower. It is a mythological tower that was built tall enough to reach the heavens. Many scholars have tried to associate this tower with known structures. However, there is no known location that definitely tells there was a tower. In Akkadian, the name of the city was Babe Ilim, meaning the gate of God. The name Babel was later given from the Hebrew verb Balal, meaning to jumble or confuse. Now, if we decode that bit with APM eyes, that translates to us as the jumbling and confusing of the matter in the vortex, which is the torus field. Let's take a look at some clips of that field being explained by FPV.
To demonstrate how they work, I'll use this clip made by Sandra's hubby. I'm sure most will remember the torus field people such as Santos Bonacci show. It is actually many torus fields, as each have their own unique torus field. These three, however, are working together. The one in the east is following a left-hand rule, and the one in the west a right-hand rule. The effects from these two spiraling movements are what causes the centre one to compress and expand north and south. These two locations are very well known for their large deep quakes. You should recognise these shapes from Walter Russell's work, where he demonstrates how the vortexes work. Nikola Tesla also worked with counter-rotating coils. This is also what creates the hourglass shape, as referenced by Santos Bonacci. This technology emits a spiraling pressure wave as the flow around the halo causes the reaction needed to generate harnessable electricity, as seen in Walter Russell's work. The division and multiplication of the sex pairs, the same as what was decoded in the Colosseum video, and of course how our realm truly works. The spirals and the ancient glyphs everywhere tell us the ancients all knew how this worked. These are electromagnetic projections from below. We have covered these in numerous videos. The stationary halos people record everywhere are often termed lunar waves, which is really the moon highlighting them in the foreground as it passes in the background. All luminaries can highlight them as they pass by. You can see how spiral galaxies and other galaxies, as they call them, get their shapes now. They are more than likely illuminated particles trapped in an electromagnetic field that is caused by a halo in the vicinity. They operate exactly the same as a tornado and are in fact the cause of a tornado. The twin counter-rotating coils create that Higgs boson needed to generate electricity. This is where the 1 and the 1.618 numbers Santos Bonacci speaks of comes into play. The larger coil would be the lower projected halo, and the smaller coil would be in the centre and create the narrower Higgs boson. This one would be projected the highest and is the actual cause of the sprites. The sprites appearing are in fact a reaction to this halo's sudden appearance and vortex. A smaller halo driving the electrical energy and vortex down through the centre to be harnessed below. The outside forces create a torus field which will spiral upwards and mushroom out at the top. It is the exact same process seen in Walter Russell's optical motor, where the shaft narrows and creates a pressure wave which results in free harnessable energy, the exact point where it divided and multiplied the sex pairs. We have stated before the halos are the origin of lightning. Lightning now has its cause identified in the APM model. Can we reference anything that behaves how we have just described?
Of course we do, FPV. Land-based ones will create tornadoes, high winds, storms and lightning, as seen in these video clips. So big thanks to Chris Hughes for the tornado footage, and Underwater Huntress and Kevin Johnson for sharing their amazing waterspout captures of these events, of which you can see are an effect from the Angel technologies. Ones below the oceans are what create whirlpools and waterspouts, storms and lightning. It is the same spiralling forces. It is the earth, air, fire and water events, referenced everywhere. This is what it truly relates to, part of the processes of the angel technologies. The APM model addresses and references the causes and effects quite easily, as you can see.
I hope you all enjoyed that little tour of this 3D model of the Colosseum. Now let's take a look at this configuration. Let's remove the platform on the right so we can see and complete this circuit. Next we will add in our poles, the equatorial poles of course taking care of the compression cycle, and the north and south poles taking care of the expansion cycle, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs. All of which are operating well within the golden ratio of their cube spheres. Pretty cool, huh? Also take note of the pyramidal patterns of the cubes, or as Santos Bonacci would call it, the pyramid, the fire in the centre. This is the heart of the machine. You can see now how the symmetry is important in the construction and what it truly means. So, the Rome Colosseum, ladies and gentlemen, is a very large power generation station. Consider Walter Russell's 6-foot in scale footprint model that could run a 52-room university to what something the scale of this Colosseum could run. This could run an entire city with ease. Simply add hot water. So, we can now consider the Rome Colosseum decoded. I hope you enjoyed this presentation and that you can see how easy this really is.
Now for the decode of Babel. B means bar or bars. A is acceleration. B also means magnetic flux density. E stands for electrons, which is our light. And L stands for inductance. What this means is accelerating magnets that create the magnetic flux inductance generated by the switching of positive to negative creates light. This represents the spiral of the vortex, the accelerators, the angels' creation. As you can see, the people that lead us know these meanings and deny us any knowledge, and even display it in the geometry of their gardens. Let's look at a few examples of their gardens and how it shows the sacred geometry and how special it is to our world and the workings.
So welcome everyone. This interview is something I've been looking forward to for a couple of weeks now, and it all started about 2 months ago when Sean Becker kindly came onto my Feel Good Friday show and started dropping links and recommending this channel. The channel being FPV Angel, and the subject matters being very wide and varied. And this interview attempts to introduce you to the team that is doing some fantastic research out there. It's got my imagination going wild. made me realise I was definitely paddling in the shallow end, and it makes me even more humble to realise that the world we live in is something awesome, magic, and still yet to be discovered fully. So it's with massive pleasure that I want to introduce you to FPV Angel channel and the APM Research team. So welcome everyone. Thank you for coming on the show.
Hello, Robin.
Hi, Robin.
Hey.
Hi, thank you.
So let's do the done thing, the right thing, and start to introduce you individually, if I may, and just perhaps give us a bit of history as to how your research started and what got you on the road to where you are today. Does anyone like to start, maybe?
Yeah, I'll start with this, Robin. Yeah, because right, when I came to Flat Earth a few years ago, and I was looking into it, I'd come from a political background. I've been following politics for a few years myself.
Okay.
And I was watching, you watch politics, you start to see certain characters taking these trips to Antarctica. And when I found Flat Earth, I thought, oh, hello, there's some connection going on here. Something going on at Antarctica that I hadn't spotted before. So anyway, I made this channel in 2016 to intentionally to look deeper into Flat Earth, because I've been looking into Flat Earth through the back end of 2015, and I mean, it took me 5 minutes to realize it was flat just watching certain videos, because I already had, you've got things that go on in your mind over years, and certain things in Flat Earth jog your memory, and you think, wow, that's why that didn't make sense. You start coming to these conclusions, and eventually you can find ways to debunk it yourself. So, my research started when I came to Flat Earth. They were passing around I think it was the E map, or the glyphs. There's everyone calls them the pizza maps, don't they?
Yes.
Now, they were getting passed around, and I was looking at those, and, I was doing my own research in the background as well. And I found some things you could make work on this map, but other things weren't making sense.
Okay.
And at the same time, I was looking at the Nazca Lines. Now, what I'll do here, I'll just screen share so you can see my Google Earth and the Nazca Line tracing that I've been doing. And then give you an idea of what I was looking at and the conclusions I was coming to just by looking at these. So these are in South America, Nazca, Peru.
Okay.
You can see that, yeah?
I'm seeing you zoom into Peru, yes. We're getting into
right.
the blue bits now, yeah.
Right. These are the line tracings I've been doing on the Nazca Lines. Now, when you look at these, I mean, I'll zoom in and so you can look at the detail. I haven't put all the animals on yet, because to me, more importantly, was all this structure.
Yes.
That's what we're really looking at here. Detailed structure.
Yes.
I mean, let's see the detail in this.
Yes.
And how things, the birds, where they would connect to certain places, and there's going to be some things in here blow your mind, mate. There really is.
Okay. Well, let's get into that in more detail later. But your initial thoughts were
My initial thoughts were, as soon as I was looking at this, we're looking at a technological construct, and what I did was I overlaid these over the map.
Okay. Which you're showing us now, yeah.
Yeah. That's them at Nazca, Peru. They portray them the opposite way around, so you never figure out, if you overlay it on a map, it'll make sense. But when you put them the correct way up, north, south, east, and west becomes quite apparent.
Okay.
So this big area here on the world map would represent the Americas.
I see. And
over up here would be northeast Russia. East over here, so New Zealand would be over here on the world map. What you're looking at here is condensed blueprints of the world map, basically. Well, the technological configuration below the world map, I should say.
Fascinating.
Is what it would decode as. And I've got to show you this one as well before we progress. You see that there, where it's detailed 3D structure. Can you see that?
Yes, I can. And are we looking at it side on for you to say that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, side on, yeah. So you zoom out and it connects to more and more. And we've even got one here that they call the solar clock. Now you tell me, Robin, that is not an antenna.
Wow.
Because what you're going to notice in the Nazca Lines, I've come across at least 4 different types of antennas.
Okay. Well, before we get too deep, if you don't mind, Can you just fast forward a little bit and just say where you went from here, and you'd done some flat Earth research. You started studying the Nazca Lines, and then what happened after that?
And then I came across the Nazca Mandala, which is this image here.
Okay.
This grid, all this grid is the Nazca Mandala and the Sun Star of Peru. Now, as soon as I found these in there, I thought, wow, I've got to put this on a map. You know, it became a mission of making this grid make sense on a map.
Okay, so this is what found in historical records for the ancient Peruvians, is it?
I'm not sure what they classed it as. You know, it's to me, it's been there a long time, and they've just inherited the land.
Okay, and where did you find this pattern? Sorry, where did
this is a class 1 geoglyph from Nazca, Peru. It's I'll just jump to Google Earth and I'll show you where it is on the map.
Right, and your circular pattern there is just you creating some.
Right, that's its location there on the map.
I see. Can you zoom in a bit more?
Yeah, the detail's very poor in Google Earth. It seems to get worse. You notice that it gets worse and worse, not better and better, which is strange. You know, considering the technology we've got today. So they're, to me, they're intentionally obscuring it.
Yes. So this pattern then is something you observe in nature, and you've overlaid it then.
Yeah, because when I seen it, the first thing I thought of when I saw it, Robin, was gates in the north, south, east, and west.
Yes.
You see them?
Yes. So these gates, as in the nodal points that are on these concentric circles, is that something you've put there, or?
No, these are all part of the grid. All I've done here is overlaid them on this world map. Now the map we're following here is the one produced by one hippie. We call him Series.
Okay.
And what he did was he took Google images, the Google Earth images, and what he did was applied an algorithm to square them back off to take out that roundness that they give it.
Right.
Because you'll find Google. Yeah, it's flattening it back to being a flat map. So.
Okay.
This is the only map I came across that actually had, where things would line up correctly in the world, and and obviously make some sense, because as in making sense, this one for here, instance, see this dot here?
Yes.
This is where the Kola borehole is. Now, why would they be drilling there, do you think?
Understood. And
that one there is the German intercontinental drilling program. It's right there. So, they know these locations exist, Robin, is what it's telling me, and they're drilling down to locations.
Yes, and underneath in the sort of blue pale shading, is that the azimuthal equidistant map?
No, this is the Mercator map. I call it the corrected Mercator.
Okay. And
we'll go through that with you as well while we're using this map. One Conscience has got some images that she's going to bring up to show you why we switched to this map from what people are calling the flat Earth map.
I see. So that was the Google Earth maps flattened out again. And whilst we've got it up there, angelic particle matrix is the name of your team. Yeah. How does that come about?
We decided to call it that due to the nature of what we decode angels to be and the nature of this realm.
I see.
If you want me to say what they are now, I'll go ahead and say
just a straightforward definition would suffice for now. We'll go into more detail later.
Okay, an angel in modern terminology would be a particle accelerator.
I see. And so the matrix is therefore a network of them across the plane.
Yes.
And in the oceans?
Below the oceans, below land, everywhere.
Okay.
Everywhere within that grid. This technology exists.
Fantastic. So looking at this snapshot, roughly what year were you in when you got this far?
This was probably somewhere around 2017.
Okay. Now let's bring the rest of the team in. So how did everybody else link into your research then?
Right. When I made the first video, I called it the Blueprints for Earth. This is the first video I made on it, and this is the overlay, an image overlay I made over the map.
Yes.
As you can see, I had the orientation slightly wrong, but a few adjustments and tweaks over time to correct things, and it's where we're at now. And this was a little tour of how I think they came across them themselves. In the 1800s, they were flying over the Americas in these, and pretty much mapping what they found there. So they got the blueprints probably 100 years ahead of me.
Okay.
It's where we're at.
Okay.
So I made this video here, and I was playing it on Cat's Eyes channel, I think, and this is when I met One Conscience. So what I'll do is I'll stop presenting and let One Conscience take over from here if she likes.
Brilliant. Welcome to the show, One Conscience. Lovely to have you here.
Thank you.
And just share a little bit of your journey, how you, perhaps a little bit before you met FPV, and where were you on your pursuit of truth and when it all started?
So before I met him, I started out kind of looking into like bloodline conspiracies and stuff. So then I found Flat Earth, and I was pretty convinced pretty quickly. You know, I watched Mark Sargent's videos and Eric Dubay, and it didn't really take long to convince me,
Yeah.
you know, that
Similar
it was...
journey to us.
Yeah. So, and before I met FPV, though, I was also looking into like earth energy, earthquakes specifically.
Okay.
So I was following this guy on YouTube, and he was predicting them. He was predicting earthquakes very accurately. So I watched him for a couple of years and kind of learned how to, you know, what he was talking about and how to do it. And it fascinated me. So when I stumbled into that room that day and met FPV and Cats, you know, his grid caught my attention because I had been laying out earthquakes. I had tried to lay them out on the AE map.
Okay.
And so there were some flaws that didn't quite work. There was some places that had too much distance and, you know, amongst other little errors that just weren't adding up. So I was, you know, thinking to myself, well, this is how it happens because I've watched this guy and I've studied these things and I know that this occurs like this. So, so when I met him, he's talking about earthquakes and volcanoes and angels and you know, I'll just tell you something in my soul just gave me goosebumps. Like I knew that this was the proper path for me to go down. So
awesome.
I asked him, so I asked him for a copy of the map. So after asking him about 1,000 questions while he played his video and, you know, because I was, there wasn't a whole lot of people in the chat room that I was in. And I just asked him question after question after question. And it kind of turned into a conversation that he and I were having while he presented this presentation he was putting on. And so I asked him for a copy of the map and I laid the earthquake paths out on it because I know how they flow and I've studied it long enough that I can, you know, put that out no problem. And so then I gave it to him and he loved it. He was amazed. He was like, you know, this is amazing and it makes so much sense.
Okay.
And we deciphered that this technology, you know, turning on and working is what's causing the vibration. So then we progressed.
Okay, so a question I have for you is, when you say you studied them for a long time, what was your source references for that? Where were you looking?
So there was a guy named Dutch Sense.
Okay.
And he's a YouTube channel. He stepped out recently. I mean, he did this for 9 years straight.
Okay.
And so I studied his work. And I studied his arrows, and he had arrows that specifically pointed to where these earthquakes would hit repeatedly. And he also would forecast. He would forecast, you know, because this hit here, it's going to hit here. Because it did this, it's going to do this. And he was so dead on accurate. It was just amazed me. You know, I'm like, oh my gosh, you know, science and the USGS and stuff like that, they don't tell us that you can predict earthquakes. You know, think about how many lives we could save.
Goodness me. And so you built up some knowledge, and have you, so he's walked away, but are you able to, I don't suggest that anyone can predict earthquakes going forwards, but have you got a sense of the accuracy now so that you can share in a given year perhaps, or a given few years where you think earthquakes are going to come about?
If I sat down and studied it for a few weeks, I'm sure I could pick up the pattern as to predicting them. However, that isn't what I do.
Okay.
He did that with accuracy. You know, I went and I got my own earthquake 3D, so I was studying them on my own as well as watching his channel.
Okay.
You know, and trying to take guesses at what I thought would happen, along with listening to what he was predicting, and you know, hit and miss with me. I hadn't done it for 8 years,
I guess
so
prediction isn't really the key, but it's certainly see if you can see where it's happened before, then you can see the commonality, can't you? I
what the
guess.
key to me is that these earthquakes are repeatable. So
Okay.
they're always going to hit in the exact same spots. And
Yes.
that's no joke at all. So much that I can make a map with the arrows also and show exactly where they're going to hit. This energy has a flow.
Okay.
It has a perfect flow, and it will repeat every single time. You know, it comes in from the outside, and it does its flow, and it does it every single, you know, every so many
Wow.
days over and over. It's
Mm,
repeatable. These things are absolutely repeatable. That's why they're predictable.
Do you want me
fantastic.
to? Do you want me
Yes,
to play this
please.
clip for you?
Yes, please. And I love your avatar one conscious. That must be one of the Nazca patterns, is it?
Yeah, it's the
That's
condor bird. Yeah.
awesome. Awesome. Love it. Go ahead, FPV.
Here you go. I'll screen share this so you can see what one's talking about. I'll mute while one talks through it. Here you go, one.
Please, can you maximize? Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not.
So what this is
Excuse me, guys. I'm not seeing it. I don't know why. Does FPV need to? Ah, there we go. Do you mind maximizing for? There we go. Got it.
okay. So what I've done, and I've done it several times through our work, I made a little quick one. So the energy comes in, and it's what it's doing is compressing into the center. And I mean, if you've watched our work, you know we talk a lot about compression expansion. So the energy literally comes from the two gates, the east and the west, and it compresses into the center point.
I see.
Then the data I get, I can watch it go north. Okay, so we don't get a lot of data for south. We don't get a lot of data for Antarctica at all. So I didn't put any arrows going down because I haven't seen that data on my own. But
Okay.
then once it hits the center point, it heads north and it spreads out in both directions like a torus energy field.
Wow.
Okay, and it's expanded at that point. So once it goes up north, it expands out, wraps around to come back in for its compression. Where those arrows are where earthquakes will hit repeatably
I see.
every single time. That is a pattern. It's repeatable data, and it's recordable.
And it's a sequence chronologically, because is that what you're showing us? Over
Yes.
time, it's doing this in this order.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So it's always coming in from the two sides, and it's always hitting in the same spots.
Okay.
So I found the map fascinating when I met FPV because a lot of it kind of follows along this grid that he's
Yes.
overlaid,
Mm.
and these star halos form our torus to come back in. Now you
I
have to
see.
remember it's probably going south and wrapping back up around that way as well. But I don't get data, so I don't add that part to my
Sure.
animations because I can't prove that.
And just
You know, and
sorry to interrupt you. Just quickly for my knowledge, you mentioned something called Earthquake 3D. Is that a software package?
yeah, it's a
Okay.
software package that people can get for free,
Okay.
or you can pay $20, and it's a little more enhanced. So I
Okay.
paid for mine, but that's because I was really, really into it.
And that allows you to track and record where earthquakes are coming up over time. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So I actually used it, and I recorded 9 weeks worth of earthquakes, and I put little dots on the map for 9 weeks straight every single day.
Wow.
And that's how I got really good at learning exactly where these things hit and realized a lot of different things about the energy at that time.
Thank you. And I guess the Earthquake Watch websites is where you get that from, is it? Where you see seismology reports, and anything over a certain scale is recorded as an earthquake. Is that right?
Well, the earthquake 3D, you just go to the website and download it. But
And that's telling you where they are. Okay.
yeah, it tells you exactly where they hit,
I see.
and it tells you what the magnitude is and what time it hit, and so you can learn a lot by, looking at this information. Like, okay, it hits here every day. I watched the same earthquake hit the same spot for an entire summer,
Oh.
and then kind of as the sun shifted upward, the earthquake went north, and it hit that spot. It was following our luminaries.
That is so powerful software to be real time and tracking like that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And when you say it tracks our luminaries, what exactly do you mean?
Well, okay, so with the earthquakes, all of our happenings are below. So what APM has realized is that the stuff that we see above is below. So it's as above, so below.
I see. So
there's a model below,
okay,
and we're seeing it above in the heavens. So what we're feeling in our world is the vibration of the occurrence in the layers below, so we can see our luminaries above.
Wow.
So the vibration is coming up in the form of earthquakes, which is why it's following certain luminary activity.
Okay, would it be a good time to mention the 12 gates at this point, FPV, and the cardinal points?
Yeah, perfect time.
Okay, brilliant.
I'll bring the map back up on the screen. And
before we do, I'd just like to mention that Sandra's with us, Coolpix, P900 Coolpix. Thank you so much for joining us too.
Thanks.
No worries. So we'll bring Sandra in later with some of her research, but we're at the moment I've noted about a dozen points I'd love the team to cover, and one of them is the 12 cardinal points. So thank you for your intro, One Conscience. So I think we haven't quite covered how you got to meet FPV. Did it just your paths crossed in a chat room, or you came across his work and you got in touch?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we just started talking on Hangouts, and we progressed.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Fantastic.
Oh, but what you forgot to mention, Mom, was how some of Dutch Sinter's quakes didn't make sense.
Oh, yeah.
The antipodes didn't match up, did they?
Yeah, well, his thing, he had errors. He had one error. One huge error was when he thought that a quake, because he's a globe, so he's a globe believer.
Yes.
So he thought that when Northeast Russia received a very large quake, that it would wrap around and hit Alaska or California.
Okay.
Well, it never did. It never did, and I tried to explain to him why, but he did not like that, and I think he kind of ghosted me out of his
understood.
comments.
Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? If you have a disagreement and you've been in it for a long time, when someone brings up something fresh and exciting and possibly a revelation, it must be really hard to acknowledge that.
Yeah.
So thanks for that. So we've now joined as a team. Is there two of you at this point in 2016? Is it 17 maybe?
Yeah, there's me, him, and Cats. So there's
Okay.
3 of us at that time.
And that channel is Cat's Eyes. Is that right?
Yeah, Cat's Eyes or Return of Cat's Eyes. She has 2.
Okay. Well, we'll put all the links to everyone's channels that we mentioned tonight in the show notes. And go ahead, FPV. You were going to share the creation calendar, mimic events, astrology tracker, and the sun gate tracker is what I've got up on screen. But I think you might need to minimize the main window. That's right.
There we go. You see that, yeah?
Yeah, perfect.
Right, so we're back to the 12 gates again. Okay, so what we did here, Sandra obtained the data from time and date for the sunrise for New Zealand.
Yes.
She just picked a random year. In this case, it was 2006.
Yes.
So what I did with this tracker, I added all the data with the sunrise from New Zealand and the bearing on the compass to give us an idea. What we're looking for is gate switches.
I see.
And what you'll see in this animation is this arrow on the degrees go up and down this direction. This would be New Zealand here with this little arrow.
Yes.
So that's the sun gate tracker. So that's just tracking where they see the sunrise from, and what you'll see is it moves up and down.
I see.
Obviously moving up and down the gates, which is what we're looking for. Because what I did here, this calendar here, the creation calendar, I tried to sync that with this. Now this comes with specific dates on gate changes. You like this one, March the 21st, gate 4.
Right. And what is a creation calendar?
The creation calendar is what the ancients seem to be basing the sunrises on.
Okay.
So they would know when it's switching gate and going through the equinoxes and solstices.
Okay, so is this something people can look up, the creation calendar?
It is available online, and
yes.
What I had to do, it's naming gates, and of course even in Enoch it mentions gates.
Okay.
In fact, every scripture mentions gates or portals. But portal is a gate. It's the same thing decoded.
Okay, understood. Now, before we get too deep, I will mention that we're going to cover some fairly hefty subjects today. Some of it will be scripturally based, and some of it will be sort of more modern, old science, now modern science, because there's people that are really working out that we live in an electromagnetic realm, and how our sky clock works, and sort of what I would call recent relearning of ancient knowledge. You're going to cover quite a bit of that. So forgive me, I interrupted you, but I kind of need the audience to come along with me as I learn as well.
Yeah, it's fine, Robin. Yeah, anytime you need to jump in, mate, just jump in and slow us down.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
We're used to working with this, and we forget how shocking and revealing it really is.
Yes.
It does harden you over time, but
I also want people to be aware that this isn't just fantasy and speculation. You've really gone into the roots of our ancient knowledge, which everyone must recognize now contains so much truth. So
I would say there's something for everyone in our research. You just, that's the hard part. You've got to find people's interests and knowledge based so they understand what it is you're telling them.
Yes. So go ahead. You've done the creation calendar, and you were talking about the gates.
Yeah, so I sync the creation calendar with the Sungate tracker. With the Sungate tracker, we took the dates from the 25th of the month to make sure that it had switched, because you'll find with the creation calendar, it says there 21st. I've seen some round about the 18th, so it's up and down a little round about 18th to 21st. So I thought,
okay,
we'll use the Sungate tracker as the 25th, and then we know they've changed. It's definitely changed.
I see.
The astrology tracker, that's tracking various things like the zodiac, gemstones, fire, earth, air, water, just some extra information for people that might want to use it.
Yes.
The mimic map events are events we've recorded ourselves off the mimic map that defy explanation from mainstream, but we can see, it's technological processes and mechanisms, events going on.
And when we say mimic, are we talking about comets and...
No, this map's actually designed for water precipitation, but what you'll find is it's picking things up in the microwave frequency, and you'll find they go well out of the way to cut things off that map, so you can't see all these effects taking place on the map.
Oh, I see. And who hosts this website?
It's just type in Google Mimic Map, and it'll take you to a site, and they've got a database going back to probably about 2010, Robin, and you can go through all these images. They're all there, all recorded, and you'll see some strange, amazing events taking place on the world map.
And they're predominantly there for precipitation, but you can see patterns because they're recording.
Yeah, it's recording water. It's a lot more. It's recording a lot more than it's supposed to be, and they're doing their best to try and filter it out. And you'll actually see where they've cut things out as well.
Wow!
But you can't hide that they've cut things out.
No, because there's a gaping hole, I guess, in the data. Yeah. All right. So, will we come back to that later, or do you need to mention what anomalies you spotted?
No, we'll come back to that another time. I would rather people just go to the Mimics map site and go for their database, and you'll see what I mean. It's hard to see them on there because they've got them small, but we have featured them before in some of our videos, so they are in our videos somewhere.
Very good.
Which one? That's hard to remember which videos they're in, but you will find coverage of them in some of our videos.
Very good.
Right, jump into the waveform tracker. Now, what I want to notice with this is we've got 4 different waveforms that take place over the course of a year.
Mm-hmm.
I'll let this play, and you'll see. Currently, it's at that waveform there. Hold on a sec. These waveforms physically exist on the map, Robin. They're not just there. They'll tell you that depicts day and that's night.
Right.
But these waveforms actually show on the mimic map.
And the waveforms are what? waveforms of the moisture or waveforms of electromagnetism? What are they?
Well, what you're looking at is the sun's driver, and the other luminary drivers is what they decode to us.
Okay.
These, if you look at the sun, it's always directly in between two waveforms. That waveform will change over the course of a year.
I see. So, but what is the waveform scientifically measuring?
Scientifically, the waveform is basically operating like an oscilloscope, and it's pulsing signals across the map. Now, I don't know if you watched our Heaven and Hell video, but I decoded the Milky Way to be a sine wave. It's actually a sine wave, the Milky Way.
Okay. So for those that are just on the basement step of where we are today, so the oscilloscope is measuring. Are you just?
Oh, no, the waveform is the actual driver pushing the luminaries across. Now, remember, from our perspective, the sun is a vehicle in the underworld being propelled east to west, and then it returns. We see its effect in the sky, and we call it the sun.
Oh, I see. So I'm still struggling with what scientifically that oscilloscope is measuring, because it must. Are you saying?
No, it's not measuring. It's the driver, Robin. It's actually pushing them across. They are reacting. You're looking at electromagnetics being repelled by sine waves. Sine waves are driving them across, basically.
I see. I hear the conclusions that you're making, but I'm struggling to describe what that waveform, because this is not your waveform monitor, is it?
I'll give you one that you'll recognize. Rahu would be this waveform.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Right.
So this.
Wait a minute. Rahu's in the north. Sorry, Rahu's that one. You see how it changed?
Yes.
And this bottom one would be Ketu.
And that.
But
whose oscilloscope is that?
That's just an image. That's just an image that I overlaid some information from time and date on. That information in that screen comes from time and date's own animations.
I see. Got it. Finally, the pennies dropped.
So even they have to use these animations of waveforms to depict. They're telling you it's day and night.
Yes.
But to me, that one there is driving the sun. The sun is always the same distance away from it. It never gets closer. It will overtake the moon, which is what I put down to the lunar phases.
I see.
This crossing the moon could possibly be what's causing the lunar phases. Now, I stopped there. I was doing a big project on it, but I stopped because what I've realized, looking into Vedic, all the Vedic information you can come across, there's about 20 different, what they call shadow entities. Rahu and Ketu are only 2 of 20.
Wow.
So there's at least 20 different types of waveforms, it's telling me. So it's going to be really hard for me to identify which waveforms are driving which luminaries.
Okay, so thank you. You put that research on the shelf, but
yeah, that's got it on the hold. Yeah, because how do you go identifying them all?
Yeah,
that's the hard part.
Right.
But what we're saying is we know they exist. We know they're driving luminaries across, and what the luminary does, it returns back on the outside of it. Now that return back is, hold on a sec, I'll just get the image on screen so you can see it. There's a mimic map event. You see that waveform there?
Yes.
That shows up going right across the world map on the mimic map.
Crazy. So that's an anomaly that they can't really cover up. It's
yeah.
too blatant.
Well, what you're looking at there, you can see the waveform, can't you? See it?
Yeah. Amazing.
So it's probably driving the sun back across.
Amazing.
Now the sun in our model, the sun returning back east, here's its path. I'm sure you'll recognize that path, Robin.
Yeah, it looks like a pattern.
It's the ISS path. So to us, the ISS is actually the sun in a standby state returning east. It's not a spaceship in the sky. It is the sun in a standby state returning east.
Goodness me.
And these are the waveforms. You can see how it changes. That's why its path changes, because the way it's the waveforms. It's these waveforms here that's going across the map. So one pushes it along and it returns on the reverse signal.
And you're saying it's like almost out of charge when it's going through the night?
Yeah, it's I would put it into what you would call a recharging process. And this is what the Egyptian 12 gates goes into depth with.
Okay.
You'll notice one of our videos that One Conscience done a presentation on, and it's the Egyptian 12 gates, which is the story of the sun's return back to the east in the underworld.
Amazing. So we brought 12 gates up at the beginning of this little segment, so why don't you cover what they are?
Right.
If you can.
The 12 gates, yeah. To us, these are what Enoch would term portals. They're where the sun would appear and then start its path across east to west.
And remind the other name for portal?
Gate.
Gate.
Yeah.
So,
these are portals or gates. And there's more than, even Enoch describes more than what you see here, because he does mention there's more north and south of them as well.
Can you give us an idea of what Enoch said? So I take it you're talking about the book of Enoch in the Bible?
Yeah. Yeah,
or the book that got removed from the Bible.
One Conscience actually done a nice video on it where she spoke through it, and what I did was made an animation to match what she was talking about.
Yes, I've watched a few of those.
And when he described the gates, he even went into detail of the angles they were at to each other, and them angles match what you're seeing here. Now, is that a coincidence? Enoch is talking about the Nazca mandala.
Wow.
It's insane, Robin, isn't it? It's no coincidence, is it?
And
they're talking about the same thing.
Amazing. So, without trying to jump too many tangents, I didn't ask you about the patterns we can see at the corners and around the middle that seem to have like 4 dots in each square. Is that something?
Right.
Is that something you've added, or is that part of?
No, that's part of the grid. I'll go into detail of them for you if you want.
Yes,
right.
Please.
You see these? You notice each box has got 3 that aren't connected to anything.
Yes.
Yeah. These are your 24 elders from Scripture.
Okay.
There's 24 going around the inner circle there that are not connected to anything. No, that's got to be your 24 elders Scripture references. Jumping back out, then we go 12 at each gate. So there's 48 external,
yes.
24 internal. There's your 72 virgins from another Scripture, because they're not connected to anything.
Okay.
So, this is where Scriptures comes into play with what it's actually describing.
So you're going to have to forgive the audience for going, that's a bit of a leap, FPV, and I'm going to allow you to flesh it out later and go into more detail. But to go from, picking a scripture that's got a number in it sounds on the face of it to be a bit of a leap.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can add some more color to it. Do you want to try that now, or shall we?
Well, this is what I realized, Robin, when I was looking into the geo, petro, and hieroglyphs. Now, the mainstream tell us they were all into sun worship. And what I realized was no one's ever been into sun worship. What they're really portraying is the mechanisms of the realm depicted in geo, petro, and hieroglyph form. They characterize or personify technologies to help explain what they're doing. That's why they use male and female characters in all these glyphs.
I see.
So this is how you hide technology. You personify it as characters, and of course you put it in a book, and people bring that technology to life as a real person.
I see.
You see what they've done?
So it's hidden, decode, and you're trying to decode. And I guess we'll learn a bit more as we go through the presentation. So you
from the start of this now, I'm already looking for technology, and my mission became finding the technology, how the ancients depicted and described it,
yes,
and how it fits in with a world model. And that was a surprise for me, Robin. I did not expect to see the same glyphs everywhere on the world. You look at spirals and things. They're all. So it tells me that was probably our written language back in those times. It's not unique to Egypt. It's everywhere.
And that's borne out in lots of researchers now, all the hidden histories guys, Martin Leaker and the likes, they've found a lot of this in their research, haven't they?
Yeah. Awesome. You can see people everywhere looking at it.
But,
it's to connect it all into stories telling you how the world works is what it's doing.
Yes, and my mind's already going now about architecture and harnessing this stuff, but we'll cover that, I'm sure, in another segment. So, so these dots are on the original Peruvian template?
Yes, all that grid there. What you've got here is a 12 by 12 grid. So there's your 144.
Yeah.
And you've got 6 squares, 6 circle, and 6 rhombi. There's your 666.
Got it.
So, seeing pull bits from scripture from there. People will say we're cherry picking, Robin, but so are they.
Yeah.
They're cherry picking stories that fit what they want to believe.
Understood.
I'm looking for how the technology fits into it and how they've described it or tried to hide it in some cases.
Yeah.
And
So
we can see that's changed over time.
one of the things that's jumping out to me is Antarctica seems to be at the bottom and it's not been stretched around. Is that because you can't do anything with it at the minute?
No, this is what you're looking at really is, a world map is basically a strip of data we call a map, and it's obviously part of something larger.
Yes.
So that's why it's got chopped off sides. That what you're looking at the sides, this is where the international date lines cut in half. This is what they've done is they took the Mercator map and cut the sides off and wrapped it around a ball.
Yes.
That now hides the gates in the east and west, and your treaties in the north and south hide the ones in the north and south.
Got it.
So what I'll do here, I'll pass it over to One Conscience, because she's going to have to go through some map information here to get you looking at it like we are with this map. So I'll pass it over to you, One, if you want to do that bit with the map corrections. It's probably a good time about now, yeah?
Thank you.
Okay, do you have that video?
Yeah, I've got it on standby. Let's have a look. Where is it? Yeah, map corrections. Am I still screen sharing?
You are, yes, Thank you.
Right, I'll mute and I'll let One talk for this one.
Thank you.
Okay, so we we corrected several, globe portrayals and backwards Mercator maps, and they actually make a lot more sense. So what you're looking at here on screen are the constellations. So this is a constellation map of the heavens, and the top one was the first one they gave us, okay? It was the original one, the one on top. And you'll see, like, off to the right-hand side, Virgo's cut, because they've wrapped this around to make it seem like it's all circular, like it's around a globe and, going in circles around our heavens. But they actually, you go to the bottom one and we've corrected it.
So do you mind if I stop you there, please, One? Because I'm struggling to see any map information at all. I can see some pictures of animals. Do you mind?
So this is the constellations in heaven.
I see. We're looking up in the sky. Okay.
Yes. So we're looking up in the sky.
Okay.
But they've got Virgo cut. They've got several of them cut. So when I went to Google Sky and actually outlined these creatures and, went back to Google Earth and looked at them, they're not like that. They're actually specifically on the east or west, and doing their movements in the heavens. Now, some of them do a circular pattern around a specific point. Others move east to west. The bottom map is corrected. So Virgo's back together in the center where it's supposed to be. And, they're all in their proper place.
Okay.
Moving forward, because the constellation one is a little bit more confusing. It's a little bit more advanced than Earth. Can we move forward at FPV? So right here, we have a backwards Mercator map.
Okay.
Which he skipped past, but we have it up top. We still have it, so it's okay.
Okay.
So this is the map that a lot of science tries to use.
Okay.
So the problem with this is the Bering Strait. So when we looked into the Bering Strait, we realized that even these two islands called the Diomedes, which is directly between Alaska and Russia, have a 5-hour sunrise difference. And that's not taking into account of the time difference. We're talking about actual sunrise.
Okay.
There's a 5-hour difference between these two islands that are 3 miles apart.
What?
Yes. And I have a video called The Bering Strait on my channel.
FPV, do you mind moving the mouse to where One is talking about, if you know? It's up there. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, right in that little spot. So there's these two little islands, and they're 3 miles apart, called the Diomedes. And I did 2 different videos talking about the Diomedes. because it really blew my mind that there was such a difference of a sunrise between these two little islands that are supposed to be so close together.
Absolutely. Why wouldn't we be? That, I think all the flat Earth community need to know about that one.
Yeah.
That's huge.
It's very
significant.
It was mind-blowing. Yeah, and it's significant because it's destroying the globe ultimately.
Yeah.
You know, these two places are not close together. I'm not saying that there aren't two islands out there, but one of them is, they're not Russia and Alaska, because there's no way that there can be a 5-hour difference just on the sunrise
100%.
on a 3-mile apart island.
That's just blowing my mind.
Yeah. So, next, the flights I would rather him talk about, so we can skip ahead to the ship, the cruises.
Okay.
So I also looked into the Polynesian Islands. So I looked at cruises because the Polynesian Islands will be south of the Diomedes, okay? We're still talking about the international dateline. The international dateline is where they've cut the map, and kind of blended it together to make this globe.
Okay.
So I looked at these cruises, and the two different color arrows are two different cruises, that you should be able to get from California over to New Zealand, and New Zealand to the Polynesians,
yes,
and to California. It's an ocean,
yes.
Mind you, these cruises, each of them on both sides of the dateline, take about 30 days and cost between $10,000 to $20,000 a ticket, okay?
Okay.
So that's important because it's kind of out of reach for a lot of people to afford that. Now, when I tracked these ships, the one from New Zealand that they say goes to Polynesia Islands starts at New Zealand. So can you point to the ship there, FPV, at the first arrow? So
down,
right there.
Down the,
okay, and we're just going to follow the track. So what it does is comes up around New Zealand, goes over to Australia, goes around the coast of Australia, comes out to a couple of little islands, stops before the dateline, turns around, and goes back to New Zealand.
Got it.
That takes 30 days and costs $20,000.
Wow. Goodness me.
Which I'm sure it's beautiful, but we could totally get lost in the ocean. They could tell us we're going anywhere. Any of these islands could be anywhere. So the same with California. You get on a ship in California, Baja, California.
Yeah.
They say you're going to the Polynesian Islands. You come out to Hawaii. You do a whole roundabout around Hawaiian Islands. Come down, hit a couple of islands out in the middle of the ocean. Come back in east and go straight back up to California. Never once do either of these cross this international dateline. Not once.
Interesting.
Right. So that right there is telling us that this dateline is not what they say it is. What you're talking about is two opposite sides of the world, according to our map and our research.
Okay.
So, but they're trying to say, that all of this is in the Pacific Ocean.
Right.
So straightening that map out and putting it proper, you have California and Hawaii over on the west. You have New Zealand and Australia on the east. So there's no way that you could take these cruises and actually go to each other. There are no cruises that go from California to New Zealand or vice versa.
Very telling.
Right. So this is killing the globe.
Amazing.
Yeah. Moving forward, again, there's that international dateline showing both pieces of what I just talked about.
Yes. You were down in that middle bit down halfway down, weren't you? Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Yep. And the Diomedes, they're right up there at the top between what is Alaska and Northeast Russia right there. So they're that close together, but yet the sunrise, and not the time difference, mind you, the sunrise, there's a 5-hour difference between these two little islands that are between those land masses that are 3 miles apart.
Wow. So content creators, go and make some videos on that.
Right. Yep. Because other people have looked it up and they've backed everything I said. So,
Amazing.
you know, next it'll be the Ring of Fire. So looking at the backwards map there of the Ring of Fire, they say it's this big ring of fire where all these volcanoes are.
Okay.
But correcting that, it's actually the hot points here where we're going to come into our compression. All of this technology is going to create a lot of heat.
Okay.
There's also going to be fire right across the equator. It's the fire in the middle. The pyramid is the fire down the center.
I see.
And all of that is due to the waste and recycle system of the volcanoes, which are along both sides on the two coasts. This
Yes.
ring of fire is not a ring. It's more like a line that's compressed in the center and expands out.
I see.
And that's due to the gates and I think all the happenings of, the accelerators and the stuff that's kind of getting hot and melted below. It has to have a place to release.
I see. So we're saying as to connect the dots from one of the earlier slides, we said these circles make up they're mapping what's above and below, and there's some particle accelerators underneath.
Well, there's 30,000 particle accelerators in our world.
Wow.
And most of us don't know that.
And how did you come to that number, if you don't mind me jumping?
Because you can look it up.
Okay.
I've looked it up. I've mapped them.
Okay, so when you say you've looked it up, what did that entail? Where did you look?
I looked up particle accelerators in the world, and it gives you an entire list.
Oh, I
of
see.
Many, many, many. I don't think all 30,000 are listed, but it does tell you that there's 30,000 particle accelerators in the world.
Man-made ones?
If they're man-made or already here, this technology of our world that's creating our world and everything in it, and they just refurbish it or just take it and call it their own. I can't say that.
Okay, so CERN being one of the most famous then?
CERN is the most famous, and
I
it's
see.
the one that most people talk about, but there's 30,000 of them, one of them being in my state that I live.
Okay.
It's up north, and it was actually the largest accelerator before CERN was supposedly built.
Okay.
But I've looked up pictures to see if there's any photos of CERN being built, and I really don't find a lot that shows that CERN was actually built.
So do we think it might have just been adopted by those that thought they controlled the world then? They took over it?
That's what we think, yes.
Can I comment here?
Yeah, please.
Yes.
Well, so you can see so far, Robin, what they've done is to hide what the world is. They've cut the map and wrapped it on the globe, yeah?
Yes.
And the international date lines now hide anything beyond.
Yes.
And they control the shipping and airlines.
Yes.
And then we've got the treaties in the north and south. So that's us restricted for full exploration, really, isn't it?
Yes, understood.
But what we can work with is the data therein, all around us. The real world. What you're going to find is we work with real world data. We look at it, accelerators. Now, it's so easy for someone to say they built something, paint it up, and plug a few things, monitoring equipment in, and say, "Look what we built."
Yes.
For all we know, they're probably just monitoring what it's doing.
Amazing.
We don't know.
Amazing.
Or it is a copy, but it's hard to say.
So forgive me, you're blowing my mind because I've done 3 months of research with you. You're covering chapters I've missed, and my mind's already blown. So goodness knows what people watching right now are feeling. So go ahead. Did you want to carry on from here?
Yeah, one more map is going to be the Aurora Borealis. So the Aurora Borealis, when you look it up, they tell us it's that circle, that semicircle on the left. However, when you straighten it out, it just goes straight across. We haven't really concluded what that is. It could be some kind of a gaseous release. I've had my theories, and I'm not saying that any of them is something that I would stand true to. One theory being east and west is a solid release, and north and south could be some kind of a gas release. But I'm not going to stand by that at this time because,
Okay.
But we're trying to work on possibly what that is. FPV might have his own theories on that, but the north and south do get the aurora. There's one in the north that's very famous, and then there's also one in the south that people from Australia see.
Okay.
And I actually confirmed that through a YouTube lady named Trouble About quite a while back.
Yes.
I asked her, is that a real thing? Does it really happen? And she said, yeah, I've seen it. So.
Wow. And I totally rejoice in the fact that, you remain rooted in what's real, but you're still prepared to use your imagination, because this is how we make the next step, isn't it? We have to stay creative. Otherwise, we know, for instance, if we stick our minds in the box of today's science, we're going to get very lost in quagmire of nonsense, aren't we? So I appreciate the fact that you stay rooted in what you know, but you're still prepared to consider the options, which is, it sounds like this is what your team's been doing for 3 years now, is it? You've been together?
Yeah, I think almost 4 years,
Awesome.
3 years.
Amazing.
Something like that.
Amazing. So thank you very much, Juan.
You're welcome.
That's covered some of the things. We were looking at cardinal points. We talked about the 12 gates. The next I had on my list was the path of the sun and the moon, and yeah, if this ties in at all with the planets transiting the sun as well with the angels. But you take your time, FPV. If you want to just cover sun and moon on its own, that's great. But if you had anything else you wanted to add, that's great.
We did cover it a little bit in this season's video.
Yes.
This one here, I'll let it play so you can see the paths change. And, what I had to do was actually name these forward and rear gates.
Okay, so what we're looking at, that white circle moving around.
Right, that white circle is the sun returning back to the east as the light we call the ISS.
I see, using that sine wave pattern.
Yeah. I've actually added 2 orbits because you'll find, you look at their satellites, you're going to find they've got different trajectories and orbits. That one, there's one called a Molnier orbit, and it comes, can you see my mouse?
Yes.
It comes and does this.
Okay. So I'm following the sun, following the pattern that one was showing me about the earthquake pattern, and the sun's following the same thing. It's coming
that's our 24-hour sun. that was the month for our 24-hour sun. So
okay.
That's the path it would have to take.
And it cuts across the middle and goes around the top and back round again.
So that's normal day, and then it'll go around there overnight and come back and start again. So that's it could actually be closer than that. We're not sure how far out that would go without exploration. So as a placeholder, it's just going around that outer halo for now.
I see. Amazing.
So again, Robin, we've got to keep it real. No guessing. No trying to put your own take on it. If we haven't got the data, we'll just put it there as a placeholder for now until someone goes up there and confirms it's above them or it's further north. It could be anywhere.
Forgive me for shouting out something conflicting with what you're saying, but when we look at the model that most flat earthers use today, they show the sun just going around in a circle and getting faster. Are we saying then that's not right, because this isn't quite an azimuthal equidistant?
No, it doesn't work like that at all. It just travels east to west across the year, shuts down and gets returned, and it never goes above these tropics except for that 24-hour sun.
Amazing.
So we did try and work with those maps, and we couldn't make sense of them, and this map's helped progress this a lot further. So
okay.
But I mean, the map to us is secondary, Robin. Our research is, well, how would you word it? World mechanics.
It is amazing. It is totally amazing, your work. So the sun, are you confident then the sun doing what it's doing on this illustration is exactly where it's seen?
Yeah, because this is real world data from New Zealand that have synced. to show this switching of the gates, and of course the dark and light days and the equinoxes and solstices.
Because you're using time and date, which is the moon, the sun.
Yeah, and it has to match real world information like New Zealand sunrise. So you can see here the different. You see the arrow changing direction and the degrees where it's coming from.
Yes.
And that's an indication of it moved up and down these gates.
Amazing. Mind blown again.
Now the forward gates and rear gates are what give us our light nights and dark nights as they change. Because what happens, this one here, if you can see my mouse, that one will be this March.
Yes.
So that's the spring equinox.
Okay.
So it goes up the rear of here, comes round, our days shorten, it'll come down here, and then it crosses back over there, and then comes down here and goes round, back, and crosses again and starts all over again. So it's kind of making a strange figure eight. In fact, I'll show you the shape it makes. I've an animation there. You see that? So
Right.
It's basic. That's like a facing east. You would get that kind of pattern from it if you were at the equator. On the 25th of each month, if you took a photograph, you should have something that looks similar to this.
Okay.
Now remember from the Egyptians that the sun is birthed from between the thighs of the goddess Nut. Do you see that?
Yes.
It's amazing some of the correlations you come across. It really is.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. And I don't know where to go from here because the standard questions really don't apply anymore. So
Yeah.
does the moon, have you got something on the moon as well?
The moon, right, the sun's taken roughly 30 days in each gate. So over the course of a year, that's your seasons. The moon seems to be changing gate daily. I've only looked at it once and I thought, wow, it's changing things so rapidly, it's going to take a while doing it. So I haven't actually done one of these on the moon yet because what I need is somewhere better than New Zealand to catch what's going on in the north.
Yes.
Because according to scriptures, the moon only uses 6 gates, not 12, and one of the gates being the sun's. So there's a bit of timing to do there. But what the moon is doing, and you'll notice this more now as I tell you, it goes north and south really quick. It'll go up and down. It'll go up and down these really quick. It's almost daily. That's why you sometimes see it overhead, and a week later it's way down in the south. And then it's back again a week later. This is what it's doing. So it's changing. It's doing the same as the sun, but quicker. So the sun takes longer going north to south, whereas the moon's back to front. The moon takes longer going north to south, but the moon. Did I say the sun or the moon there?
The sun. The
sun takes longer going north and south.
Yes.
Yet the moon does it daily almost.
Okay.
So yeah, they're doing two totally opposite movements to each other.
Wow.
So I haven't gone any further because I've sidetracked into other projects that we're doing anyway. But
amazing.
I know I do have to revisit one day, but I could do with better information from that side of the world.
Yeah, well, Dave Marsh tracks the moon daily, so he's going to have a whole table of data, massive
Yeah,
data.
actually, ideally, where you want to be is as close to this area as possible on the equator, so you can see exactly where it's coming from.
Yes, very good.
And it might give you an indicator which gate it's using.
Amazing.
But if it's only using one sun gate, it's already suggesting it's using some that we don't see here, isn't it?
Wow. Right.
Which Enoch does reference. He references quite a lot of portals, not just these. He mentions these 12, but he also references others to the sides of them.
To the sides, as in off the grid here somewhere.
Yeah, they could be further back, further forward. So, yeah, and these also, if it's using these front and rear gates, you got to remember if it's using the rear gate, it's going to take longer to cross, whereas forward gate, it's going to come across quicker. Now, I've noticed people making videos saying they've noticed that it's speed up. These gate changes could be the answer to why it's speeding up. It's not speeding up, it's just got a short distance to go. So it's going to get there quicker, isn't it?
I think I follow you. Is that because it's being slightly north? It's
closer to landmass, so it'll have a few thousand miles less to travel. So if it's set off from that gate there,
yeah,
it'd take X amount of time to get to that gate there. Whereas the rear one, it's got further to go. So so if you were taking a photo of it in the sky, you would notice a change. You'd say, hold on a minute, it was there yesterday, now it's further back or further forward.
Sorry, I hadn't grasped that front meant on the left and rear meant on the right. Okay, got it.
Yeah,
got it.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, front gates and rear gates. So short days, long days, basically, isn't it?
Yes.
is what you're looking at.
I see.
Short days now are long days.
Well, now I want you to mention the angels, because this is what just suckered me straight away when you showed me a sun halo, and then the transit of planets in front of them, which just blew my mind.
The sun halo.
The sun halo. So you know the video you've got with Simple Minds.
Oh yeah. I'll bring another one up with it. So
or anyone you want is fine, whichever is a good example.
Yeah, I'll bring this one up. I should have had that one ready, shouldn't I?
So what we're going to see here is example of this circular pattern witnessed and seen in the sky. And thank you.
There you go. Now this is a 3D model I've made going by everyone's videos that they've been sending in and that we've been observing around the internet. So I made this 3D model from what everyone's looking at. And
okay.
It's pretty obvious it's a technological configuration, isn't it? The sun is just attached to something bigger. Now if you look at Ptolemy's work, he factored in epicycles. So that means the sun is attached to something else that is doing the movement. And that something else is this giant halo that the sun is attached to.
Amazing.
Which is what you can see in here. Sandra's actually got a video recording where she captured it epicycling. I knew it was, but Sandra's the first I've seen that's actually captured it. It slowly epicycles across as it's going across. And more proof of that, Robin. When people were doing the solar noon sun tracking,
yeah,
they noticed that the sun appeared to pause. That's just this getting to the end of a rotation, then it starts going back again. That pause is when it gets to the top, and then it gets to the bottom, and then it gets to the top. It's going to seem to appear to pause now and then.
Yeah, as it does the ellipse coming back again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And this here is where I tied it to the scarab beetle that the Egyptians, people say they worship.
Oh,
shape of it from the top.
I just lost you for a second there, FPV. You're talking about the Egyptian and the scarab beetle.
Yeah, the scarab beetle. This is where I connected it to where it represents. You see the beetle?
Yes.
And obviously the sun.
they were considered really precious, weren't they? These gems, and
you can see why. You know, it's got its sacred geometry. It's showing you the shape there. You see it?
Goodness me! And they encoded it into that damn film, The Mummy.
Yeah,
the most precious.
You're going to come across the sacred geometry in films, music, and everywhere. They portray it like there's no tomorrow, but I don't think they understand what it really represents. I think the people that are in the know do, but as we decode it, we come across a lot like that, a lot of coincidences.
Yeah, well, that's just one that sprung to mind. Okay, this is so cool, and you've got a series of about 14 of these videos, haven't you?
Yes.
Amazing clips to music as well, which is equally as inspiring. And this is what I've been playing. I played a couple on my shows recently, and they just blow me away, because you can now. You've mentioned a couple of times, FPV, that eyes to the skies and know thy world, which are your two catchphrases on the channel. But you also talk about these signs and wonders becoming more and more apparent. What did you mean by that?
Right. What we discovered was Sandra bought the Book of Miracles.
Okay.
And once she started looking into it, she found halos in history.
Okay.
They're actually in the book, these halos.
Are they really? Described as we're seeing them here?
Yeah. If you look at our End Times Decoded videos, you'll see 3 videos where over the course of them 3 videos, we've, featured parts out of the book and related them to what you're seeing in the sky now.
Amazing.
Because, what we realized was what you're looking at is a cycle, and every 400 years or thereabouts, we're not too precise in 400, but somewhere around 400 years, this event happens. And what the end times means, and Revelations, it simply means the construct reveals itself in the end times. The end of a cycle is what it's trying to tell you.
Awesome. I bet you people are shivering now in chat room like I did.
You see how it all comes together and makes more and more sense, don't you? What it's actually telling you.
Goosebumps one.
Yep.
And
So what we did with the, Book of Miracles, what we did there, I thought we'll divert from what we're doing here, putting this content out. We'll go and decode the Book of Miracles and show them how it relates the cycles, and the same as exactly what we're detailing here. So they can see, it's time for it to show. The signs are in the heavens, it tells you, and they really are. It's showing you.
Yes.
There's a mechanism change coming up. Now, mainstream are going to call that a pole shift event. Call it what you like, but it is definitely mechanism changes, and this is the destructive parts of our history.
Yes. FPV, do you mind bringing up a video that showed the angel going past, was it Saturn? Or was it a planet?
I'm not sure
if you can't find it, don't worry, but there is one that shows the
Jupiter, the lunar wave thing.
Yeah,
the lunar wave. Right.
Let's bring that up, because a lot of people will remember Crow 777's work.
Right, the lunar wave you're asking for. Yeah. Right. Okay. Right. So the lunar wave. I made this video here. It's this is 1111 Codes channel. You see this? You see this in the sky?
Yes.
Right. So very rare you see them at daytime like this.
And the chemtrails didn't work that day.
No, it just looks like a normal cloudy day, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah.
But this is revealing a projected halo.
Yes.
And this, I was going to say this, but these, there's more than one. These are what people are recording as the lunar wave. Now, when the moon goes past in the background, all it's doing is illuminating there's something in the foreground, and that something is one of these.
Okay. Amazing. And
yes, I'll just leave it playing, because I know that your viewers will want to watch that as well.
Yeah, and what I love is I think it's episode 13 of the Halos that you've got with Simple Minds. One of your subs has gone, "This one's for you, FPV. It's the best one I got." I love it. It's people on the ground doing their own research and sending their clips in.
Yeah, and that's exactly what 1111 Code did here. He looked around, he thought, wait a minute, that's by itself. You can see him there checking out the sun to see, the sun's over there. So what's this? Why isn't that part of the sun? He knows the part of the sun halo.
Yes.
But what he found was, he come outside and revealed a stationary halo.
Okay.
Now we can get into what they're called as well. Even these have got a name, Robin, a scriptural name, believe it or not.
Okay, what would you call those?
Do you want to go into that one?
Yeah.
Right.
They would be called.
I'll just put this one here.
Yeah, they'd be called seraphims. So seraphims have 6 wings. 2 covers their face, 2 covers their feet, and 2 are to fly. When you look at the sarcophagus, do you see the wings?
Yes, I do, yeah.
So they're stationary. They're stationary halos.
Okay, that's interesting.
And so that was a nice surprise, wasn't it? You're finding the sarcophagi having the wings of an angel on. So
yes.
What the sarcophagi is telling you, Robin, is the sarcophagi represents a room below with technology in.
I see.
Remember, sarcophagi is just a sealed room. Now, scriptures mentions the angels on the underworld is the angels' prison, and it literally means that. What it's telling you is the 144,000 from scriptures. The seal of 144,000 is 144,000 sealed rooms below.
Okay. And when we describe these rooms, are we talking about sort of chambers that's part of the machine or the mechanics?
Yeah, you have to be looking at a structure, a very large complex in various layers, it seems, as well. Talking to Santos Bonacci and even looking into main beliefs and things, you're looking at 6 layers below us that's full of technology, is what it's telling you.
Which, so sorry, did we interrupt you, Juan? Was there anything you wanted to add to this?
No. But I can show you the layers if you want to see those.
Why not? And when we finish that, can we bring in Walter Russell and Santos Bonacci's work? Something I meant to ask you fairly early on, but we can bring them in a minute.
Yeah, I'll get them ready while one has a chat. Hold on.
Okay. So one, Did you?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let me get the picture up. So the layers in the rooms, they show us this in Egyptians. The Egyptians have put this on their walls, all their temples and stuff like that. So you see the layers? Here we have a layer.
Yes. Yes.
Here's the workings going on in this layer.
Yes.
Okay, and then we have another, floor, roof. Here we have a layer. See the little star they're projecting?
Uh-huh.
They're showing us these processes.
Yes.
Here we have our sarcophagus, our room, This would be our whole room with our layers.
I get it. Because
Okay.
the large body is way bigger, and that's the room, than...
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah.
Is that supposed to be a boat? No?
Yeah, this would be like the solar boat moving along.
Okay.
So each luminary would have something similar, and it would, it's what's carrying these different luminaries along, whether this is the moon, maybe I'd say the moon because the stars are out above it, so it's portraying like the moon travel.
Okay, and forgive me for sitting on the fence here, but again, this feels a little bit like a leap. Is there more information you can share that helps us understand why you feel so strongly about this picture? Because I can see a correlation.
Well, we'd have to look at other pictures. So
okay.
I'm not sure if FPV has any more of these Egyptian pictures handy. Do you?
Don't worry. I'm just kind of trying to understand how you reach these.
Well, it's the
conclusions.
Egyptian 12 gates story, Robin. What you're looking at there is the solar boat's journeys in the underworld. Remember that you're looking at the underworld there, not the above world. So it's showing you the hardware moving around in the underworld.
I see.
Right. So when the hardware moves below, we see effects. So we see our luminaries in the sky, and we feel it with our earth vibrating, our earthquakes.
I got it. So do those 144 chambers, do they have you tried to overlay them on your map, or does it make it look a bit chaotic?
There's 144,000, and it's going to be impossible to locate them.
Oh,
but
sorry,
what we're saying with the sarcophagi is they're location markers for where some of them are. These ones in the Middle East, the Tutankhamun ones, they're just location markers for chambers below there. King, what it's telling you is King Tutankhamun is a technology in charge of other technologies in that area. In other words, it's one that's got control over others.
Okay.
And it's got the shepherd's crook because it plays what you would call a shepherding role, as in shepherding one of the luminaries across. They switch on to help luminaries cross.
Interesting.
So you can see it's activations of electromagnetic processes. That's all doing. They're all working together to create what we see in the sky.
And for those fresh to this information, you can find the scriptural decodes on FPV's channel, and I presume that are they on yours as well, One Conscience?
Yeah, they're on, but yeah.
Fascinating.
Yeah, we decoded cherubims, which are angels, and we also decoded the seraphim angels in 2 different videos. When we decoded the cherubims, that was what got us on that we knew we were on the right path, that these things are technologies, because Daniel describes an angel. He describes it. He says its loins are made with fine gold. His body is a beryl. His face is like lightning. His eyes are fire. His arms are like brass. And his voice is like of a multitude. I mean, that's not a person or a being that we've ever seen being described.
Sure.
Yeah. Scriptures does say, they were are very ornately decorated. If you go through scriptures, you'll see, jewels, diamonds, gold, all kinds of things going into constructing these angels. So what you're looking at there, you're not living at, you're not looking at living beings. You're looking at technologies that are very ornate, been very ornate, made very ornate.
Amazing. Okay. So we mentioned, thank you, Juan. We mentioned Santos briefly. Can we bring both Walter Russell and Santos Bonacci into the conversation? Because you referenced them a few times in your work. So let's have a go at doing that.
Certainly. Here we go. Can you see this? Yeah,
I can.
Right. This is Santos Bonacci giving Lily De Rose a presentation.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what he's drawn here is the torus field and what he calls the hourglass shape. You see that there?
Yeah.
When I seen this video, I straight away decoded what that is and where it places on the map. Because this is how it works. I met Santos a few years ago on a chat on Sun and Moon, and I gave him a private presentation of my research at the time. And he looked at it, and it kind of startled him. He didn't expect to see a technological presentation.
No, and as you're witnessing, my reactions to some of the information today is stretching me. So Santos has been at it for years. Goodness me!
But the good thing is he was able to recognise lots of the things going on in it, which surprised me. And then he started elaborating further. So I kept in touch with him on Skype, and every now and then I'll drop video links to Santos, and he just gives you little tips. Santos, that's how it works. He'll give you a little tip. Oh, look at this, look at that. So he says to me one day, look into Walter Russell's work.
Okay. So
I started looking at that and decoding that, and that made even more sense. And I thought, wow, I can see where Santos is coming from now, why he follows Walter Russell. Okay. Walter Russell's work describes it brilliantly. It really does. So, this is him going through the torus field presentation with Lily Rose Day.
Okay.
I'll just forward past it because, I get to the point where I have to decode Walter Russell's motor. I decode quite a lot of things to show you they're all talking about the same thing.
Okay.
Now, this is Walter Russell's motor. Now, what's taking place in Walter's motor, it pumps hot water in across the equator.
Right.
It causes a reaction in here with the green, yellow and orange yellow parts of the colour spectrum collide with white and cause a short circuit and a pressure wave. That pressure wave is sent north and south, and these are harness points where you would harness the electrical energy it creates.
Okay, so he's created something physical that does this.
Yeah, this is Walter Russell's. Yeah, this motor here, he built this. It was about 6 foot in, took about 6 foot of floor space up, and it ran a 52-room university with every need it ever needed and its lab power left over.
Okay, so you mentioned the equator. You just meant in the middle of this machine.
Yes and no.
Okay. Okay.
That equator also applies to our equator.
Right.
This is modelled from our realm works, believe it or not.
Right.
Big jump coming up for you again.
Okay.
Now, Walter goes into how it works, how it divides and multiplies the sex pairs, etc., etc. And this is a proven concept. He proved it worked.
Okay, so he built a physical machine made of metals, coils.
Yeah, coils, metals, a pumping. The only moving part in it was water being pumped across the centre, hot water.
Okay.
That's the only moving part in it. Everything else doesn't move.
And it's been pumped in from left and right simultaneously.
It's pumped in from the right, and it's obviously got a back pressure from the left, So exactly what's going on at the equator. Our equator is hot because of the very same reason.
That water's coming in from both sides?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a back pressure.
And then the collision forces it up north.
Yeah, up and down. Well,
and down as well.
It's north. Yeah, what we showed in this presentation was how it works on this, on Walter's motor. Then I showed this to show how it works on the realm model, because what I decoded here was the trumpets from scripture. The trumpets represent torus fields.
Amazing. So go back to the Walter Russell, if you will, please, FPV. And you mentioned something called sex pairs. What did you mean by that?
Right, sex pairs. How electricity works is when it's produced, magnetism tries to divide the positives and negatives, keep them apart. Magnetism's role is to keep these apart. So they're always in opposition.
Mm-hmm.
So what this build is doing is giving magnetism the chance to divide the sex pairs. That's why you get a big plus and a big minus. So you can see what it's doing as the pressure wave's gone up here.
Yeah.
It's dividing the positives and negatives. and it happens over a case of 4 times on each pole.
Okay,
But,
so
you know,
charged
so
particles go naturally to the positive and negative.
yeah. Magnetism will do what it does. It'll divide them.
Okay,
and,
okay.
and so what it's doing there is it's using this bar. If you look, it's tapered, so it's got pressure zones on the bar
I see.
for it to create like a pressure zone there, and that's where you would harness. And same there, and same there. It just narrows the bar. If you look at that bar there on the left, you can see how it narrows.
And how would they get the energy? Is it because of the force in which it comes out the top?
It's not so much force. It's just that all it needs is a pressure wave and harness points. Really, it's very basic and simple when you look at it.
Okay, so it was powering a university by. Sorry, I'm being a bit thick.
Yeah. Once they started generating electricity, he had this running back to keep the pump running to pump the water in.
Okay.
The rest on itself. So all these harness points are positives and negatives that you can send around the university.
Oh my goodness, free energy.
So that there's like a big battery, isn't it? You've got positive and negative, same there, and they're all different potencies.
A self-perpetuating.
It multiplies up to a times of 4, and it's perpetual. It's constantly running.
Amazing. And like you said right at the beginning, no moving parts, just the water coming in.
Just water coming in. Right hand rule in, left hand rule out, and that collision in there is what causes this pressure wave to generate free energy.
Is Walter still around?
No, he's not, sadly.
Okay.
He'd have been proud. I think he'd have been proud of what we're doing here.
Amazing. So forgive me for being ignorant on Walter Russell's work. That is awesome. Another massive red pill dropped. Okay.
Well, that's another APM promise. We're going to decode everything Walter Russell made to show you what it actually relates to. Because what I noticed was people a lot more intelligent than I am look at his work and they can't figure out, they've nothing to relate it to. That's why they don't understand it. But we can see what it relates to and where it originates from, the concept.
Amazing.
So what we're going to do is bring it all to life and show you and break down every part of it and what it means and how it works in the real world. So that's our mission.
Fantastic. Wow, salute you all. Amazing. So let's move back over. You were overlaying this onto the...
Right, so I used the same principles. Yeah, I used Walter's principles on the realm. And of course, that's why we see the equator being red. It's the same process. So we've got compression across east to west and expansion north and south. There's your German cross, your Maltese cross. I've even looked at the Hopi, decoding some of the Hopi glyphs, yeah. But,
yes.
It's because you'll find every culture out there has got this same story. They depict these. Everyone's just forgot what it means, Robin. And the only thing we can put that down to is, pole shift events, wars, bad schooling, indoctrination and all the rest of it. We've forgot a lot of things the ancients knew.
And again, this is just why I love your work, because you're pulling in threads from scriptural, spiritual, esoteric, archaeological, geological, astrological. It's all coming in, and just general data as well, just data for things. So where would you like to go from here? Because have we covered Walter Russell enough to say that you've gone, you've taken what you've clearly overlaid now onto the realm? Was there anything else about Walter's work that you wanted to mention?
You're going to see a big breakdown a bit in our next video, an amazing video in the next one. It's going to blow your mind. If our videos haven't blown your mind before, this next one's going to.
They already have. It's already mush on the floor, but I'm loving every minute of it.
I'll just show you this image and then we'll move on to another subject if you like.
Yes.
This here is what Walter calls the gravity is basically a pressure recorder. Now this grid here, you see this grid?
Yes.
And what I've done with this was, I've done the same with this. I overload it on a map and grid. And lo and behold, the Help One Conscience's earthquake data come into, you can see it visually taking place now with this.
Did you want to step in?
I mean, the only thing I could really add to that is, Walter's motor and this pressure system is what the quakes are the effect.
Yes.
So the cause is this. This is the cause of the earthquakes and the vibration. So, as the water, the energy is coming in and it hits that compression point, we're feeling the tremble on our surface.
Yes,
You know, these are different layers below. Different things are happening in different layers.
I see. And reminds me, FPV, where did this grid come from again?
This overlay that's lit up in white light comes from where Walter Russell's work.
Okay.
And what I did was I overlaid it with a map and grid. You can see it actually starts pointing back towards the gates. So it looks like man's, made a representation of the technology below.
Oh, wow. And I bet you the Nazca lines are on these as well.
They actually complement the Nazca lines because you can see there, look, they fit in perfectly with it.
Unbelievable.
Everything makes sense. And all these, where the green lights are, all these are hotspots for quakes and other events.
Yeah. And we can see this on our ocean floors.
Oh, yeah. Yes, you might want to show Robin them, the lava tubes one. Show Robin the lava tubes that lead up to these.
I was going to mention volcanoes and geological patterns, which is kind of coming next, I guess. We could try that now.
Yeah, might as well jump to that, I think, yeah. Have you got them on screen, one?
Yeah, let me get them. Okay. So this is one lava tube.
Let me just maximize you 1 second. There we go.
So see how it's constructed? See the push? See the grooves in it?
Yes.
These are lava tubes that people explore, completely cleared out of lava. You know, they appear like they're some kind of constructed with these grooves.
Oh, yeah.
So there's like a clearing that occurs. You know, I'm not sure if something comes along and pushes it literally through and up and out, but these people are walking in the lava tubes that are now completely cleared of the remnants along with these grooves. And you can go to a different one. Here's another one.
Unbelievable.
Same groove.
It looks like
same type of.
Looks like a mining operation.
Yeah, it does. But these are lava tubes.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, and these people, they go down and explore them. You know, if they're not active, which, I'm thinking, a lot of these things they shut off. They come on when it's their time. We know that from history. I did a segment in the end times where we used to have different areas of the world that had massive volcano eruptions, and now they're just turned off right now. They're waiting their time again.
Okay.
So here's one that kind of looks like it collapsed, but again, we can see the groove.
Yes.
Just like before. Looks a lot older, So we get into Google, and we have these lines that I spent a very long time tracing.
Yes.
You can see a construct, which would be a lot of these lava tubes, possibly pieces of the technology.
Okay.
That looks kind of like a drain.
What's clear to me is, nature tends to form these lovely Fibonacci sequence and lovely circular, beautiful patterns, but this almost looks man-made, doesn't it? It's just
engineered. I mean, they do, but engineered by who? Was it man? This is Hawaii, and Hawaii is a volcano, the whole island, the islands.
Yes.
So this is all the different tubes coming off of Hawaii, and we have here, this is Central America going up, and we have this massive construct of something going on. These tubes, these I still try to find the words.
Me too. It's like almost like the children's connector sticks that you make patterns with. But it certainly looks intentional. That's the thing, doesn't it? It looks designed.
But the moon seems to be kind of connected somehow through these, along with different eclipses.
And how do you relate that, sorry?
I went and tracked a whole lot of moon eclipses, and what I tracked them with was Rahu and Ketu.
Okay.
And they were always within a vicinity where Rahu would cross in front of the moon to eclipse it from the point of where we would see it.
Okay.
But that's a whole different.
I tell you what,
That's just
Cami Nodell would love this. She would.
Probably.
Yeah.
She probably would. She would probably really enjoy a lot of stuff. But yeah, Rahu
Yeah.
or Ketu, one of the two, always are crossing it, and FPV is working on the whole wave thing with the moon. So we'll probably get more into that later. But
okay.
So
thank you. We were sort of moving into geological patterns and volcanoes, and I wonder, was there anything that you wanted to add about volcanoes?
Can I just add what you're seeing there with the lines one's tracing?
Yes.
What she's tracing there, then we call them world lines. Now, the Nazca lines are a condensed set of what one's line traced there on the world model. Okay. They physically exist on the ground and on the seabed on the world model, Robin. But, they're not as clear. Google obscure them. It's the same thing over and over again with Google. They hide a lot of things, but there's that much there. They can't hide it all.
I bet you can see it with the crystal clear water in Hawaii. I bet some of them are visible from the air, aren't they? That's
how one concentrates them, yeah.
Oh, wow.
A lot of parts of the ocean, you can see them clear as day.
Fantastic. Awesome. I'm just, I'm getting chills again. Do you know, did you want to say anything more on geological patterns and or volcanoes? Because we kind of covered a little bit with Hawaii.
We don't need to really, because
Okay.
the next video you're going to have the full explanation of what is cause. You're going to see the cause in the next video.
Great, let's do that then.
So we'll leave it at that for now, and you've got something to look forward to.
let's wait for that one then.
But while we're on waveforms, what one mentioned, I'll give you a sneaky peek on what I was working with, and I've shelved it for now, just so you can see where we were going with the waveforms.
Yeah, please do.
Can you see that?
I'm just going to maximize you. There you go.
Right. So the yellow one would be the sun's driver, and obviously the moon's got its own driver. Now
Yes.
Rahu would be, see the shadow?
Oh, it's making total sense now. Yeah.
And now you can see how the shadow causes the phasing. But like I said, I've stopped it because there's that many different waveforms taking place going across this map. It's it's going to be impossible to identify all 20 of them.
I must say, not only is it mind-blowing, it's absolutely beautiful. That piece of software, or however you're doing that, is amazing.
Oh yeah, it's good software. So you can see now what I meant about the Milky Way. The Milky Way is one of these. It's probably the yellow one.
As in the stars follow it, or
yeah. You'll find the sun always rises on the same part of in the Milky Way. So as the Milky Way is crossing, it's just the sun's usually in the same part of it, like this. And it's to me that is the sun's driver. It's driving the sun across electromagnetically.
Beautiful.
So while we're on this subject, all the planets make a sine wave as they, cross our heavens.
Have you got the picky one?
No, I thought you did.
Ah, right, I've got it.
So I tracked them for a whole year.
There it is.
Did
you see that?
And we just took a still shot of the video. The video's on my channel.
Okay.
Each color represents a different planet.
Okay.
So you can see, FPV'd have to take his arrow and show, but each color is making a sine wave of its own frequency.
Yes.
So these planets are all making their own sine wave, and red, being one good example, has a longer, shorter wave, but where it circles here
Yes.
in different areas, it's epicycling. So that's how we have our Mars going into retrograde.
Okay.
It's doing epicycles of its own. They're just larger, and it goes slower than like the sun doing its epicycles and stuff like that.
Okay.
But yeah, each one of these has its own frequency. Therefore, it's going to affect our world, and even us.
Yeah.
So
no wonder no wonder the astrological charts are so meaningful for so many people, because it's having an electromagnetic effect on us. Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean, electromagnetism?
yeah, and the fact that our bodies are crystalline in structure, our bones, our teeth, we are conductors of this energy.
Goodness me.
So it would flow through us. It would affect us. It's going to affect our frequencies, our bodies.
That's also where the division and multiplication comes into it, Robin. You know, look at your body, split it down the middle. There's your two halves.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah,
it,
yeah.
it,
And
it
that,
divides and multiplies. You know, we really are an image of it.
and that's the so say Leonardo da Vinci pattern, isn't it? I've got the image of the human pencil drawing with symmetry, and he there's definitely, maybe I should have prepared that answer a bit better, but I think he was, or those pictures were supposed to be outlining how beautifully symmetrical we are in so many ways. Okay, anyway, enough of me. We were going to cover electromagnetic patterns. Do you think we've done that now?
Yeah, I think we've covered a bit of that, and like I said, the next video you're going to understand a lot more of that and how that works.
Awesome.
Well, we were going to talk about the roll waves. Remember, you had.
Oh yeah.
There's a couple examples that we see in our world that he has pulled up, I think.
Okay.
I'm just looking for it now. Give me a minute.
No problem at all.
But we see it in our sun halo. That's the biggest that is really predominant, you know.
Yes.
But there's all these other little things that we see.
Yeah, that's
behavior.
That's what blew it for me. Not only do you see these wonderful halos in the sky, but you also see the halos transiting other planets. And I don't know if it's possible. You saw these amazing tubular clouds. They're
like
fantastic.
These,
That's the one.
Yeah. You're gonna have to consider electromagnetics. You know, what can make a cloud take form? Everyone ask yourself this question: what can make a cloud behave like this?
Yes.
Only electromagnetics have got the power to do this on a huge scale.
It's rotating as well, isn't it?
Yeah. So, you know, it's showing you there's a vortex going on, isn't it? It's trapped in a vortex, basically, and reacting to it.
Phenomenal.
And these things go for miles. They're huge. Oh, look at this. Look at this one here. It just goes way off into the distance.
Imagine being on that beach going for a swim. How could you concentrate on swimming?
No, we can get into the dome talk now. No, because people think you need a dome to have a pressure system. Wrong. This is the pressure system. You're looking at it here. It is these that create the pressure. That switches on, the tide's going to go out. That switches off, the tide's going to come back.
I see.
You see what's happening?
So what do you think happened to the GoPro rocket then, FPV?
The GoPro rocket?
Do you know the amateur rocket that appears to hit something? It doesn't smash.
Right. Yeah. I can decode that for you now. All systems nominal there. What happens with those? Yeah, I've seen that video where they say the rocket hit the dome. If a rocket hit anything, you would see its body crumple straight away. There's no crumpling whatsoever. All that took place, Robin, you'll actually hear the noise of it. It gets to a certain momentum speed, and it triggers what's called the anti-yo-yo mechanism. It's a device that's designed to stop rotation. As it stops it, it causes the nose cone to unscrew and flip off, and of course pop the parachute. It's just part of the process. That's all it is. It didn't hit anything. It just functioned normally. This is what they're designed to do. It's called the anti-yo-yo device.
Within the rocket?
Yeah, it's built into the rocket. Yeah,
Oh,
this
okay.
that's how it pops the cone and the parachute. It forces the nose cone to take the spin, which of course stops the body moving.
I see.
The nose cone actually spins off and pops the parachute. It's just normal.
So it came across an angel then, and there was an electromagnetic force.
No. It just ran out of steam and it fired its parachute. Nothing went wrong at all there. It was behaving normal. It didn't hit anything. It just ran out of steam. It appears like it just stopped dead, but you've got to remember it's slowing down. It's probably still moving. It's just hard to tell. It's losing speed, momentum, so it pops its nose cone and drops the parachute.
I see. Well, that's interesting anyway. That's interesting. But this is mind-blowing, what we're seeing here.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I'll put it back on that cloud. Right. See the patterns, how the clouds are forming a shape. Where have you ever seen clouds do that before? You don't see it, do you, normally? Well,
No.
we might have seen it and not thought anything of it, but same again. It's reacting to electromagnetics. If you look at it, it's basically following a path, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now that path we can show with real world magnetic data like this. This is data series captured. We're going to go into detail more of what you're looking at there in the next video. But
Okay.
same again, them clouds are just taking the shape of something like this.
And that's electromagnetic readings from where?
Yeah, this is real world magnetic data that series gets off their own site.
Okay.
And they overlaid it on the map to show you what it relates to.
And what's coming down to touching the Earth then? In these?
You're going to find out in the next video.
Lovely tease. Beautifully done.
Yeah, you're going to understand everything about these in the next video.
So if anyone's not actually completely just melted on the floor by now, you must tune in for your next shows. So that's awesome.
So there's effects you can see in nature. What we're going to do in the next video, we're going to show you how the technology works, how to recognize it and see it in nature.
Okay. And I don't thank you. And I don't suppose you've got the one of it transiting a planet, have you?
The lunar wave?
Yes.
Yes. Which video have I got on? It's this one. Yeah. Right. Yep. They're all in this one.
Great. Because
so there's the moon one, right?
Yeah. So a la Crow 777 and anybody else who's caught it since.
Yeah. Yeah. It's more common than you think. People just don't look at the footage. It's easy missed.
So just walk people through what you've just shown there.
Right, yeah. So what you're seeing on that video there, you'll see there's a lunar wave. You can just see it there coming down now.
Yes, yes. Looks like a shimmer, yeah.
Yeah. But you can see it's always two lines as well. So there's the second one coming now. So what you're looking at is two sides of a circle, basically. And I made an animation to show you what's taking place.
Yes.
So you can see now this does the same effect. So you're looking at a halo, Robin. One of them halos that you've seen before. Stationary halo is what it's highlighting.
Yes, and it's just going past.
Yes,
and that's the front and the back are just either they're in front of the moon.
Yeah, they're in the foreground and the moon's just illuminated it as it went by in the background.
Fantastic.
That applies to any luminary out there can do it. I even give Crow 777 a little prize there.
Awesome.
Little card. So there's another person's one of it. Same again. And then we go to the planets. So
yeah, this is the one that blew me.
This is Jupiter by John McKeon. I think it's John McKeon. No, take Backspace TV. So
okay.
he's actually captured this one and the Saturn one.
Look at that.
You see that? So you'll see again. You'll see him again. You'll see there's two waves. That's the first part of it. Then it happens again. So obviously, he was probably
amazing.
You can see now, put a halo in between that and him, and that's exactly what you're looking at.
Fantastic. Wow, and there are quite a few halos, aren't there? So it could be any one of them.
Oh yeah. I mean, once you find one, once you see the luminary illuminating one, mark its direction because it's never going to change. It'll always be there. So all you have to do now is look for luminaries passing that direction, and hopefully you would catch it again because it's it's always going to be there, that halo.
And with a telescope, that's the best instrument to do that, isn't it? Because you can lock it in place.
Even the P900, I mean, Sandra's caught it on here with a P900.
Oh, really, Sandra? Yeah, awesome.
So it should be on here somewhere. There's Halo 1 conscience captured. You come outside and there's one right above our house, look.
Goodness me.
You can see parts of it there. You can see it, you get to see it more and more.
Behind the chemtrails.
Yeah. It's strange. The chems are very much similar colour, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is Sandra's lunar wave here, zoomed in as well. Nice capture, zoomed in on it.
That's a beautiful image.
So you can see where we're coming from, Robin. We know it's flat. We don't need to make any more flat earth proofs. So we're trying to show how it works.
Which I really appreciate. Yeah, we all need to move on to the deeper waters, really.
Yeah.
So I'm going to attempt to do the last 2 points in about 10 minutes, because if we go for much more than 2 hours, we definitely need a return visit. But 2 hours is a good slot for people to consider themselves well and truly mind blown. But there are 2 or 3 quick subjects I want to cover. We talked about mudfloods briefly, and could we just cover mudfloods and resets and potentially the comets and pole shifts, because I think they're all related, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
So with mudfloods, that again is an effect. It's an effect of what happened because of the cycles of our Earth. I kind of think of it like a cleansing cycle. So I went back and studied and looked up different histories, and in every single region of the world, they have different flood tales throughout time, not just one, not just one deluge, but many. So every single country has a story where the world has flooded to the point of wiping out life.
Yes.
So the map you're seeing on screen was actually a CIA map.
Really?
And, why they have this, I don't know. I don't know why they have it, but it was backwards, so we corrected it. And they had it all mapped out for when this next flood takes place, what's going to happen to our world.
Wow.
They have safe zones mapped. They have where hot and cold climate's going to mix. They have where all of the food's going to be destroyed, places that are going to get really hot, places that are going to be completely submerged, places that'll just be flooded.
Okay. And the CIA is their shading, and that's their key?
Yes,
Oh, wow.
That's their key and their shading, and we simply took it and laid it over our version of the map.
Okay.
It's also it also shows us that the fault lines are going to change. They're going to flip. So we're going to have different areas for some reason where earthquakes are going to occur compared to where they do now.
Unbelievable.
And this is what they're probably referring to as a pole shift. Well, we call it the end of a cycle, and something's going to occur, a switch in the technology.
Yeah.
Like I was mentioning that in the past, we had different areas where volcanoes used to erupt massively, massively, and they don't anymore. And we used to have different areas that would receive major earthquakes where we don't anymore. So in the past, it used to be different as well. And now we have our world today, and something's going to occur with our technology, a shift, or, call it whatever you want. And it's going to go a different way.
Wow.
It's going to lead to a reset, if you want to call it that. I would say that highlands would be your best bet, according to this map.
Yes.
So
the central strip there in the US, the pink zones would be safe.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we're also going to have a lot of loss of food and agriculture and stuff like that. It looks like, UK being an island, and I would say that it probably occurred before because Ireland's away from UK now. I would say that you guys may have been joined together at one point in the past. It looks like you guys are going to flood out big time.
Sure.
But you're lowlands, you're an island. So other lands are going to emerge that are below the water and we can see proofs of that. There's lots of stuff below the water that people just can't explain how it got there.
Sunken cities.
Why? Exactly. And then there's going to be other land that's going to submerge because it's lowland and the water is going to overtake it.
Indonesia.
Yeah. Indonesia is that's a pickle of a country. I'm glad I wasn't born there.
Well, my son is there now. My son is in Bali.
Oh,
yeah.
They have a lot of activity there.
Yeah, they do. Right. So This is absolutely fascinating because you kind of covered what would happen, why we've had resets. And you mentioned Sandra did a lot of reading. I've listened to all of, well, most, probably all of them, all of the readings from the history books about big events where wildlife was wiped out and these kind of themes. Is that what you've learned by reading through them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Our best advice to anyone is to watch our End Times Revelations and Prophecy Decoded videos. There's 3 videos
Yes.
where we sidetracked from the usual research we do to study that, and easily enough we decoded all that into this model anyway.
So just quickly, thank you. So quickly cross-referencing the likes of Martin Leake and John Levi and Philip Drusenin, and everybody's doing amazing work there with the mudfloods. Do you think that's roughly 400 years ago then? Or could it be sooner?
Every 400 years it seems to be taking place. But there could also be, other cycles that create smaller events in parts of the world. There's lots of mechanism changes going on. Now, I know you wanted to talk about comets, so while
Yeah, please do. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, our perspective on comets is they're there to a sign of warning. It's another projection. It goes about its business, and they're just repeating history. It's like Halley's Comet. Every 76 years we see it.
Yes.
Why hasn't it gone off into deep space somewhere and never come back? But they're there, the reminders. It seems to me. It's to us the signs of change. And this is how the ancients depicted them. When they seen a comet, it's either something good or something bad's going to happen, one or the other. So,
Okay.
and a good reference to one was one in Germany went over and actually caused a river to reverse its flow.
Wow.
Now that alone tells you that it's local, close, and affecting rivers locally and not nationally.
Yes.
It has to be close. And obviously, remember, the light above has got a physical model below that's projecting it and moving around.
So dare I ask the $1 million question? When is the next 400-year cycle due?
Now. It's
Oh,
already started.
Amazing.
Because
Okay.
what you're going to find in the End Times videos, there isn't just a flood to consider. This mechanism changes affects all life.
Yes.
In genetically, I mean, it can make serious genetic change.
Wow.
And you'll find that in the Book of Miracles.
Which I've heard Sandra read, yeah. Lots of different
Yeah.
hybrids of things, yeah.
Yeah, you're getting mixtures, cross species, all kinds of things happening, and it's there, and it happens in history. And go touching on touchy subjects, transgenders, and all this, that, and the other. All these agendas. Our opinion is, they're there to try and mask what's really taking place.
Wow. Well,
you can't hide it, so you promote it.
There's more truth in the myths and legends than we dare to think than in the history books.
There really is, yeah. They're not so much myths anymore, are they?
No. Well, we did have one other subject, which was colosseums, but I think I think we should start to wrap up here. And the Colosseum episode is fantastic, guys. Go and have a look at that one. We did mention Vinnie St. Vincent's work, so I think we should just reference him just to give him a shout out, if that's okay.
Yeah, certainly, yeah. Well, Vinnie Roy, he's probably the first person I've come across that's doing actual live experimentation with electricity. You've seen him yourself, all the projects he works on.
Yes.
So I took the chance of, getting in touch with him and trying to explain some of Walter Russell's work to him, because I could see he's following Tesla and Ed Leeds-Scalin's work on Coral Castle.
Yes.
And I thought, I wonder if what we're learning here can help Roy in any way understand, how this works.
Yes.
So I was trying to get across to him expansion and compression, and he actually done a presentation. He kind of wandered off and showed you a setup of different Tesla coils. Some were hardwired, and some were just Wi-Fi across to another.
Yes.
And it helped him understand what expansion and compression is really doing and how to maximize it. He actually gave me a shout out on that video as well, so that was cool.
I was just about to hunt for a file, but I forgot I was screen sharing. I would really recommend you look out for. How have you titled some of the videos on your channel so people can go and look at them? Because what I've seen him do is phenomenal. He's taken a Model T Ford engine with the 12 are they magnets in the engine, and then he's got a couple of coils, an oscilloscope, and he's used polarity, and he's trying to get the polarity right until he causes the motor to turn, and it generates electricity, and he gets it just right. He trials it and he earths it. He uses a bundt cake, an aluminium bundt cake tin, and by the time he's done, he's just figured it out, and it's done beautifully, creating free energy. And I'm sure that's just one of many things he's doing.
Yeah, that's what's good about Roy. You know, when I met him, I thought, wow, at last, you know, someone genuine. Because you do come across all these free energy sites on YouTube and places like that, and a lot of the time they've got hidden batteries and things. But Roy's not like that. You know, he'll give you their blueprints if you want them.
Amazing.
He'll write you a schematic if you want any of his builds. So that, you know, it's cool. And of course, you got support on his channel, haven't you? You can go and look at his channel. He's genuine, and it's, you know, it's really cool that he's now communicating with us, and we can give him some ideas on future designs, which is where we're at now. So you're going to see the designs he's working on currently. You're going to see some progress over them, and we've had a little play in that. So let's say,
wow,
been kind of advising him on builds.
Well, I just love watching someone creative just push the boundaries and figure things out, which is just awesome to watch. I am now just in awe of just taking 2 hours out of your schedules and just getting what I imagine is just a subset of just tiptoeing across the top of these huge subjects, which you've managed to pull together so well. And we haven't mentioned a couple of other members in the team. Did you want to quickly give them a shout out?
Yes, I do, yes. It's all very important as well for all the flat earthers. You know, you want to decode gravity, you've got to look at Jason's video, the Axis Monday video, because it will give you the correct breakdown of what gravity really is. So definitely take a look at Jason's work in there.
And what's his channel called?
He's called Jason Tomlinson. You won't find much on his channel. He deleted all his content for some reason.
Okay.
He didn't have a lot on there because he hasn't got, you know, a computer and things. So we help him put the presentation together and post it on our channels for him.
Awesome.
So,
and do you want to shout out the others as well?
Yeah. Rose, Jimbo. If you want to look at giants, go to Jimbo's channel. He live streams Giants and Titans, where you can see them sticking out the ground.
Yes.
all manner of species, but no dinosaurs. Every species you can think of, but dinosaurs. No, that's pretty cool, isn't it?
Amazing. Yeah, there's a couple of channels out there that where people are following on that subject, which is awesome. Yeah.
Of course, P900 Cool Picks and her husband, who's doing amazing work in the light department. he's helping illuminate the works. So,
and doing modeling, computer modeling, is it?
I do the modeling mainly.
You do the modeling, okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll get into that one day with them. I'm trying to teach all these people what I know, see. You know, I'm quite computer literate, and I used to work with models and all kinds of stuff.
Awesome.
So, so now to in fact bring them into our project, and like I did with the Colosseum decode, that was a 3D model.
Awesome. And we have to shout out Cat Size as well. I think we mentioned her right at the beginning, but
Cat Size. I met Cat Size before I even came to Flat Earth. Me and Cat Size used to be moderators in a news stream. That's how we met, and that's when I came across Flat Earth. When I was moderating in this news stream, I kept going back to these Flat Earth channels, looking at them, thinking, "Oh, there's something here." You're like a terrier. You get your teeth into it. You're not going to let go, are you? There's something there. So yeah, definitely Cat Size. Give it a shout out. She helps us with scriptural decodings, because she's a devout Christian and she follows the Bible. Awesome. And of course, it was a good test for me to put this across to her as a friend gently and say, look, what this in the Bible actually relates more to this than characters. I'm not saying all the characters in there don't exist, but a lot of people ask us to prove Jesus and things like that. We're not here to prove that. How do we prove that? We can't. No. Our mission is to show you how it works. Come what may after that, let the scholars debate the who's and what after. We need to know how this world works and where all these technologies factor in. And we can see that they've been personified in a lot of cases, some of these characters.
Yes.
So
amazing.
So it's a case of tiptoeing, you're tiptoeing around everywhere, really. It's they want you to prove their map, their model, their belief system. We don't work like that. We've got to keep it real, get all the data in and figure out this technological construct and its workings. That's our priority.
Well, I must say to everyone, and if you're listening, Katz, Jimbo, and sorry, what was the other gentleman's name? Jason. If you're listening, I really appreciate everything you've done, and I can't wait to just get deeper into the subject, because I think what we've achieved tonight is actually to introduce the subjects and to give enough information to at least catch the imagination of those watching. And I really hope now that people will now go and subscribe to everyone's channel here. I'll put the links in the show notes, and then just dive in. Just use maybe start with some of the shorter videos, and then jump into the live streams, because when you do the premieres, we love it. The chat room is full of amazing people, and it's a really supportive environment and really inspiring. And so I think we will wrap up our interview here, guys and girls. Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. And you did yourselves proud, really explained things clearly, and I hope it's just caught everyone's imagination now. So thank you ever so much.
Yeah, you're welcome, Robin. Thank you, mate.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Sandra. And what we'll do now is we'll play everyone out with the Sun Halo video with Simple Minds, Let There Be Love, because it just inspires me so much. We'll leave everyone on that note, and get yourself over to FPV channel. Go and subscribe now for the next video. Don't miss it, folks. And we'll see you again sometime soon. Thanks very much.
Secrets of love whispered tonight, broken down angel got lost in the cold night. City screamer, I look for your eyes. Someone to lay low through the night. Your music talks to me, hits me through
The best one I've ever got, FPV. This is for you, buddy.
Today, we're going to look at the ancient traditions of planting seeds according to the moon phases and the zodiac. Gardeners who rely on planting by the moon phases are convinced that this ancient tradition produces healthier, more vigorous plants with bigger crops. Many gardeners agree that planting by the moon really works. The only way to know for sure is to give moon phase gardening a try. And after all, what can it hurt? And it may just help. Let's learn a little more about how to garden by the moon phases. Gardening by the moon or the zodiac elements is an holistic gardening process that allows our gardening practices to root us to our ancestral path. Even in our modern times, we have the opportunity to follow traditions that have been practiced for centuries. Evidence of its practices dates back to the early civilizations of the Euphrates River Valley, and it can be found in the folklore of ancient societies all over the world. Roman historian Pliny the Elder wrote about planting by the moon in his History of Nature. Yet despite such a long history, using the moon to determine the best time to plant and other gardening practices were lost due to modern times and industrialization. But it's time for a revival. At a glance, gardening by the moon or the zodiac can seem like it takes lots of specialized knowledge, or it's a practice shrouded in mystery. However, it just takes awareness of the larger world around you and paying attention to the natural cycles, which is something that anyone can cultivate. Moon gardening simply involves knowing what phase the moon is in, and using that information to know what type of seeds to grow. Can you imagine how powerful it would be to intrinsically know what phase of the moon we were in, like how our ancestors did by simply gazing at the night sky? Most of us know when the moon is full, as she stands bright in the sky, but what about the other more subtle phases? As you have probably noticed, the moon looks different from one day to the next. First we have the new moon that is enshrouded in shadow when the sky appears moonless. This is called a fallow period. This signifies the death of the old before the start of the new, and planting should not begin until you see the first quarter crescent. At other times we see a full moon when the entire face of the moon is illuminated. And of course there are other phases in between.
sun is waxing or growing with light, comes after the dark new moon and slowly illuminates the moon more and more until a full moon is reached. When we have seen the full moon, the illumination on the moon slowly decreases from the right, and this is called waning, and continues until the moon is fully dark. A new moon is reached again. In the southern hemisphere, the waning illumination will be seen on the left. This is what is called a lunar cycle and lasts for 29.5 days.
So how do we know when and what kind of seed to grow according to the moon phase? Full moon. During this phase, the moon is at its brightest with no shadow at all. Energy is drawn down, and after the moon has peaked, the light starts to decrease, which is good for root growth. Plant root crops such as beets, carrots, onions and potatoes. This is also a good phase to transplant any type of plant.
Full moons had given names in many ancient cultures. The full moon names we use today often reflect the changing seasons and nature, like harvest moon, strawberry moon and snow moon. Some years have 13 full moons, which makes at least one of them a blue moon, as it doesn't quite fit in with the traditional full moon naming system. However, this is not the only definition of a blue moon. About every 19 years there is no full moon in February. This is one of several definitions of the term black moon. The other definitions refer to a new moon which does not fit in with the equinoxes or solstices similar to a blue moon. When the Julian calendar was introduced in 45 BCE, Latin month names gradually became more common in Europe. However, the ancient pagan names were not forgotten. Old High German month names were introduced by Charlemagne, Charles the Great, who ruled as king of the Franks and later emperor of the Romans from 774 to 814. And Old English or pre-Christian Anglo-Saxon month names were collected by the English monk Venerable Bede in 725. Today, many of these ancient month names have been adopted as names for the full moon of each month. A common explanation published in the Old Farmer's Almanac is that colonial Americans adopted Native American names and incorporated them in the modern calendar. However, it seems that the full moon names we use today also have Anglo-Saxon and Germanic roots. The full moon in January is the wolf moon, named after howling wolves, which may stem from the Anglo-Saxon lunar calendar. Other names, moon after Yule, old moon, ice moon and snow moon, are sometimes used for January full moon. The snow moon is the full moon in February, named after the snowy conditions. Some North American tribes named it the hunger moon due to the scarceness of food during midwinter, while other names are storm moon and chaste moon, but the last name is more common for the full moon in March. The last full moon of the winter season is March, and it's called the worm moon because of the earthworms that come out at the end of winter. It is also known as the crow moon, crust moon, sap moon, sugar moon or chaste moon. The Old English Anglo-Saxon name is Lenten moon. The full moon in April is the pink moon, from the pink flowers that bloom in the early spring. Other names for this full moon include sprouting grass moon, fish moon, hare moon, and the Old English Anglo-Saxon name is egg moon. It is also known as the Paschal moon because it is used to calculate the date for Easter. The May full moon is known as flower moon to signify the flowers that bloom during this month. Other names for the full moon in May are corn planting moon and milk moon from Old English Anglo-Saxon. June's full moon is the strawberry moon, as these little red berries ripen at this time. Other names are hot moon, mead moon and rose moon. The full moon in the month of July is called buck moon to signify the new antlers that emerge on deer bucks' foreheads around this time. This full moon is also known as thunder moon, wart moon and hay moon from Old English Anglo-Saxon. The full moon in August is called sturgeon moon because of the large number of fish in the lakes where the Algonquin tribes fished. Other names for this full moon include green corn moon, barley moon, fruit moon and grain moon from Old English Anglo-Saxon. The full moon in the month of September in the Old Farmer's Almanac is called harvest moon, which corresponds with the Old English Anglo-Saxon name, while other names are corn moon or full corn moon or barley moon. In October every 3 years, the hunter's moon is also the harvest moon. Traditionally, people in the Northern Hemisphere spent the month of October preparing for the coming winter by hunting and preserving meats to use as food. This led to October's full moon being called the hunter's moon, dying grass moon and blood moon or sanguine moon. However, this should not be confused with the total lunar eclipse blood moon. According to folklore, the full moon in November is named after beavers who became active while preparing for the winter. It is also known as frosty moon, and along with the December full moon, some called it oak moon. Traditionally, if the beaver moon is the last full moon before the winter solstice, it is also called the morning moon. December is the month when winter begins for most in the Northern Hemisphere, and the full moon is called the cold moon. The Old English Anglo-Saxon name is the moon before Yule, while another name is wolf moon. However, this is more common for the January full moon. The waning moon, or decreasing in light after full moon, and now the shadow is on the right hand side of the moon and the illumination on the left. This will also be reversed in the southern hemisphere, and the illumination will decrease until new moon again. After full moon, when you can see a quarter of the moon in shadow, this is called waning gibbous, until the moon is again half light and half shadow. This phase is called third quarter. Until we see 3/4 shadow and a quarter light, this phase is called waning crescent. These phases of the moon influence how much light is in the garden or not. There are detailed lunar planting calendars available in print or online, such as timeanddate.com, and I'll leave a link to that in the description. You can also download moon phase calendar apps for your mobile device. The new moon, this is when the moon is in its darkest phase and isn't visible in the sky. A new moon is not a good time for planting, but just after, when you just see the first crescent, you can begin to grow. The waxing moon. If you live in the northern hemisphere, the waxing crescent illumination will be on the right-hand side of the moon and vice versa in the southern hemisphere. During this phase, the moon's effect on water in the ground is making it more positively charged, forcing it up to the surface, causing the seeds to swell and burst. There is a surge of energy through the plants and the sap begins to rise through the stems. These factors, along with the increasing moonlight, create balanced root and leaf growth. This is the best time for planting above ground annual crops that produce their seeds outside the fruit, such as lettuce, spinach, celery, broccoli, cabbage, cauliflower and grain crops. Cucumbers like this phase also, even though they are the exception to the rule. During the waxing of the moon, the period extended from the day the moon is new to the day it reaches its fullest point. It is suggested that the moon's frequency is responsible for pushing moisture upwards. From an APM perspective, we would consider that the moon plays a part in increasing the positive charge of moisture, thus causing it to rise in our atmosphere and align where its potential is evenly matched with its surroundings. Seeds do well during this time because moisture is available at the surface of the soil, and also increasing light from the growing moon is good for leaf growth. Don't plant below ground plants during this time. The plants will be full of leaves on top, with little growth under the ground. When the moon is waxing, this is the time to start planting annual flowers such as marigolds, nasturtiums and petunias. And is also the best time to plant above ground crops that produce seeds inside of the fruit, like beans, melons, peas, peppers, squash, tomatoes and chili peppers. During the moon's journey across the earth, the moon passes in front of all the zodiac constellations. This alignment is used to guide the best planting days and harvesting days, etc. As we know from our horoscopes, each constellation is affiliated with an element: earth, air, fire and water. Earth signs are Taurus, Virgo and Capricorn and are associated with roots. Air signs are Gemini, Libra and Aquarius. They are associated with flowers. Fire signs are Aries, Leo and Sagittarius and are associated with fruits and seeds. Water signs are Cancer, Scorpio and Pisces. These are associated with leaves. For example, eggplants are a fruit. These would be planted on a fire sign, such as Leo. Carrots, for instance, are a root vegetable and would be planted on an earth sign, such as Taurus. The 12 signs of the zodiac are also associated with body parts. Aries represents the head, Taurus for the neck and throat, Gemini for the arms and chest, Cancer for the breasts, Leo the heart and back, Virgo for the bowels, Libra the kidneys, Scorpio the loins, Sagittarius the thighs, Capricorn the knees, Aquarius for the legs, and Pisces the feet. Starting with Aries the head, the frequency runs down your body to end at Pisces, 2 or 3 days each month, and the frequency starts again. There are 4 signs that are very fertile, and you want to plant when the moon is in these signs. You can remember them by this saying: signs plant thick crops. Signs meaning Scorpio, plants for Pisces, thick for Taurus, and crops for Cancer. And how do we find when the moon is in a sign? The Farmer's Almanac is a great wealth of information, and I'll leave a link to that and to a moon and zodiac phase calendar in the description, but there's plenty of others online where you can find what signs rule on what day. Aries and Leo, that's the head and the heart, they are killing signs, so don't plant anything if the moon is in these signs. Then there are a series of so-so signs that run from thighs to knees and legs, which are Sagittarius, Capricorn and Aquarius. And one of the things you do in these signs, if you can catch the time when the moon is in a dark phase or waning and the signs are moving out of the body, this is the time to make changes. Repot or transplant your plants, and on a personal note, things like stopping smoking, going on a diet, starting a new job or moving house, this is a great time to do these things. So to recap, the darker the moon, the sign is moving out of the body. There are 2 phases of the moon each month, the light phase, waxing, and the dark phase, waning, and they last 14 days each. You want to plant in the light of the moon for above ground crops, and when the new moon is in the sky to full moon, that's when you want to plant below ground crops. Air and fire signs are considered barren, a time to skip the planting and focus on weeding and pruning. The sign of Libra is an exception to that rule. It is semi-fertile and good for blooming herbs and flowers, tubers, roots and vines. Weed in the sign of Leo, so seeds won't sprout. Do your harvesting in a fourth quarter fire sign to preserve fruit and vegetables for storage. According to the lunar calendar, root crops such as carrots, turnips and potatoes produce the best yields if planted when the moon is in the sign of Capricorn. Above ground crops like annual flowers and vegetables are said to benefit from planting while the moon is in Cancer. Put very simply, to garden by the signs, you plant when the moon is both waxing and in a fertile water or earth sign. Do weeding, tilling and harvesting when the moon is waning and in a barren sign. One more tip. Don't plant on a Sunday. It's designated as a fiery barren day, not suitable for planting regardless of what sign it's under. The occurrence of Easter is based on the lunar calendar, and it makes a little more sense if you know about gardening with the moon signs. Easter falls on the first Sunday after the first full moon, following the spring equinox. The 2 to 4 days following a full moon are often the most fertile for planting, according to the lunar calendar. Good Friday is recognised as the best planting day of the spring for certain crops like potatoes. So does it matter? That's always a good question when exploring things in the unseen. It is touted that when plants are sown at the right timing of the moon phase and birth sign, plants do better.
They show increased growth, better resiliency against pests, larger harvests and take longer to go to seed. There is not much scientific evidence that astrological gardening or planting by the moon phase has any beneficial effects. Now it's your turn. Test the validity of gardening by the moon in your own garden. Plant some crops by the correct moon phase or birth sign and others by the wrong moon phase or sign. Experiment with above ground and below ground crops. I'm going to try this way of planting this year to see if it makes a difference. Happy gardening!
I'll answer the question. You want answers?
I think I'm entitled to.
You want answers?
I want the truth!
You can't handle the truth!
A candy-colored clown they call the Sandman tiptoes to my room every night just to sprinkle stardust and to whisper, go to sleep, everything is alright. I close my eyes, then I drift away into the magic night. I softly say a silent prayer like dreamers do. Then I fall asleep to dream can't help it if I cry. I remember that you said goodbye. It's too bad that all these things can only happen in my dreams.
Now the party's over, I'm so tired. Then I see you coming out of nowhere. Much communication in emotion, without conversation or a notion. When the samba take you out of nowhere, when the background fading out of focus, yes, the picture's changing every moment, and your destination you don't know where. When you bust over, there's no holding. Would you have me dancing out of nowhere?
I've been looking into flat Earth now for probably about 2 years, but more seriously in the last year. And I also had an interest in the Nazca Lines. And what I'm going to do here is show you how the two actually relate to each other. To do that, I'll have to take you back a little bit in history to when we took to the skies and we were flying over Nazca, Peru. Because the Nazca Lines, you can't really see them unless you're at altitude. So what people were seeing was blueprints. You'll come to find these are blueprints. And people were starting to form a picture of what it was telling them. This blueprint here, it's the Sun Star of Peru. It's a 12 by 12 grid, 6 concentric circles, 6 squares, and 6 rhombi. This is one of the Nazca mandalas at Peru. I'll go into more detail what all these lines on that one mean soon. This one's also from Nazca, Peru. It's called the Nazca Mandala. Now, it doesn't matter which mandala you look at, whichever religion or location in the world, you'll find they're all telling the same story. There's a square, there's circles, there's things in the corner, and there's something in the center. So my kind of research, I started looking at these, and I started overlaying them with world maps. Here's an image where I was overlaying them with the Analema orbits, trying to make sense of them, and I was surprised how well they fit in with Analema orbits. This one here, there's some more information on it. Basically what it's telling you is it's giving you the dimensions of this grid, and at the end of it, it wanders off into what it says is the distance between the sun and Earth, which we know is a lie. It's not that far away. What it's really describing here is the internal cubed dimensions of a Merkaba. That's where this figure is really coming from. If you follow this through, you will see it is cubing a Merkaba. So consider that, and we'll continue with this. You notice the 666 there, that's been referenced in scripture before, and lies been told about it. So I'd mention that there. Right, so with this configuration, it gives us this. This map here is the one done by Series, and I've overloaded this network of grids onto his map. Take a look at the grids. There's an 8 by 8, which is the center grid with these 3 things in each corner, and then the external grid of the 12 by 12. So I'm now looking at how this relates to a world map. I'm using this world map because it's the only world map I've found that shows the true scale of Antarctica. Now you can see correlation going on here where things start to line up. I'm going to go more into detail later in the video of things in between what you can see there also, and more detail on the grid itself. Again, referenced biblically or in scripture, the angels in the north, south, east and west, I think are relating to these 4 corners that are shown on the 8 by 8 grid. The 8 by 8 grid is what we would probably be known as the Antarctic Circle. Going by their own numbers, I think it was 24,800 miles on the globe, you know, the circumference of the globe, 24,800 miles or thereabouts. On this, you know, that would equate to each square on the grid being 3,100 miles going from one side of the Antarctic to the other. Now this demonstration you're seeing here is the whole grid lit up. The 12 by 12 and the 8 by 8 and a Merkaba added on top to see what it's forming. And what a pretty picture it paints, doesn't it? That's where I was going, the Nazca Lines. Now, a little more detail on the 12 by 12. The Solomon's Temple. If you decode Solomon, it really means Solo Mono, Temple of the Sun and Moon. Now, if you look at it in detail here, you notice when you put these geoglyphs into a 3D environment and pan around them, you start seeing a different picture being presented. If you look carefully, you will see a 6-tier pyramid with 6 concentric circles encircling it. So that got me thinking, you know, is this something below us? What's down below us? Is this the underworld that's been mentioned? You know, the underworld referenced in scripture and the book of Enoch, these places below ground. Food for thought, perhaps, but it got me thinking about pyramids and portals. Let's take a look at that again. We've got the 12 by 12, we'll overlay the 8 by 8 in. Now then, if you look carefully, is this what the Pyramid of Giza is depicting? Remember, the Pyramid of Giza is referenced in the Bible as a monument. But a monument to what? Is it this place below that it's a monument to? And these exits or entry points that you see on this these four corners connecting to the center, is this what Enoch referenced as portals? Portals, gates, you know, portal translates as a gate, a gateway. But a gateway to what? You know, I start looking at this now and I see electrical connection. Your king and queen, you're positive and you're negative. These star shafts, well, they're probably just cables. Here's some images from Stan Smith and the 360 team's cameras. It shows the moon's path appearing to come from out of the ground and return back in. This is a 360 camera. You know, you're seeing north on the left and on the extreme right and south directly in the center. Same again. You're getting this path of the moon rising up and coming down and vanishing. Which, you know, when you watch the 360 cameras, it does appear like they're going underground below you, following the, you know, the trajectory that they're on. These have yet to be explained, but the model I'm going to present to you, I think, it kind of explains this away. Another part of this project, I'm going to take you to CERN, the technological monster. And people wonder what they do there. Take note of these lights on the ceiling. Because what I think CERN is, I think it's a reverse engineered technology which is capable of projecting a beam we can't see into the sky. If you look at the circles at the bottom, there's a small circle and a large circle. They have a counter-rotating flow of energy. And I think this creates a third halo that isn't visible to us, but Enoch referenced as chariots. We'll get more into that, don't worry. And I think the sun and moon actually use these to maneuver around our sky. Take a look at this video taken by Brennan Clark on YouTube. He reported it as a camera malfunction or the unit, the motor that the camera was on, but that was me tracking it. And it appears to go around the outside of one circle around another. This here, I think this is CERN's predecessor. The reason I say that is the design of it. It appears to be alive, neutral, and Earth, with two elements in the center which are possibly counter-rotating the flow, which would create an electromagnetic field. So this is what I think is responsible for what you see and report as the flower of life. It is this technology, the Fibonacci sequence. If that doesn't make sense, keep watching. You know, I'm putting this together. I haven't got a script written out for this. This is coming off the top of my head and research. Here's another thing, a purpose that I think it's doing. Remember, you got the rotating toroidal electromagnetic field, and I think they are responsible for this. Volcanoes. Also notice the mountain range in the background curving around the halo. Remember, we can't see the halo. And it's when you think about CERN, CERN is just one of these, a particle accelerator. Here's another effect I think they're responsible for. Remember, we don't see the halo, but add some water, you're going to get some arcing.